आप देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी और इसी तरह के महत्वपूर्ण अपडेट्स पाने के लिए हमारा यूट्यूब चैनल सब्सक्राइब करना न भूलें। सतर्क रहे, सुरक्षित रहे।
देखा डिजिटल चुटकी का कमाल। पल भर में ही आपको समुद्र की लहरों में गोते खाती टाइटैनिक से अवतार के पैंडोरा प्लैनेट में लेकर आ गई। पर एक्चुअली ना मैं टाइटैनिक पे हूँ और ना ही पैंडोरा में। मैं तो हमारे 3.0 टीवी के स्टूडियो में हूँ। Stay tuned to 3.0 TV to know more about the making of Avatar.
Cryptocurrencies traded higher on Thursday as Ethereum's crucial Shanghai update is scheduled in March 2023. 5 EIPs will be included in the Shanghai update: EIP 3540, EIP 3670, EIP 4200, EIP 4570, and EIP 5450. Bitcoin traded around $18,000. However, on the contrary, stocks traded lower as investors awaited a key inflation report to assess the outlook for the Federal Reserve's rate hiking campaign. Futures linked to the Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped 0.1%. S&P 500 futures were fractionally lower, and Nasdaq 100 futures dipped 0.2%. All eyes are on December's Consumer Price Index reading, with the consensus forecast calling for a slight easing in price pressures. Besides that, Binance has registered with Sweden's Financial Supervisory Authority, making the Nordic country the 7th European jurisdiction to grant approval to the cryptocurrency exchange. Binance has also planned to increase its membership by up to 30%. BTC was trading at $18,187, up 4.24% in the past 24 hours. ETH was trading $1,399, up 4.75% up. All the other major altcoins traded higher. Bitcoin's dominance is currently 39.57%, an increase of 0.39% over the day.
A happy new year to all the viewers of 3.0 TV. I am Manoj Dara. So, while 2021 will be remembered as the year when the cryptocurrency market reached $3 trillion mark, along with the rise of non-fungible tokens and the metaverse, 2022 will be remembered as the year when central banks' reactions to the ensuing inflation caused significant headwinds. What went wrong? The Terra collapse bought multiple funds, most notably Three Arrow Capital, which had downstream impacts on creditors, notably BlockFi, Celsius, Voyager, and Genesis. The bankruptcy of FTX and Alameda has actually put an extra pressure on the creditors, disrupted the bankruptcy of Voyager, causing to the bankruptcy of BlockFi, and forced Genesis and Gemini to cease withdrawals, eliminated equity investors in the company, and caused a sharp decline in the value of linked tokens. Next on the list is the Fed rate hike. Like broader financial markets, the crypto market had responded acutely to the US Federal Reserve's actions, particularly the Fed's rate hikes along with the monthly consumer price index releases, which generated expectations on how the central bank may leverage interest rates as a tool to curb inflation and going forward as well. Simultaneously, 2022 kept both market participants and the broader investors captivated, as many of the large centralized institutions that service the digital assets or speculate on it have blown up spectacularly. So let's understand the top trends of 2022. First on the list is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's price fell below its 2017 cycle high in June for the first time since January 2021. Although Bitcoin's price dropped 64.1% year to date, its dominance remains stable at 40% odd of the total digital market capitalization. Next on the list is all of the top 10 cryptocurrencies by the market capitalization experience negative price return as low as 81% and above. Nevertheless, exchange-associated tokens such as BNB and OKB and meme coins like Doge perform better than BTC and other layer 1 protocols. Next is, as the market experienced a steep downturn, stablecoins became the exit gateway. The annual stablecoin adjusted transactions volume crossed $57.2 trillion in 2022, a 19% year-on-year growth. Next, since Jan 2022, Bitcoin future volume decreased by 52%, more than Ethereum's future, a 28% decline. The number of layoffs in 2022 was the highest. So in short, we are in 2023. Investors must be aware of the macro and systematic concerns affecting the crypto industry. The Federal Reserve of the United States monetary policy reactions on inflation has continued to destabilize the market. That's what the market participants are saying. And they feel that the crypto contagion from the previous bankruptcies is still causing market volatility, with growing regulatory pressures and minor capitalization expected to continue into the new year as well. That's all there is in this special story. This is Manoj Dara signing off. Keep watching 3.0 TV for more such interesting updates. Thank you.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं रुचि शर्मा। भारत हमेशा से एक कृषि प्रधान देश के नाम से जाना जाता रहा है, लेकिन अब टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन में भी भारत तेजी से आगे निकल चुका है। भारत की स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम दुनिया भर में तीसरे नंबर का स्थान अर्जित कर चुकी है। इस स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में भारत के 118 से ज्यादा एक्सेलेरेटर्स, 26,500 एक्टिव एंजल्स, 150 वेंचर कैपिटल्स के साथ तरक्की की राह पर है। भारत ने भले ही क्रिप्टो का स्वागत नहीं किया है, लेकिन क्रिप्टो की इकोसिस्टम देश में बढ़ रही है। ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी के इनोवेशन से कमाई का जरिया बढ़ रहा है। क्रिप्टो करेंसी के अलावा भी ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल कई एप्लीकेशंस में किया जा रहा है। भारत की 80% से ज्यादा आबादी असंगठित अर्थव्यवस्था में काम करती है। यही बड़ी आबादी फ्रॉड का शिकार होने की संभावना बनी रहती है। भारत के लिए ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी नई नहीं है। भारतीय बैंकिंग और इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर के अलग अलग एरियाज जैसे ट्रेड फाइनेंस, क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट्स और लॉयल्टी एंड डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी में ब्लॉकचेन की टेस्टिंग को कुछ वर्ष पहले ही शुरू कर दिया गया था। भारत में सरकारी क्षेत्र ही नहीं बल्कि निजी क्षेत्र में भी बड़े पैमाने पर ब्लॉकचेन को अपनाया है। TCS, टाटा मोटर्स, रिलायंस, इन्फोसिस और टाटा स्टील जैसे बड़े नाम निजी क्षेत्रों की लिस्ट में शामिल हैं। टेलीकॉम रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, इंडियन टी बोर्ड, कॉटन इंडस्ट्री, कॉफी बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया जैसे सरकारी क्षेत्रों ने भी ब्लॉकचेन को अपनाया है। कई भारतीय कंपनियां ब्लॉकचेन डेवलपमेंट के साथ दुनिया को आशाजनक परिणाम दे रही हैं। ऐसे में नई टेक्नोलॉजी को और अधिक सुचारू रूप से अपनाने के लिए अलग अलग संगठन ब्लॉकचेन डेवलपमेंट कंपनियों तक पहुंच बना रहे हैं। इसके अलावा आरबीआई ने रिटेल सेगमेंट में लॉन्च किए गए सेंट्रल बैंक डिजिटल करेंसी पायलट में ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल किया है। बीते साल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने दावा किया कि ब्लॉकचेन जैसी डिसरप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी का लोगों के जीने और काम करने के तरीके पर गहरा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। इस साल नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग इंडिया आयोग ने न्यूक्लियस विजन और तेलंगाना और गोवा की सरकारों के साथ पार्टनरशिप में इनॉग्रल इंटरनेशनल ब्लॉकचेन कांग्रेस को होस्ट करने की घोषणा की है, जो दुनिया भर के सरकारी अधिकारियों और उद्योग जगत के बड़े नामों को साथ लाएगी। भारत ब्लॉकचेन और वेब3 डेवलपर्स के लिए हॉटस्पॉट में से एक है। भारतीय ब्लॉकचेन डेवलपर्स की दुनिया भर में मांग है और हम इसे एक बढ़ते ट्रेंड के रूप में देख सकते हैं। इस खास स्टोरी में फिलहाल इतना ही। ऐसी और दिलचस्प स्टोरीज हम आपके लिए लाते रहेंगे। मैं हूं रुचि शर्मा, आप देखते रहिए 3.0 TV।
We are entering 2023 in a place where we know only the good actors will survive, and I hope by the end of 2023 we would have eliminated most of the bad actors, and we need a lot of media channels like yours to actually come and cover what entrepreneurs think, what the investors think, so that the broader market is aligned and the broader market understands the risks when they enter the cryptocurrency space.
Governments, academia, corporates, startups, investors, everybody is aligned to see how many more innovations will come, or value-driven innovations should come for through these technologies. I think good to see that how Web3 TV has really contributed on awareness side, various fundamentals aspect, explanatory video side. So let it continue for years together.
The coming year is going to be really fantastic, and this is the year which we are going to start building the products. So far we have been literally we have been brought down by a lot of scams and other things which keeps on hitting us hard. But I think the moment we start to build the real time use cases and products, that's where we are going to achieve the whatever the hard work that we have put in the last few years, it's going to give the real fruits for us.
2023 is going to be very exciting, as most of these ideas which were conceptualized in 2022 will see execution in 2023, and the metaverse adoption will also increase by minimum 20%.
The year 2023 is gonna rocking year for metaverse, as many industry have used AR/VR metaverse for some pilot project. This year 2023 is the year where they will scale it up. They will try to adopt at high level at many departments, and we expect that this metaverse race is going to be more sharp, more precise, and more strong.
What we will see in the next year is the rise of the true Web3 startups and the companies, and you will see that companies that will be built to last for the next 15-20 years, and I think I'm super excited, super bullish on it, because Loka is definitely going to be one of them.
So 2023, I think Web3 ecosystem will continue to grow. As far as the asset prices, I think these are some of the inefficient systems. So as you know, I read in Nassim Taleb, inefficiency out of a system will definitely weed out, and that is what is happening. And I think these kind of inefficiencies, when they have been brought forward, people are now more cautious about smart contract audits. People are more knowledgeable about bringing in transparency through proof of reserves and other concepts. And I think regulatory agencies are also looking at it, what can be done to bring in more regulations here, or better regulations here. So I think with these, the Web3 ecosystem will continue to expand in 23, and at the same time, I hope with more self-regulations and external regulations, I think centralized markets or centralized entities within the blockchain space will also improve.
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Manoj Dar, and Happy New Year to all the viewers. So, cryptocurrencies continue to suffer from the prolonged winter season, and there is a big concern on the Bitcoin mining hash rate. So, we have a reason, and we will tell you why. The recent winter has sent shivers to the spine of related industries. Bitcoin mining activities too suffered heavily in the recent times. That's what the news reports have suggested. The reason being the chilly weather conditions observed in United States by the December end. Yes, the hash rate of Bitcoin miners, the key parameter to a certain success, witnessed a sharp drop. Essentially, a Bitcoin network accumulates hash rate per second from the miners that are online. So, every guess made by a miner towards solving the next block determines this hash rate. So, this also helps validate the level of security and mining difficulties of the blockchain network. Recently, the Bitcoin mining hash rate witnessed a sharp drop as the storm tore through the multiple states of the United States. Grids across the region came under immense pressure as freezing cold temperature led to the increase in demand by the residents to heat their homes. To ensure adequate energy availability, some of the mining operations had to wind down. Since number of Bitcoin miners decided to pause their operations to freeze some of the energy, they had to take a hit on the hash rate contributed by the country. There has been an increase in the hash rate since then, but market participants believe the worst is not yet over. By Christmas Day, the global hash rate tanked almost 40%, dropping from a previous day peak of 276 exahashes per second to 175 exahashes per second. On the same day, the hash rate increased by 39%, bringing it back to the roughly around 244 EHS. Since then, the hash rate has continued to wobble day in day out and now has dropped back to the 212 EHS levels once more. This shows that while miners have turned some of their machines back on, they may be shutting them down once more as the extremely cold weather persists. Energy prices, debt burden, and Bitcoin price declines continue to influence the fortunes of the mining industries. In November, hash rate declined by 13.1% from all-time highs. However, of the major hash rate declines since 2016, that's still relatively small compared to the handful of down periods over 15% during that time. As of now, the hash rate is around 250 EHS and down 7.84% from its all-time high of approximately 276 EHS. This is the largest downward difficulty change observed since July 2021, when the Chinese mining ban caused a series of downward difficulties adjustments. After a 452% rise in value on its November 2021 peak of $19.1 billion, the market wiped out 90% of its value in less than a year. In an environment of rising global energy prices and rising interest rate, the mining industry will continue to feel the heat. Analysts suggest that the miners may continue to sustain with the squeezing market conditions, and they will have to be prepared for the worst of the downward of public miner market capitalizations and hash rate prices, which is actually nothing but miner revenue per terahash. So yet the activities will continue regardless of tough times, because every 10 minutes the block will be mined. That's all there is in this special story. This is Manoj Zara signing off, but keep watching 3.0 TV for more such interesting updates. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur and you are watching the Coin Monitor. Cryptocurrency markets trended higher on Thursday. Widespread buying witnessed in risky assets amid hopes of Federal Reserve's measures to tame inflation are yielding positive outcomes. The key US consumer price data is scheduled for release later today. Economists expect December inflation to moderate near Fed's targeted range. But coins surpassed the $18,000 levels, while Ethereum is a step away from the crucial $1,400 mark. IC 15 index of cryptocurrencies was trading up by 2.7% at 27,100 points. The global cryptocurrency market cap was trading higher around $885 billion, increasing 3% in the last 24 hours. However, the total trading volume increased by 40% to stand at $48 billion. Investors have been expecting the Federal Reserve to slow the pace of its interest rate hikes when it next meets in early February. The Consumer Price Index will be a key indicator of their progress in containing inflation. However, the US Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of change in the price of various goods and services, is expected to rise 6.5% from a year ago, down from the 7.1% pace the prior month, analysts believe. Data released earlier showed that Chinese CPI inflation increased slightly more than expected in December, but price measures still remained subdued as the country struggled with the severe COVID outbreak. According to a report, bankrupt crypto exchange FTX has recovered more than $5 billion in assets after it has initially claimed that it could only find $1 billion. However, the US Commodities Futures Trading Commission has estimated the total missing customer funds around $8 billion. Stock futures were slightly lower as investors awaited a key inflation report to assess the outlook for the Federal Reserve's rate hiking campaign. Futures linked to the Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped 26 points or 0.1%. S&P 500 futures were fractionally lower and Nasdaq 100 futures dipped 0.2%. Bitcoin was trading at $18,191, up by 4.3%. The price of Bitcoin has been recovering lately, suggesting that the market is taking the news well and that the selling pressure is being absorbed. The world's largest token has advanced for 9 straight days, the longest streak since 2020, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Ethereum, the second largest crypto, was up by 4.7%, trading at $1,398. Ethereum will soon go through the Shanghai upgrade in the month of March, which releases ETH staked on the Beacon chain, as liquid staking protocols are expected to offer better incentives and yields, analysts believe. BNB was up by 2% to trade at $283. Solana Sol was up 0.2% and was trading at $16. Next on the list, Avalanche AVAX was trading at $15.2, higher 22%. The price of Avalanche has increased by more than 20% following the announcement that Amazon Web Series has partnered with Avalabs. This partnership is expected to increase blockchain adoption among businesses, institutions, and governments. Meanwhile, this collaboration aims to increase the flexibility and the strength for the developers, analysts believe. Next on the list, Polygon Matic was trading up by 2.3% to trade at $0.87. Cardano's ADA token was up by 2.2% to trade at $0.32. Doge, the popular meme coin, was trading up by 2% at $0.078. Ripple's XRP token traded at $0.36, up by 2%. Polkadot was up by 3.5% to trade at $5. Well, that's all in the Coin Monitor. This is me, Vishakha, signing off. For more such updates, keep watching 3.0 TV. Do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. You are watching a special show, Metaverse Magic, where we bring you major updates from the global metaverse space. To begin with, here's some good news for the metaverse gaming industry. The gaming industry is the center of the metaverse today, and tech giants are betting big on it. According to a report by Valuates, gaming-led global metaverse market can reach $28 billion by 2028. Here's what the founder and CEO of Tamasha Live, Mr. Saurabh Gupta, has to say about it.
Currently, we see, the gaming industry is of size more than $2.5 billion and would reach around $8.9 billion in the next 5 years. So this is the overall gaming, right? And out of that, there are multiple segments. There is real money gaming. There is people pay for playing games. So the Web3 segment is very, very small compared to the overall gaming space. Even in the next 5 years, real money gaming is going to dominate the space, which would be more than 50%. So how I see gaming is going to evolve, or basically metaverse is going to evolve in gaming.
And now an exciting update for you all on Christmas celebrations in the metaverse. This year, we saw a lot of festivals being celebrated in the metaverse. And now, as Christmas is around the corner, leading blockchain development firm Entire is manifesting Christmas to the world through metaverse with its Anfestia Christmas celebrations. Yes, inviting the world to join the Anfestia Christmas festivities, Entire has come up with a Christmas carnival on metaverse replete with fun, games, music, dance, and an exciting opportunity to have your own metaverse avatar. Once participants enter Anfestia Christmas in Metaverse after registration, they can create their own virtual avatar and roam around enjoying all kinds of fun activities created by Entire. Well, there are some secrets awaiting you to unravel once you join the Anfestia Christmas celebrations. And out there in the metaverse, Mark Zuckerberg, the big daddy of Meta, has announced his big investment plans for 2023 too. Meta Platforms recently shared new details about its metaverse investments and announced plans to launch an updated version of the Oculus Rift 2 virtual reality headset next year. Meta obtained the Oculus line of VR headsets in 2014 through a $2 billion startup acquisition. Since then, the social media giant has brought several new VR devices to the market. Well, recently John Carmack, who was the consulting CTO of Meta's virtual reality initiative, including its Meta Quest headset, left the company. Mark Zuckerberg was recently asked some questions whether Meta was trying to shape the future of technology, to which his reply was, yes. That's a fairly broad statement, but yes. Well, according to reports, Meta is planning to invest $19.2 billion in its metaverse next year. From the auto sector, Italy too has something to celebrate since Fiat has opened world's first metaverse-powered dealership in Italy. Yes, Fiat has opened the world's first metaverse-powered car dealership in Italy, which will enable customers to research, configure, and even complete their next car purchase, recreating the feel of a showroom from the comfort of their homes. Initially, customers will be able to buy the flagship model 500 La Prima by Boccoli before the experience will be extended to the entire Fiat 500 lineup later this month. Before the end of the first quarter of 2023, customers will be able to explore additional Fiat models in the Metaverse store, while the digital experience will also be made available to other markets. There is Meta news coming in from India's Kerala also, where students will soon be able to experience education in the virtual world. Yes, the startup in Kozhikode Cyberpark hopes to take learning to the next level with its newly developed learning and training models for educational institutions and the corporate sector using modern technology such as augmented reality, virtual reality, and metaverse. The company firmly believes that these innovative ideas will help make the learning and training process at school, college, and university levels a lot simpler. And as we wrap up, let's see what's on in the glamour world. In a partnership with Roblox and iHeartMedia, NYX Professional Makeup has debuted the House of NYX Professional Makeup. Part of iHeartland's immersive world, players can explore the brand's newest collection in an interactive space. Users will have different points of engagement to collect NYX Professional Makeup limited edition makeup looks for their Roblox avatars. The 3 looks feature exclusive Spring 2023 products, Vivid Matte Brights Liquid Liner, Smooth Whip Matte Lip Cream, Vivid Matte Liquid Liner, and Bear With Me Blur Skin Tint Foundation. The partnership will carry into 2023, where the brand's presence will also be spotlighted through the NYX Professional Makeup pink carpet. Well, that's all in this episode of Metaverse Magic. I will be back with more such updates on Metaverse from all over the world. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off. Do like this video, share, subscribe 3.0 TV, and yes, do not forget to press the bell icon to get instant updates.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं संदीप कसालकर। 3.0 टीवी के इस खास एपिसोड क्रिप्टो क्राइम्स में आपका स्वागत। पिछले एपिसोड में हमने जाना कि एसएमएस फिशिंग, डीएनएस हाईजैकिंग और फिशिंग बॉट्स अटैक्स को किस तरह से अंजाम दिया जाता है। अगर पिछला एपिसोड आपने मिस किया है तो आप डिस्क्रिप्शन में दी गई लिंक पर जाकर जरूर देखें। जैसा कि हम अक्सर अपने आसपास देखते हैं, क्रिप्टो की दुनिया में भी असली कम और नकली ज्यादा पाए जाते हैं। अब तक हमने फिशिंग के कई प्रकार देखे हैं। आइए इस एपिसोड में ऐसे कुछ और फिशिंग अटैक्स के बारे में जानते हैं। तो इस एपिसोड में हम जानेंगे कि फेक ब्राउजर एक्सटेंशन, आइस फिशिंग और क्रिप्टो मैलवेयर अटैक्स किस तरह से किए जाते हैं। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं फेक ब्राउजर एक्सटेंशन से। फेक ब्राउजर एक्सटेंशन इंटरनेट यूजर्स के लिए बेहद ही खतरनाक साबित हो सकता है। ये एक्सटेंशन मैलिशियस प्लगइन्स होते हैं जिन्हें आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर और लॉगिन जानकारी सहित प्राइवेट डेटा चोरी करने के लिए बनाया जाता है। जब मैलिशियस प्लगइन्स आपके कंप्यूटर या मोबाइल पर इंस्टॉल होते हैं, तब आपको ऐसे विज्ञापन दिखने शुरू हो जाते हैं जो बिल्कुल भी किसी काम के नहीं होते हैं। इन विज्ञापनों पर जब आप क्लिक करते हो तो आपका कंप्यूटर या मोबाइल इस मैलवेयर से संक्रमित हो जाता है और आपको नकली वेबसाइटों पर भेज दिया जाता है। देखा जाए तो अधिकांश समय इन फेक वेबसाइटों या फिशिंग ईमेल का उपयोग नकली ब्राउजर एक्सटेंशन फैलाने के लिए किया जाता है। अगर आप नकली ब्राउजर एक्सटेंशन को इंस्टॉल करते हो तो उसे निकालना आपके लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा पेचीदा हो सकता है। ये एक्सटेंशन विशेष रूप से फिशिंग साइटों के रूप में कार्य करते हैं, जिनमें आपके डेटा को टारगेट किया जाता है, जिनमें अधिकांश रूप से प्राइवेट कीज, मेमोनिक फ्रेजेस और की स्टोर फाइलें भी शामिल होती है। आइस फिशिंग अटैक में अटैकर आपको ट्रांजैक्शन पर सिग्नेचर करने के लिए मजबूर करता है, जिसकी वजह से अटैकर सीधे आपके टोकन पर कब्जा कर सकता है। इस अटैक में आपको एक फॉल्स ट्रांजैक्शन ईमेल किया जाता है जो एक रिलायबल सोर्स से आया हुआ प्रतीत होता है। फिर आपको अपनी प्राइवेट कीज का उपयोग करके ट्रांजैक्शन पर सिग्नेचर करने के लिए कहा जाता है। क्रिप्टो मैलवेयर अटैक। अगर आप क्रिप्टो मैलवेयर अटैक के शिकार होते हैं तो आपको क्रिप्टो फिर से पाने के लिए फिरौती देनी पड़ सकती है, जो आपके लिए एक नई मुसीबत खड़ी कर सकता है। क्रिप्टो मैलवेयर अटैक को फिशिंग ईमेल, फेक वेबसाइटें और फर्जी ब्राउजर एक्सटेंशन के माध्यम से फैलाया जाता है। ये मैलवेयर आपके कंप्यूटर या मोबाइल पर इंस्टॉल होने के बाद सबसे पहले आपको आपके फाइलों को इंक्रिप्ट करना शुरू कर देता है, और जब ये फाइलें इंक्रिप्ट हो जाती है तब अटैकर आपसे उन फाइलों को अनलॉक करने के लिए फिरौती की मांग करता है। ये फिरौती भरा मैसेज आपके कंप्यूटर या मोबाइल स्क्रीन पर दिखाया जाता है। अगर आप इन सारे फिशिंग अटैक से बचना चाहते हैं तो सबसे पहले किसी भी अनजान लिंक पर क्लिक न करें, आपकी प्राइवेट इंफॉर्मेशन इंटरनेट पर स्टोर न करें। किसी भी ब्राउजर प्लगइन को इंस्टॉल करने से पहले उस प्लगइन के बारे में अपनी खुद की रिसर्च जरूर करें और हाँ, अपने कंप्यूटर या मोबाइल का एंटीवायरस जरूर अपडेट करें। अगर आप इन छोटी छोटी लेकिन बेहद महत्वपूर्ण बातों पर ध्यान देंगे तो आप इस तरह के अटैक से बच सकते हैं। फिलहाल बस इतना ही। मैं संदीप कसालकर आपसे विदा लेता हूं। आप देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी और इसी तरह के महत्वपूर्ण अपडेट्स पाने के लिए हमारा YouTube चैनल सब्सक्राइब करना न भूलें। सतर्क रहे, सुरक्षित रहे। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं रुचि शर्मा। इंटरनेट के तेजी से हो रहे विकास ने डिजिटल एज की कुछ सबसे एक्साइटिंग डेवलपमेंट्स को जन्म दिया है, जैसे कि नॉन फंजिबल टोकन्स और मेटावर्स। भारत में भी नॉन फंजिबल टोकन्स में रुचि बढ़ रही है। एनएफटी के लिए प्रमुख बाजारों और एप्लीकेशंस में गेमिंग, कलेक्टिबल्स, फाइनेंशियलाइजेशन और सोशल नेटवर्क्स शामिल हैं। मौजूदा टेक्नोलॉजी स्टार्टअप्स ने एनएफटी बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स को अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पर जोड़ने के कारण आर्थिक विकास की संभावना ज्यादा है। दुनिया भर में मेटावर्स की बढ़ती मांग के साथ कई बिजनेस ओनर्स इंडिया में मेटावर्स डेवलपमेंट कंपनियों की सहायता से अपनी परियोजनाओं को मेटावर्स टेक्नोलॉजी में बदल रहे हैं। बढ़ती डोमेस्टिक मार्केट्स, डायनामिक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम और ह्यूज स्किल पूल के कारण अलग अलग बिजनेसेस इंडियन कंपनीज के साथ काम करना चुन रहे हैं, जिनकी वजह से ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि इंडिया में मेटावर्स का भविष्य उज्जवल है। इंडिया में बॉलीवुड, स्पोर्ट्स से लेकर बड़े बड़े ब्रांड्स और आम लोग एनएफटी ट्रेंड को अपना रहे हैं। बॉलीवुड स्टार्स की बात करें तो इसमें सबसे पहला नाम ही सबसे बड़ा नाम है। अमिताभ बच्चन ने नवंबर 2021 में अपने पिता की कविता मधुशाला को एनएफटी का रूप दिया था। उसके बाद सलमान खान, रजनीकांत, कमल हासन, मनीष मल्होत्रा और सनी लियोनी ने भी इस ट्रेंड को फॉलो किया। फिल्मों के मामले में अमिताभ बच्चन स्टारर झुंड, दक्षिण सुपरस्टार यश की KGF 2, प्रभास स्टारर राधेश्याम और अन्य कई फिल्मों के सीन्स, पोस्टर्स और लिमिटेड कलेक्शन एनएफटी फैंस के लिए जारी की जा चुकी हैं। स्पोर्ट्स की दुनिया में भी एनएफटी का फीवर देखने को मिला है। सचिन तेंदुलकर, युवराज सिंह, रोहित शर्मा, दिनेश कार्तिक, सुनील गावस्कर और झूलन गोस्वामी के अलावा कई अन्य स्टार्स भी एनएफटी को अपना चुके हैं। यहाँ तक कि तमिलनाडु पुलिस ने अपने आउटस्टैंडिंग टीम मेंबर्स को सोल बाउंड टोकन्स यानी एनएफटी के फॉर्म में डिजिटल मेडल्स जारी किए हैं। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इंस्टाग्राम पर एनएफटीज लॉन्च, रेडिट की अवतार एनएफटीज, टाइम का एनएफटी में पहला फुल मैगजीन इशू शामिल है।
एनएफटी का जिक्र हो और मेटावर्स का नाम ना आए, ऐसा मुमकिन नहीं है। मेटावर्स को बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज, एंटरटेनमेंट और गेमिंग इंडस्ट्रीज ने भी अपनाया है। मेटावर्स की वर्चुअल दुनिया अब लोगों के लिए बेहद खास बनती जा रही है। इसमें शॉपिंग, गेमिंग, कॉन्सर्ट अटेंड करना, एजीएम रखने से लेकर ट्रेलर रिलीज और टूरिज्म तक कई चीजें मौजूद हैं। यहाँ तक इंडिया में एशिया के पहले मेटावर्स वेडिंग तक को किया जा चुका है। इंडियन एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री ने मेटावर्स के ट्रेंड को जोर शोर से अपनाया है। श्रीमारू डिसेंट्रलैंड मेटावर्स पर सिनेमा ओपन करने वाला है। वाशु भगनानी की पूजा एंटरटेनमेंट ने फर्स्ट वर्चुअल प्लॉट पूजावर्स को अपने नाम किया है और पॉपुलर सिंगर दलेर मेहंदी भी मेटावर्स में बल्ले बल्ले लैंड के मालिक बन चुके हैं। दूसरी तरफ प्रभास की राधेश्याम से लेकर यश की KGF 2, अजय देवगन की रुद्रा से लेकर अमिताभ बच्चन की झुंड और कमल हासन की विक्रम तक कई फिल्मों ने मेटावर्स में एंट्री कर ली है। इसे एक कदम आगे ले जाते हुए पूजा एंटरटेनमेंट की अक्षय कुमार और टाइगर श्रॉफ स्टारर बड़े मियां छोटे मियां मेटावर्स में रिलीज की जाने वाली पहली फिल्म बनने जा रही है। महिंद्रा एंड महिंद्रा, तनिष्क और मेक माई ट्रिप जैसी इंडियन कंपनीज ने मेटावर्स स्पेस में एंट्री की है और डिजिटल फ्यूचर का मार्ग प्रशस्त कर रही हैं। डिजिटल दुनिया में अपने ऑपरेशंस एक्सपैंड करने के लिए मार्केटिंग टूल के रूप में मेटावर्स रिलेटेड टूल्स और NFTs इस्तेमाल करने वाली कंपनियां कई सेक्टर्स में फैली हुई हैं। हाल ही में मुकेश अंबानी की रिलायंस की AGM को मेटावर्स में होस्ट किया गया था। वहीं शहरों के मामले में तमिलनाडु अब मेटावर्स हब बनने जा रहा है और बैंगलोर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट लिमिटेड टर्मिनल 2 को मेटावर्स में लाने से लेकर कर्नाटका में टूरिस्ट को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए सरकार द्वारा मेटावर्स में मौजूद थीम पार्क का ब्लूप्रिंट भी शेयर कर दिया गया है। इंडिया में अधिकांश मिलेनियल्स और जेन ज़ी ने मेटावर्स और NFT के बारे में अपनी रुचि दिखाई है। इंडिया पहले से ही गेमिंग और एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण मार्केट है। हाल में कड़े रेगुलेशन के बावजूद मार्केट वेंचर्स के लिए ओपन है। मेटावर्स में हो रहे इस क्रांति का सभी इंडस्ट्री प्लेयर्स अच्छे से फायदा उठा रहे हैं। तो आज की इस स्पेशल स्टोरी में फिलहाल इतना ही। हम आपसे फिर मिलेंगे ऐसी ही ताजा जानकारियों के साथ। तब तक के लिए देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी। हमारे चैनल को लाइक, शेयर और सब्सक्राइब जरूर करें।
We will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFT.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ रुचि शर्मा। Web3 की दुनिया धीरे धीरे नहीं बल्कि काफी तेजी से हमारे आसपास की दुनिया को बदल रही है और इसमें ब्लॉकचेन ने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। तो ब्लॉकचेन क्या है? ब्लॉकचेन ट्रांजैक्शन रिकॉर्ड करने, एसेट को ट्रैक करने और ट्रस्ट बिल्ड करने के लिए एक इम्यूटेबल लेजर की तरह है, यानी एक डेटाबेस जिसमें कोई अनधिकृत छेड़छाड़ संभव नहीं होती। और इन्हीं बातों का प्रयास ब्लॉकचेन के जरिए हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम को बेहतर बनाने के लिए किया जा रहा है। हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम में शेयर लेजर पूरी जानकारी का डेटाबेस है। इस डेटाबेस को डॉक्टर, मरीज और पेशेंट हिस्ट्री के साथ जुड़े हुए सभी संबंधित लोग देख सकते हैं। ब्लॉकचेन को एक नए ब्लॉक के रूप में अपडेट किया जाता है। इसमें सभी पक्षों को डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड डेटा का जॉइंट ओनर और कंट्रीब्यूटर माना जाता है। उदाहरण के तौर पर हम पेशेंट के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड यानी कि EMR को ही ले सकते हैं। ब्लॉकचेन पर EMR को पेशेंट का इलाज कर रहे डॉक्टर अपडेट कर सकते हैं। वहीं पेशेंट भी अपनी मेडिकल जांच की रिपोर्ट EMR में अपडेट कर सकते हैं, जिसे उनके साथ साथ डॉक्टर भी देख सकते हैं। ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी में मौजूद ये इम्यूटेबल लेजर हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स को हर तरह से फायदा पहुंचा रहा है। मेडिकल स्कूल की डिग्री हासिल करनी हो, क्लिनिक की जमीन इत्यादि संबंधी जानकारी हो या फिर किसी क्लिनिकल ट्रायल संबंधी कोई रिकॉर्ड, सब अब ब्लॉकचेन पर सुरक्षित रखा जा सकता है। हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम की जरूरतों में फिट बैठते हुए ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी को ट्रांसपेरेंसी और सिक्योर तरीके से काम करने के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है। कहा जा सकता है कि हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ब्लॉकचेन एक सही टेक्नोलॉजी है। ब्लॉकचेन में बड़ी आसानी से भरोसेमंद डेटा को सुरक्षित रखा जा सकता है। ब्लॉकचेन आम लोगों में हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम को लेकर विश्वास स्थापित करने में अहम भूमिका निभा सकती है। लेकिन ब्लॉकचेन के लिए हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम में मौजूद डेटा का साइज और नेचर थोड़ी बहुत मुश्किल पैदा कर सकता है। ब्लॉकचेन पर बड़ी मात्रा में डेटा को सुरक्षित रूप से स्टोर करने के दौरान HIPAA और GDPR जैसे कंप्लायंस की जरूरत पेचीदगी को बढ़ाती है। लेकिन कुछ कंपनियां और संस्थान इसे आसान करने में जुट गए हैं। हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम से जुड़ी हेडरा कंपनी स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लिए हैश ग्राफ का इस्तेमाल करती है। वही डिजिटल हेल्थ प्लेटफॉर्म सेफ मेयो क्लिनिक कोविड-19 टेस्ट और हेल्थ सिस्टम को वेरीफाई करने के लिए ब्लॉकचेन का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। तेजी से आगे बढ़ने वाले टेक्नोलॉजी के जमाने में हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर और रिसीवर के बीच अब सब कुछ स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर आधारित है और वो दिन दूर नहीं जब ब्लॉकचेन भारत के हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम को और अधिक आसान, तेज और फायदेमंद बनाने में अहम भूमिका निभाएगी। इस खास स्टोरी में फिलहाल इतना ही। ऐसी और दिलचस्प स्टोरीज के लिए देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी।
And welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. We are at Zeev's Web3 Titans event and I have with me Mr. Ravi Chamria, the co-founder and CEO of Zeev. Welcome to 3.0 TV, sir.
Yeah, hi Vishakha.
So, Web3 is already driving trillions of dollars into the economic activity. So, what do you think is going to be the impact of Web3 in the future global economy?
Yeah, so I think Web3 is growing, especially if you see the last couple of years. It has been growing very rapidly. And just because, you know, this technology brings in a lot of trust and transparency. So what we are seeing is a new version of internet. So we are very excited that, you know, Web3 is going to add new business models, will improve efficiency across industries. There are a lot of consortiums which are trying to do that. So yeah, so it will produce a huge impact in the global economy.
So if you talk about cryptocurrencies, the year 2022 was like a roller coaster ride. So what do you expect from this year, 2023?
Yeah, so I think 2022 has been an exciting year. But the way I see it, you know, like Nassim Taleb talks about anti-fragility. So I believe Web3 is anti-fragile. And these kind of events like, you know, the failure of Terra Luna or FTX or Celsius, etc., they're making the whole Web3 ecosystem even more robust. These are, I would say, early inefficiencies or mismanagement, etc., that needs to be moved out of the system to make the system even better. So we are very excited about 2023. We are already seeing, you know, a lot of exciting developments are happening in the NFT space. A lot of new protocols are coming in on the layer 2 side, on the scalability side. Players like Shardium bringing in sharding chain, etc. And a lot of traction is happening in the enterprise space also, especially after tokenization, both fungible as well as NFTs. So yeah, so we are very excited about 2023. I think we'll see that the market has moved beyond these failures. And even if they keep on happening, it doesn't matter because there will be much more discipline within the market.
Since you spoke about NFTs, which segment of NFT will get the maximum traction this year?
So I think now people have already started thinking beyond collectibles. So a lot of startups have come in the music and other media assets. So that's one area. The second most interesting aspect is the whole real world assets, whether it be financial assets like invoices or carbon credits or mutual funds, etc., or it be tangible assets like real estate, etc. So we are going to see not just NFTs, but I'm basically talking about fungible, non-fungible, semi-fungible, all different kind of tokens. Like non-transferable tokens again is going to pick up very well, where you know soul-based tokens or non-transferable tokens will also have already been started. People have started using it for personal credentials or individual credentials. And then we are going to see that in invoices and real estate and, you know, quite a few other kind of assets.
So what future do you see of the NFTs?
Yeah, so we are very excited because NFT has first time, you know, proven that you can have an absolute ownership and you can have a proper audit trail, which is an immutable audit trail of the transaction which has happened. So the kind of litigations we see and the kind of cases which are pending in the court today are mostly related to mortgages, you know, clear title. That's a big challenge. So NFTs are going to solve just by the sheer, you know, clear title, ownership, transferability, etc. is going to change how we transact assets, you know.
So what is the idea behind Zeev's Web3 Titans event?
Yeah, so our idea is to, you know, this whole event is geared towards evangelism, building community, and increased adoption of Web3 among the users. Most of the meetup participants are either students or early builders, and who wants to learn, who wants to understand what Web3 is. So whole idea of these meetups is to interact with more and more people who are interested to know about Web3, who are planning to build in Web3, or who are already building in Web3. And we, as one of the leading infrastructure players in the Web3 space, would like to help out more and more developers to be part of Web3 ecosystem.
So developer hiring is quite painful. So how do you think it can be solved in the near future?
One of the interesting aspects is hackathon, where you can actually give a challenge, you can see how developers have been building, and based on that you can do a selection. And then there are a few interesting startups coming in the Web3 space where they are democratizing the whole hiring piece also with proper privacy. So that, I think, again is going to make some changes in the HR or the hiring space.
If we talk about metaverse, countries and companies are betting big on it. So is the future of metaverse bright?
Yeah, 100%. But yes, right now I would say that it's too early, because metaverse is all about having immersive experiences, much better than experience. So I would say that the kind of experience that we see in person, we should be able to emulate or simulate that kind of experience virtually. So there's a huge gap, moving from Zoom videos to those immersive experiences where we actually feel no difference. So yes, necessary ecosystem components are being built. AR, VR, other technologies are maturing. The different kind of headsets, etc., are becoming more affordable. Once this happens, and then blockchain is playing a role to bring in digital identity, financial transactions, token-based assets, etc. A lot of interactions will start happening in a much more trusted manner using blockchain. So combine, VR, AR, and other technologies, immersive technologies, plus blockchain. Metaverse is definitely very promising, and I think it's a natural extension. So we have seen, how in Web2, virtual interactions have improved business processes, right? And we have seen, during COVID, a lot of digital transformation took place. People who are already digitally transformed, they actually took benefit of the lockdowns, right? So people have realized that, as the world moves, more international borders are getting diluted. So you require digital transformation, and metaverse is just a natural extension of that.
So what are the advantages for early adopters of Web3?
Yeah, so early adopters, because right now these are early days, and you can be part of Web3 means you are building the early startups in this space, early components, and you can be the top players of tomorrow.
Absolutely. So, all right. Thank you so much, sir, for being on 3.0 TV and sharing your knowledge and insights with our viewers.
Thanks, Vishaka.
Mumbai Indians eager to enter NFT world. Rolls-Royce launches exclusive NFT collection. And Kia's first NFT collection covers adoption cost for 22,000 pets. All this and lots more happening in the NFT-verse. Hello and welcome, I am Ruchi Sharma. In this special show, we will get you all the latest news, updates, as well as interesting details from NFT world. We will also have a special guest on the show for expert view. Let's start with the most talked about news of the week. So let's move to our video wall. Mumbai Indians, the Indian Premier League cricket team owned by Reliance Industries, India Wind Sports Private Limited has released a call for proposal for its NFTs. The franchise stated that it is searching for a business to deliver services linked to the production and monetization of particular licensed digital collectibles in the form of NFTs derived from its intellectual properties to leverage the value of the team's worldwide brand. While other franchises are also working on developing their own digital collectibles, this is the only IPL team to have issued a bid request. To talk more on the current NFT market situation, we have a special guest with us, Mr. Mru Patel, founder My Tokenized Capital. Mr. Patel, last year we saw NFT volumes as well as sales going down drastically. What is your overall view of the current market situation?
I am into and building, and have finished building one, but doing additional bits. To say anything is possible where the user can be their own coin. So when I say be the coin, with their NFT, their identity and their wallet, I collect watches, I collect art, I collect memorabilia, I have so many YouTube things, I've got many articles, I've written books, I collect wine, blah, blah, blah. These are all real world assets. I can create NFT versions of all of these and get a digital as well as a physical thing. It's when you bring the digital and physical together, I think that's where most of the value will go. So if you are a Messi or someone, then of course you can buy a Messi NFT, but until he sends you that shirt signed or whatever it is to fix the physical and the virtual, it won't have a big value. It'll be like these little Pokemon cards that only a few will have value rather than the masses.
Moving on, Rolls-Royce is ready to drive you crazy. British luxury car manufacturer Rolls-Royce launched a new NFT collection matching its newly unleashed Phantom car series in a private event in Dubai. Rolls-Royce released 6 new cars. Rolls-Royce has teamed up with digital artist Sacha Joffrey to launch the NFT project dubbed The 6 Elements. Under the new integration, Joffrey has created 6 NFT artworks, each depicting the newly launched car. The new car-inspired NFT collection will represent 5 universal elements: earth, wind, air, fire, and water. The 6th one will represent humanity. High-quality luxury car brand Rolls-Royce joins other car makers in the NFT space, including Mercedes-Benz, which recently announced plans to launch its new car-inspired NFT collection in the metaverse. Now let's cut across to our guest, Mr. Mru Patel, once again. So what future do you see for NFTs?
So next year, we're doing a carbon credits based tokenized platform and an exchange next year, for example. But it has an NFT element to it. So where you burn it, the NFT then dies. So you have to buy in it and be a member for the NFT. And depends on which NFT you buy, you get different levels of exposure, what credits you can buy, earn, eat, throw, burn out, whatever. So when you have real world live use cases, which I think will start happening next year, those are the NFTs people should buy rather than just a silly picture.
Thank you so much for sharing your views with us and for giving us your valuable time. Now let's move on to our next news. If you are a fashion freak and love Prada, then we have good news for you. Prada has announced the release of its latest time capsule NFT iteration for January, which would be its 8th exclusive time capsule drop. It will be accompanied by a gift NFT that gives buyers access to exclusive content. Using the optical interference technique and mechanical devices of Ragazzini's own invention, the designs for this shirt dates back to 1969 and was made for an exhibition at London's Institute of Contemporary Art. Each shirt in the collection features a unique print from the photographer's archive from the late 1960s and early 1970s. The Poplin shirt features a Prada enameled triangle emblem on the chest pocket saying January on the back. Each Prada shirt comes with a gift NFT which acts as an invitation to join the exclusive Cryptid NFT club. The time capsule drop will be available for only 24 hours and in a limited quantity, just 50 shirts across many countries. Yet again, NFTs are raising funds for a cause, but this time it's Kia's initiative. Kia's US unit earlier this year minted its first digital collectibles to raise funds for a US non-profit working to elevate overcrowded animal shelters. The car company raised $100,000 for the non-profit, the Pet Finder Foundation, by auctioning off thousands of robotic puppy-themed NFTs. That amount, plus an additional $500,000 in fiat from Kia, has now covered the adoption cost of more than 22,000 animals residing in shelters. The NFTs, rolled out in February 2022, feature RoboDog, the robotic puppy starring in Kia's Super Bowl spot last year. In doing so, Kia became the latest to support the growing trend of the donation via digital collectibles model. New Year opened doors for NFTs in China. China introduced its first regulated platform for non-fungible tokens trading on January 1st, 2023. The group that functions as a secondary market for the trade of NFTs was founded by the state-owned Chinese Technology Exchange, the state-owned Art Exhibitions China, and the privately owned Hubun Digital Copyrights Limited. According to a previous ruling by China's Hangzhou Internet Court on November 29, 2022, NFTs are regarded as virtual property and therefore legally protected and thus have the object characteristics of property rights such as value, scarcity, controllability, and tradability. Despite the fact that Bitcoin ownership is acknowledged as virtual property that is protected by the law, cryptocurrency exchanges have been forbidden in China since 2021. Well, that's all in this special show, NFTverse. We will be back with more interesting stories from the world of NFTs. This is me, Ruchi Sharma, signing off. Do like, share, and subscribe to 3.0 TV, and have a great day.
And welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. We are at Zeev's Web3 Titans event, and I have with me Mr. Smith Khakkar, the co-founder and CTO of CoinCrunch India. Welcome to 3.0 TV, Smith.
Hey, happy to be here and discussing crypto with you.
It's a pleasure to have you, Smith, on our channel. So Web3, if we talk about Web3, Web3 is already driving trillions of dollars into the economic activity. So what do you think is going to be the impact of Web3 on future global economy?
I think Web3 will play a major part in future global economy as well as finance. Web3 is a paradigm shift when it comes to finance. The entire banking ecosystem was established around 200 to 250 years ago. Now we see a complete change in how finances work with Web3. So though Web3 is at a nascent stage right now, but going forward in the next decade, I think going forward the next decade would be of Web3 and crypto. We will see banks, financial institutions adopting blockchains. So a lot of banks have already started doing POCs, issuing loans on top of blockchains, credit letters on top of blockchains. So going forward, we might see a lot of financial companies integrating blockchain solutions in their processes, and going forward also move entirely to the blockchain.
How do you think Web3 will kind of aid in the developer hiring, or how Web3 is going to play a part in helping the businesses or the entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so after the tech boom in 1990s, we saw a lot of developer demand. Developers who are well versed with Web 2 technologies. So same goes with any new technology that comes around the market. So right now, the Web3 developer market is not that big, but demand is huge. The supply is less. So I think that going forward, we need a lot of new developers who are well versed with Web3, because all these banks are definitely not going to build these tools themselves. They will need developers who can code smart contracts, who can build on top of multiple blockchains. So this is why a lot of companies, a lot of Web3 companies these days have something called as DevRels, who build these developer communities, educate them, organize events, and help with onboarding developers from Web 2 to Web 3.
So the year 2022 was like a roller coaster ride for cryptocurrencies. So what do you expect from this year, 2023?
First of all, I think 2023 will be not that of a roller coaster ride compared to 2022, because there was a lot of noise in 2021, 2022. This year we will see a lot of noise, reducing a lot of noise, and only serious companies, serious startups that are actually building for the growth of Web3 surviving. And we'll see a lot of Web3 founders who are serious enough will put their heads down and build for the next decade of Web3. So this year we'll see a lot of tech advancements, like we already are seeing a lot of Web3 companies, multiple Web3 companies coming out with ZK EVM. So the ZK tech will mature, like ZK for privacy will mature in a year or two. ZK for scalability will also pick up. So technically this year would be good as there is less noise, so founders can focus on building.
So would you like to comment on the recent FTX collapse?
Yeah, so FTX collapse has further added to, the filtering out of noise. We see that as FTX went down, a lot other companies which were associated with FTX in some or the other way, these companies had to go for the betterment of Web3. As it happened sooner than later. If this would have happened like a few years down the line, a lot more companies would have blown up. So I think in a way, I feel bad and I feel sorry for the people who lost money in FTX. But I think after the FTX has gone, in the next coming months, we might see a lot more, not exchanges, but companies that are, not financially sound, who didn't have good risk management policies. So we might see these companies going down. And any company that had good financial management, good policies in place might survive.
So investors are quite optimistic. So any message you would like to give to the investors?
So investors, first and foremost, do not invest into anything that you don't understand. First. Second is, when you invest into anything, not only crypto, be it stocks or land or any asset class, even gold, do your due diligence before investing. Understand what you are investing into, what the underlying asset class does, what is it backed by, what are the future prospects, and do not just speculate because you see returns. Your every investment should be backed by logic. Any industry, not only crypto, but any investment decision should be backed by logic. So that's what I would like to say to the investors.
All right. So thank you so much, Smith, for sharing your knowledge and insights with our viewers. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure talking about crypto and developer ecosystem, FTX and everything.
Thank you so much for being on 3.2 TV.
This is Tuvalu, an island in the Pacific which is on the brink of sinking. The sinking island is now trying desperately to save its sagging fortunes and is determined to become the world's first digital nation in the metaverse.
As our land disappears, we have no choice but to become the world's first digital nation. Piece by piece, we'll preserve our country, provide solace to our people, and remind our children and our grandchildren what our home once was.
Citizens of Tuvalu, young and old, are now trying to relocate to safer locations. Tuvalu's Minister for Justice, Communication and Foreign Affairs, Simon Coffey, has said that creating a digital twin of Tuvalu could preserve the country's culture. We are sinking. That's what the minister said. Take a look.
We are sinking, but so is everyone else. And no matter if we feel the impacts today, like in Tuvalu, or in 100 years, we will all still feel the dire effects of this global crisis one day.
Tuvalu's tragedy has sparked off global concerns on climate change.
You don't have to cede power by acting on climate change. And do you want to be a leader that you look back in time and say that you were on the wrong side of the argument when the world was crying out for a solution? And it's as simple as that, I think.
Droughts, floods, storms and wildfires are devastating lives and livelihoods across the globe. The window to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees is closing fast. In other words, we are headed for a global catastrophe.
And the reason for this unfortunate tragedy is the blind race for a rapidly growing economy. But at what cost?
Everything we've achieved in the last 10,000 years was enabled by the stability during this time. The global temperature has not wavered over this period by more than plus or minus 1 degree Celsius. We are already in trouble.
The UN and the USA have already raised a red flag over deteriorating health of the planet.
We need to ensure that the financing will be there, both public and private, to meet the moment on climate change and to help us seize the opportunity for good jobs, strong economies, and a more secure world.
If we are going to act on the scale that's required, climate change can't be seen anywhere in the world as just an opportunity to score political points.
Well, Tuvalu could just be a wake-up call for the rest of the world, since there could be many more Tuvalus the world over. Tuvalu has already taken its first step towards reviving its fortunes as a nation in the metaverse. Tuvalu is an archipelago consisting of 9 islands located between Australia and Hawaii, with a population of approximately 12,000 people. It is also the 4th smallest country by area in the entire world. The Pacific nation has been one of the biggest voices in the fight against climate change that has affected its very existence beyond imagination. Every year, the country suffers severe flooding caused by high tides, with scientists predicting that the island will become uninhabitable in future. With global temperatures expected to rise substantially as well, the island nation says it has no choice but to build a digital version of itself. The idea aims to preserve Tuvalu's history and culture before the nation goes underwater, if at all it does, and unfortunately so. The project, which was announced by Tuvalu Minister Simon Coffey at the UN Climate Change Conference, will catalogue, map, record and save historical documents, records of cultural practice, family albums and traditional songs. The aim is to capture as much of Tuvaluan island life as possible. Tuvalu has teamed up with global creative agency, The Monkeys, for the project. The Monkeys have created a dedicated website showing the digital project's progress. Over the past few years, Tuvalu has been developing digital solutions that could mitigate the impact of climate change on its citizens. In 2021, the government took steps towards establishing a Tuvalu National Digital Ledger, which would secure its citizens' data on a public blockchain. Well, none of us would ever want Tuvalu to ever lose its physical existence, but the 12,000 citizens of the world's fourth smallest country are sure going to interact real time in an immersive virtual world very soon as it becomes the world's first digital nation. Well, that's all in today's special story. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off. For more such updates, keep watching 3.0 TV. Do like, share and subscribe to our channel.
विश्व भर में कई तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी मौजूद हैं। उन्हीं में से एक टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में आज हम बात करेंगे, जिसे पूरी दुनिया में तेजी से अपनाया जा रहा है। दरअसल उस टेक्नोलॉजी का नाम है ब्लॉकचेन, जो अपनी नायाब डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड लेजर टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से सुर्खियों में है।
ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी के बढ़ते क्रेज की वजह से देश और दुनिया में लोग इसकी खासियत के बारे में जान रहे हैं। इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज हम आप सभी को भारत की उन कंपनियों के बारे में बताएंगे जो ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल से काम को सुरक्षित तरीके से कर रहे हैं।
इस लिस्ट में सबसे पहला नाम TCS का है। रेवेन्यू के हिसाब से भारत की सबसे बड़ी IT सेवा प्रदाता टाटा कंसल्टेंसी सर्विसेज ने ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी को अपनाया है। इस तरह से कंपनी वैश्विक स्तर पर वित्तीय सेवाओं और दूसरे क्षेत्रों में ब्लॉकचेन आधारित समाधानों को विकसित करने के साथ साथ लागू भी कर रही है। इतना ही नहीं, कंपनी के अंदर TCS ने एक स्टार्टअप TCS क्वाड्स को विकसित किया है, जिसके जरिए से ग्राहकों को ब्लॉकचेन आधारित समाधान प्राप्त हो रहे हैं। साथ ही भारतीय राज्य सरकारों ने TCS के साथ अलग अलग सार्वजनिक परियोजनाओं और नागरिक सेवाओं के लिए ब्लॉकचेन आधारित बुनियादी ढांचा तैयार करने की योजना पर चर्चा भी की है।
लिस्ट में दूसरा नाम टाटा मोटर्स का है। ये टाटा समूह की एक दूसरी कंपनी है जिसने ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी सर्कुलर में निवेश किया है। इस निवेश के साथ जैगुआर लैंड रोवर यानी JLR कंपनी की वेंचर कैपिटल और मोबिलिटी सर्विस आर्म को ज्यादा पारदर्शिता के साथ प्रीमियम मटेरियल प्राप्त करने में सक्षम बनाता है।
मुकेश अंबानी ने 2019 में रिलायंस की एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग में अपने एक बयान में कहा था कि उनकी ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक का फायदा उठाने की बड़ी योजना है, जिसके बाद ब्लॉकचेन के नजरिए से अगस्त 2019 में रिलायंस जियो ने हजारों नोड्स के साथ भारत के सबसे बड़े ब्लॉकचेन नेटवर्क में से एक को स्थापित करने की घोषणा की थी। उस मौके पर अंबानी ने कहा था कि ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक का इस्तेमाल लगभग किसी भी तरह के लेन देन के लिए पूरी सुरक्षा, विश्वास, स्वचालन और दक्षता प्रदान करेगा। जियो के पास कई न्यायालयों में लगभग 371 पेटेंट हैं। अकेले वित्तीय वर्ष 2021 में कंपनी ने 38 पेटेंट के लिए आवेदन किया और उनमें से 40 उन्हें हासिल हुए। ऐसे में पेटेंट द्वारा कवर किया गया एक प्रमुख प्रौद्योगिकी क्षेत्र क्वांटम ब्लॉकचेन नेटवर्क टेक्नोलॉजी था। इसके अलावा मुकेश अंबानी की रिलायंस ने एक बड़ी छलांग लगाते हुए मेटावर्स में निवेश किया है, एक ऐसी आभासी दुनिया जिसमें ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक शामिल है।
IT कंपनियों को टेक्नोलॉजी अपनाने और पेश करने के लिए जाना जाता है। ऐसे में इस सूची में इन्फोसिस का नाम न आए ऐसा हो नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वह चाहकर भी ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी से दूर नहीं रह सकते। इन्फोसिस की फिनिकल नाम से एक डिजिटल बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशन है। फिनिकल एजवर्स सिस्टम्स का एक हिस्सा है जो इन्फोसिस की पूर्ण स्वामित्व वाली उत्पाद सहायक कंपनी है। ऐसे में 2016 वो समय था जब एजवर्स सिस्टम्स ने अपना पहला ब्लॉकचेन सॉल्यूशन लॉन्च किया। फिर 2018 में एक दूसरे ब्लॉकचेन आधारित सॉल्यूशन फिनिकल ट्रेड कनेक्ट को लॉन्च किया। सरल भाषा में कहा जाए तो फिनिकल बड़े बैंकों को पुराने IT सिस्टम को आधुनिक बनाने में मदद करता है। इसके अलावा साल 2019 में इन्फोसिस ने सरकारी सेवाओं, बीमा और आपूर्ति श्रृंखला प्रबंधन के लिए 3 ब्लॉकचेन संचालित वित्तीय एप्लीकेशन को भी लॉन्च किया था।
टाटा स्टील टाटा समूह की एक और दूसरी कंपनी है जिसने ब्लॉकचेन को अपनाया है। इस साल अप्रैल में टाटा स्टील ने HSBC के साथ मिलकर एक ब्लॉकचेन एनेबल्ड पेपरलेस ट्रेड ट्रांजैक्शन को निष्पादित किया, जिसके बाद स्टील की दिग्गज कंपनी और UAE आधारित कंपनी के साथ व्यापार वित्त सौदे को पूरा करने के लिए ब्लॉकचेन प्लेटफॉर्म का इस्तेमाल किया गया। इसके साथ टाटा स्टील ने दूसरे क्षेत्रों में भी इसी तरह के अवसरों का पता लगाने के अपने इरादे का संकेत दिया है। इतना ही नहीं, टाटा स्टील का मानना है कि ब्लॉकचेन खनन और धातु कंपनियों के लिए कार्बन उत्सर्जन का पता लगाने में मदद कर सकता है।
टेलीकॉम रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया ने सभी दूरसंचार कंपनियों को ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक को अपनाने का आदेश दिया है। टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक का इस्तेमाल स्पैम कॉल्स की समस्या से निपटने में मददगार होगा। साथ ही साथ ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करने से ऑफिशियल अनरजिस्टर्ड टेलीमार्केटिंग कंपनियों को ट्रैक करने में सक्षम होंगे। टेलीकॉम कंपनियों का मानना है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के इस्तेमाल के साथ साथ ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल से टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री की ज्यादातर कमियों को दूर करने में मदद मिलेगी।
इंडियन टी बोर्ड संपूर्ण आपूर्ति श्रृंखला में पता लगाने की योग्यता को बढ़ाने में मदद करने के लिए ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक को अपनाने की योजना बना रहा है। दरअसल मिलावट के कारण टी बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया को उत्पादित होने वाली चाय की गुणवत्ता में गिरावट का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। ऐसे में ब्लॉकचेन तकनीक को अपनाने से हर कदम पर रिकॉर्ड रखने में मदद मिलेगी। इससे जवाबदेही बढ़ाने में भी मदद मिलेगी और अधिकारियों को समस्या क्षेत्रों की पहचान करने और उन्हें सुलझाने में भी मदद मिलेगी।
इस टेक्नोलॉजी को अभी देश के भीतर मौजूद कई उद्योगों द्वारा अच्छे से समझना बाकी है। ऐसे में गलतफहमी है कि ब्लॉकचेन हाल के सिस्टम की जगह ले लेगा, जो कहीं न कहीं सच हो भी सकता है और नहीं भी। किसी भी तरह से ब्लॉकचेन की ज्यादा प्रयोज्यता हमें दिखाती है कि ये लंबे समय तक रहेगा। भले ही देश में ऐसे व्यवसाय पहले से हैं जो इस टेक्नोलॉजी को अपना चुके हैं और आने वाले समय में ये ट्रेंड जारी रहने वाला है। तो आज के लिए फिलहाल इतना ही। वेब3 की दुनिया से जुड़ी लेटेस्ट न्यूज अपडेट्स पाने के लिए सबसे पहले लाइक एंड शेयर करें हमारा वीडियो, सब्सक्राइब करें हमारा यूट्यूब चैनल और लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाना ना भूलें।
We will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFTs.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं संदीप कसालकर। 3.0 टीवी के इस खास एपिसोड क्रिप्टो क्राइम्स में आपका स्वागत है। पिछले एपिसोड में हमने जाना कि फार्मिंग, इविल ट्विन और वॉइस फिशिंग अटैक्स को किस तरह से अंजाम दिया जाता है। अगर पिछला एपिसोड आपने मिस किया है तो आप डिस्क्रिप्शन में दी गई लिंक पर जाकर जरूर देखें। इस एपिसोड में हम जानेंगे कि एसएमएस फिशिंग, डीएनएस हाईजैकिंग और फिशिंग बोट्स अटैक्स किस तरह से किए जाते हैं। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। एसएमएस फिशिंग अटैक। एसएमएस फिशिंग को स्मिशिंग के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। इस अटैक में ईमेल के बजाय टेक्स्ट मैसेजेस का उपयोग किया जाता है। स्मिशिंग अटैकर्स अपने विक्टिम्स को बड़ी चालाकी से उस तरह के मैसेजेस भेजते हैं जो ऑफिशियल बिजनेस मैसेजेस के समान दिखाई देते हैं। इन एसएमएस में लिंक होता है जिसमें आपके लॉगिन की जानकारी मांगी जाती है। जैसे आप इस लिंक को ओपन करते हैं और लॉगिन की जानकारी देते हैं, अटैकर तुरंत ही आपके अकाउंट पर काबू पा लेते हैं। डीएनएस हाईजैकिंग। इस तरह के अटैक में एक वैलिड वेबसाइट को टारगेट किया जाता है। इन वेबसाइट के डीएनएस यानी डोमेन नेम सिस्टम के एंट्रीज यानी ओरिजिनल आईपी एड्रेस को बदलकर बोगस वेबसाइट का आईपी एड्रेस एंटर किया जाता है। फिर जैसे ही आप वैलिड वेबसाइट को एंटर करते हैं तो वो सीधा आपको एक फेक वेबसाइट पर रीडायरेक्ट करता है। आपको बता दूं कि डीएनएस आईपी एड्रेस को चेंज करके और राउटर पर नियंत्रण पाकर एक साथ बहुत सारे कंप्यूटर्स को मैलवेयर से संक्रमित किया जा सकता है, जो कि एक कोई बड़ी कंपनी के लिए बहुत ही खतरनाक साबित हो सकता है। फिशिंग बोट्स। फिशिंग बोट्स एक तरह का कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम होता है जिसमें ऑटोमेटिक फिशिंग अटेम्प्ट करने के मैक्रोज सेट किए जाते हैं। इस तरह के फिशिंग बोट्स का उपयोग फेक वेबसाइट्स को डेवलप करने और सर्वर्स पर होस्ट करने के लिए किया जाता है और साथ ही इन फिशिंग बोट्स का उपयोग बल्क फिशिंग ईमेल्स करने के लिए भी किया जाता है। ये फिशिंग बोट्स इस तरह से प्रोग्राम होते हैं जिससे आपकी लॉगिन डिटेल्स और प्राइवेट डाटा को ऑटोमेटिकली चुराया जाता है। इन फिशिंग बोट्स का उपयोग स्पैमिंग और डिनायल ऑफ सर्विस जैसे अटैक्स के कंजक्शन में भी किया जाता है। तो अगले एपिसोड में हम कुछ ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण फिशिंग अटैक्स के बारे में जानकारी लेंगे। मैं संदीप कसालकर फिलहाल आपसे विदा लेता हूं। आप देखते रहिए 3.OTV और इसी तरह के महत्वपूर्ण अपडेट्स पाने के लिए हमारा YouTube चैनल सब्सक्राइब करना न भूलें। नमस्कार।
How long it will take before cryptocurrencies has the same importance, ease and equal amount of value as the fiat currencies. So I am Manoj Dara and you are watching this special story on 3.0TV. Money is not what cryptocurrencies are. A cryptocurrency is a software program that consists of tokens or units that can be safely and securely transferred from one owner to the other. The publicly accessible, broadly displayed database called a blockchain stores transactions. So according to economists from the Bank of International Settlements, which is BIS, the use of public blockchain leads to fragmentation, which implies cryptocurrencies will never be a suitable form of payment. The BIS analysis claimed that when the number of transactions per block approaches its limit, the cost of transaction increases, driving the consumers to seek out alternative blockchains. So BIS is an organization that represents the world's main central banks. So, according to them, this fragmentation means blockchain cannot harness the beneficial network effect associated with the traditional money. So, this is something, an important point. Please keep an eye on this. So, does it mean that the basic fundamentals of money are we going to experience? So, cryptocurrencies do not adequately meet the functional requirements of money, and economists believe that the money performs three basic functions such as store of value, medium of exchange, and the unit of account. So what is store of value? We will discuss this. People feel comfortable holding their wealth in it. So despite the fact that many individuals own Bitcoin, its frequent significant price swings make it particularly risky investments for storing one's wealth, isn't it? So due to a number of issues including rising interest rates, the collapse of Terra Luna and the implosion of FTX, the market capitalization of cryptocurrencies has fallen from $3 trillion level, which is actually reached to under $1 trillion as we speak. So the second point which we're trying to explain is the medium of exchange. Even though several well-known businesses including Microsoft, PayPal and Starbucks have begun to accept cryptocurrencies as payments, many others still do not. For example, if we take an example of PayPal, one of the largest payment processor in the world, PayPal, has announced that it will be accepting Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as payments starting in 2020. So, however, if a user chooses a cryptocurrency as the funding source, the cryptocurrency will be instantaneously converted into fiat money and the payment will be made to the PayPal merchants in the fiat money. So please remember this. This demonstrates that the fiat currency in this case, the US dollar, is a medium of exchange and the cryptocurrencies are not. Dollar and the other currencies are legal tender which must be accepted if offered in payment of a debt. Cryptocurrencies are not. Our third point is a unit of account. Even as investors or a trader who have a great success trading Bitcoin refer to their money in dollars rather than Bitcoin. Dollars, not Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, are used to measure the size of cryptocurrency marketplaces. So while Bitcoin may serve this function someday, it doesn't yet. So overall, if we talk about cryptocurrencies can be used to purchase goods and services, however, they are not generally accepted as a medium of exchange. Cryptocurrencies are also a poor store of value given their volatility, few market participants opine. Further, the unstable nature of cryptocurrencies, including the so-called stable coins, undermines their function as a unit of account. So imagine being unable to budget your lunch if you went out to your favorite restaurant every day and the price of your meal is fluctuating in Bitcoin. Thankfully, the cost of your food is displayed in the currency you earn or you accept while you are traveling, such as the dollar, which is the real money. Thank you for watching this special segment on 3.0 TV. This is Manoj Dara signing off. Keep watching 3.0 TV for more such interesting updates. Thank you.
Hello and a very warm welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. The metaverse has long been gaining traction in both the digital and the real world. The idea of humans interacting with each other in the virtual world using 3D avatars offers several opportunities to users, including in the fields of cryptocurrency, non-fungible tokens, and more. However, as per a study, the immersive virtual world, which is expected to grow to a $679 billion industry by 2030, also poses several risks in terms of trust and safety concerns. The metaverse is attracting large investments from technology giants such as Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia to make the virtual world a reality. As organizations develop their business strategies for the metaverse, trust and safety issues need to be among their foremost considerations. As the metaverse is expected to grow in the coming years, the enterprises will have to face challenges like ensuring the safety of virtual assets, managing data privacy, and preventing the abuse of online avatars. Tackling these novel challenges will require a collaborative approach among enterprises, academia, policymakers, and trust and safety service providers to harness the full potential of metaverse as an immersive yet safe place for users. So with the growing popularity of the metaverse comes the challenges too. Yes, metaverse comes with its own set of potential challenges that will require attention as countries explore the utility of this technology. Now let me tell you about these challenges. The first major challenge is safety. Even before the rollout of Meta's metaverse globally, in its VR social media platform Horizon Worlds, an assault on a beta tester cautioned people about the ugly side of the technology. Since metaverse blurs the line between virtual reality and reality and is unsupervised and unregulated to a great extent, harassment can take place in the virtual world. The first report of a VR-related death has come from Moscow, where a 44-year-old died after falling through a glass table while wearing a HMD headset. A South Korean man was recently sentenced to 4 years prison for storing sexually exploitive content of minors he lured on the metaverse. So with the increased engagement of people in immersive technology, early safeguarding of users will benefit the individual users and platform and address the trust deficit. Companies working in the immersive technology domain can be incentivized to create more applications for a safer environment in the metaverse, which will allow a wider demographic of users to experience the technology. Now, as the metaverse is considered to be an attractive entertainment feed for children, it will be a massive challenge to keep them safe as they use the technology. Unsupervised time in the open social metaverse can expose them to abuse. In the US, research by the Center for Countering Digital Hate published in December 2021 on Facebook's VR Metaverse app shows that in the metaverse, children are more prone to abusive behavior, including bullying, being forced to repeat racist slurs and extremist talking points, and being exposed to traumatic experience like threat of violence. Indeed, even adults are not immune to the dangers that VR can cause, as the line between reality and the virtual world is blurred. Second, interoperability and privacy. So another challenge is the risk that the metaverse will be controlled by a few big tech companies like Google, Amazon, Meta, Apple, and Microsoft. The economics underpinning metaverse will then be linked to the capture of user data, and conservation of privacy will be a massive challenge. Third, assigning accountability. So assigning accountability in a metaverse platform is difficult as the technology transcends geographical boundaries. And to deal with the challenge of content moderation, for one, 4 main areas can be considered in governance with special focus on accountability, individual, community, platform, and government. Metaverse will produce data captured at a higher level like gaze, gesture, speech, and biometric data. Now, this private information needs to be localized, and their storage will be a task which the state needs to handle. Fourth, data security. Sharing of data across boundaries for processing can pose a threat to national security, as the metaverse can be used as a platform for recruitment by terrorist groups and for radicalization, extortion, and social polarization. So data through the metaverse can lead to fraud and identity theft. For example, by hacking via headgear or glasses, hackers can steal personal information. Fifth, cyber syndrome. Open issues of metaverse include high computation power, leading to higher electricity usage and the experience of cyber syndrome. NFT and blockchain technology in the metaverse economy require high computation for maintaining the ledger and validating it. In blockchain technology, the mining process in itself consumes a lot of electricity and has an environmental impact as they use high-end computation. So with the development of immersive technology and smaller and portable devices, there will be a rise in cyber syndrome cases as more people would likely be spending long hours on Web 3.0. Focus on regulatory challenges. So this is a new challenge for intellectual property rights will arise with the metaverse. Ownership of art and properties in the real world is a different domain from that in the virtual, and this has to be protected so that the animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics industries can thrive. So NFTs can raise legal concerns over intellectual property ownership and rights, and due diligence on the terms and smart contract that is a part of the NFT transaction needs to be exercised to avoid IP theft. So as of now, India is largely unequipped to deal with the issues arising from metaverse technology. And balance needs to be maintained between data and sharing with trust and data to be processed within the geographical boundaries of a country. Limitations on data sharing and processing can hinder the development of metaverse and might slow down the growth of technology. So the possibilities offered by the metaverse can be limitless. Metaverse might take time to reach its full potential, but if achieved, it can be a wellspring of new business opportunities. And with increasing technological influence and demographic advantage, India has the opportunity to make the most of the metaverse. But to allow early adoption of metaverse, the Indian gaming industry and regulations introduced by the government have to be in sync, and only then metaverse will offer a safe space for all. Well, that's it in today's episode. This is Vishakha signing off. To know more about such interesting topics, keep watching 3.0 TV. And for instant updates, do not forget to press the bell icon. Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. The gaming industry is the center of metaverse today, and tech giants are betting big on it. According to a report by Valuates, gaming-led global metaverse market can reach $28 billion by 2028. So today we have invited Mr. Saurabh Gupta, who is the co-founder of online gaming metaverse platform Tamasha Live. Welcome to 3.0 TV, sir.
Hello, thank you very much for making me part of the show. Would love to share my insights and let's take it forward.
It's a pleasure to have you, sir. So, sir, as I mentioned, according to a report by Valuates, gaming-led global metaverse market can reach $28 billion by 2028. So, how does this relate to India, or what do you think that would, how big is the Indian market opportunity basically?
So I think if we talk about India, the overall gaming market is in a very nascent stage right now, right? There is far more, opportunity or scale that can be achieved. I think a week back, India surpassed other countries to become second, highest, country with most number of players, gamers in the world, right? After China. So that is quite exciting. So we have a lot number of players, out there. They just need, right games, products, and opportunities to, monetize, right? And this shows that there is a huge opportunity out there, not just for Web3 games, but also for in general the gaming industry, right? So currently we see, the gaming industry is of size more than $2.5 billion and would reach around $8.9 billion in the next 5 years. So this is the overall gaming, right? And out of that, there are multiple segments. There is real money gaming. There is, people pay for playing games through subscriptions.
Games, true.
Yeah. So the Web3 segment is very, very small compared to the overall gaming space. Even in the next 5 years, real money gaming is going to dominate the space, which would be more than 50%. But how I see Web3 games or, metaverse fitting in this is basically, integrating with the existing gaming ecosystem, right? So let's say if you talk about games like PUBG or Free Fire, right? There are a lot of virtual assets, but most of these virtual assets that are out there, they are in Web 2, right? So if you buy a gun on PUBG, you won't be able to truly own it. So whenever, PUBG shuts down their service, you will leave all the assets that you have collected, right? So how I see gaming is going to evolve, or basically metaverse is going to evolve in gaming, is basically fitting in the existing gaming ecosystem. So esports is growing at a very fast pace, in India. The real money gaming space is growing. Casual gaming and hyper casual gaming market is growing at a very good pace. And we will see the component of metaverse and Web3 gaming is going to fit in the existing Web2 gaming ecosystem. So that's how I see the space is going to evolve.
So, companies are betting big on metaverse. If we talk about Meta, Apple, Google, so likewise, countries too are betting big on metaverse. So Dubai, Korea, Singapore, they all have their metaverse strategies going on. So where does India stand when it comes to strategy? And do you think India has a massive role to play in leading the metaverse revolution?
Definitely. I think India is a powerhouse of resources, right? So when IT sector was shaping up, right, India was, one of the leading country to provide all the resources, human resource to the entire world, right? And right now, India is leading in terms of, being the IT powerhouse for the entire world, right? True. Similarly, it happened with SaaS as well, right? The SaaS industry grew exponentially. Companies like Zoho, they became a global company, right? And similarly, we'll see that in the coming years, India would be providing a lot of resources, to develop high quality games, to create animations and other things that are the technology infrastructure, right? So there I see that India would be leading, in terms of providing the technology and infrastructure to the world.
So as you said that India would be leading in terms of providing the technology, it is being said that Chennai is all set to become a hub for metaverse in India. So what are your views on this?
So I think it's very early to say. Definitely, I think in Chennai, there are a lot of Web3 companies, metaverse companies, AR, VR companies that have popped up, right? And, this happens, whenever there are certain companies that are coming up in a particular locality or area or a city, a lot of other companies started setting up their base there, right? But since the gaming industry is in a very early stage, we'll see that over the time that which city, or which part of the country will emerge out as a major, place for metaverse, companies. So right now we are seeing that a lot of early companies are there in Chennai, but Bangalore is also doing good, right? In Gurgaon also is growing really well in terms of technology companies. So what I see is that over the time, if we'll see a big corporate coming out of India from a particular locality, from a particular area, there we will see that particular city will going to evolve, right? So something similar happened with Bangalore as well. You know, when Infosys came, Wipro came there, you know, TCS came there, and the entire ecosystem developed there, right? So right now, most of the companies that are there in Chennai, they are startups, right? If we see a big corporate emerges, you know, out of Chennai or maybe any other city, we will see the entire ecosystem starts developing there, because their employees will start, you know, setting up more startups there, right? That's how the ecosystem grows, right? So that's my thought.
Very true. So let's talk about your platform, Tamasha Live. So can you share some details on user base, projects and other commercial data on your platform, including some investments and tie-ups?
So Tamasha is a 2-year-old company founded by me and Siddharth. Both of us were graduates from IIT Bombay. And I have been in the gaming space for quite some time. And Tamasha is something which we started, you know, with a vision to create a metaverse of gaming, a virtual place where people can play their favorite games, they can make their friends, they can be a part of communities, they can buy interesting NFTs and things like that, right? And initially we started, you know, developing on Web 2, because that is the interface that is most familiar with most of the people, right? Currently, the interfaces in Web 3 are a bit complicated. It's not very easy for everyone to log into MetaMask, right? So we created the entire ecosystem on Web 2. There are thousands of influencers on Tamasha who run their communities and clubs, right? And there are more than, you know, 1.5 million users on Tamasha who transact a few crores a month, right, on the platform. And there are multiple games, you know, so we are building a 3-way ecosystem where we are helping game developers to publish their game on Tamasha and monetize through it. We are helping creators to monetize, right? So any creator can start their club and they can, you know, start earning on Tamasha by making their community people play games, you know, through tournaments and all. And then there are players who can make friends, enjoy games within their community and, you know, be a part of the ecosystem, right?
Wow, that's interesting. So there are so many sectors which can leverage the opportunity at this time, be it manufacturing or e-commerce. So say if a medium-sized e-commerce retail or any other company wants to build a metaverse platform like yours, so what is the work pipeline of developing, or what would be the cost of a platform like this?
So for an e-commerce company, I would see they can start taking some steps in this direction, you know, so currently, most of the e-commerce that happens, right, it's on mobile phones, right? You know, virtual reality headsets are not accessible to everyone, right? So there, you know, augmented reality can play a very interesting role. So right now, I am seeing a lot of interesting companies that are coming up that, you know, that you can just switch on your phone, and on your phone camera, you can see the entire furniture in your room. You can place different furnitures in your room and you can decide that which furniture will suit you best, right? Similarly, there are try-ons. If you must have seen on Lenskart, you can try out, you know, glasses on your face, right? That is also part of, you know, the virtual ecosystem that will develop over the time. But right now, you know, whatever is accessible to everyone, people should develop, you know, products over that, right? So rather than developing on virtual headsets, people should develop these interesting products and tools for utility on mobile phone, right? So I see augmented reality can play a very interesting role to create those experiences for purchasing, right? So those kind of products, I think, you know, people can build and innovate in the e-commerce space.
So since we spoke about the developing ecosystem, so developer hiring is quite painful or difficult as there are very few developers in AR or VR or the 3D space. So how can this be solved, sir?
I think it will take time. You know, government is taking their step. Recently, government has set it up a committee for gaming and animation to promote that, right? And soon we will see that a lot of universities and colleges, they will start providing you know, major courses and all in this space. And once we have resources, once we have, you know, high quality educations, once we'll see a major degree in IITs, you know, on gaming, right? Then I think ecosystem will automatically start developing, right? So it will be time taking. We'll see it develop over the time. And secondly, once the requirement starts coming up, right? So there will be a lot of gaming companies outside India that have a lot of requirements for resources. So even if they are not getting formal education in gaming, they will start learning by themselves, right? Taking some diploma courses or learning on their own on the internet, right? So in the next 5 to 10 years, I'll see that a lot of game developers, animators will start coming out of India and will provide these their expertise to the entire world.
True. So how do you think digital identities are going to kind of shape the metaverse forward? And what is the overall view of the NFT sector? And what do you think is going to be the future of the NFT sector?
So what I've been observing, for the last, a few years, last couple of years, is that the new generation, the younger generation that is coming up, they are getting very much attached to their virtual identity, right? So right now I'm in my hometown and I just, talked to my father's driver, and he was, his salary is around 15,000 and he's spending around 2,000 rupees a month on Free Fire virtual assets, right? Can you believe this?
Wow.
So that is the kind of value people are perceiving in virtual objects, right now, right? And he is of age 23 years, right? So this is what is happening, in front of our eyes, and we are not seeing it. But in the next 4-5 years, we will see that the entire world will change, dramatically, with this attachment of people to this virtual assets. You me and you can see in this virtual space is that the social network, right? Social network is also, I guess, a part of metaverse only, where we start getting attached to a virtual entity more than what is happening in real life, right? We are very much, basically concerned about how many likes we get on a social media post, what people perceive of their personality on social media. Whatever we do, we first post it on social network, right? So that is also one of our, initial, you can say, idea of how eventually the attachment of people with virtual goods and virtual entity will evolve over the time, right? The only difference that will, be there from right now to, next 5 years would be that currently whatever the virtual assets that we are building, on games, on social network, we are not truly owning that, right? But with NFTs, that will change the game, right? With NFTs, whatever you start collecting in games, whatever you start collecting in, different social platforms that you use, you can truly own it and you can transfer it, you can share it, you can, sell it on a marketplace, right? So that will change.
Right. So in the year 2022, a lot of companies came up and a lot of startups came up. So what are your expectations from the year 2023? And does the future of metaverse seem bright?
So the future of metaverse is definitely bright. But the next 4-5 years would be, shaping up the industry or shaping up the space, right? The last year was a hype year, right? Where people were buying NFTs not for the sake of, the value which they perceive in it, but just to mint money, just to, basically 10x their money, right? So there were so many virtual, platforms that came up. There was Sandbox, where people were buying lands and, few millions dollars, right?
Yes.
But are people actually spending their time on that? No, right? People are still spending time on Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp. So I feel that the value of these products will get, these products will get their true value when people start using these platforms. People start using this, spending their time on these platforms. We are still using, normal platforms like regular platforms like YouTube for watching videos. We are not watching videos or, attending a metaverse concert right now, right? Because the experience is not that smooth, right? If you are, moving in a virtual 3D space, it's not easily accessible. You have to access your laptop for that, right? So as we see over the time, the experience becomes much better, much more experiential. It becomes handy to, masses, right? Then we will see the true, use case of these metaverse platforms.
All right. So thank you so much, sir, for being on 3.0 TV and sharing your views and knowledge with our viewers. It was really great having you on the show.
Thank you so much. It was fun chatting.
So this was Mr. Saurabh Gupta, co-founder of online gaming metaverse platform Tamasha Live. He shared insights on building an Indian metaverse and the future of metaverse. Keep watching 3.0 TV for more such interviews. Do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel. And for instant updates, do press the bell icon. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off.
देखा मेरी डिजिटल चुटकी का कमाल। पल भर में ही आपको समुद्र की लहरों में गोते खाती टाइटैनिक से अवतार के पैंडोरा प्लैनेट में लेकर आ गई। पर एक्चुअली ना मैं टाइटैनिक में हूँ और ना ही पैंडोरा में। मैं तो हमारे 3.0 टीवी के स्टूडियो में हूँ। Stay tuned to 3.0 TV to know more about the making of Avatar.
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Manoj Dara.
And I am Vishakha Thakur.
So, Metaverse was the buzzword of 2021. So, if we talk about various companies like Meta rebranded themselves to onboard the Metaverse trend, as according to various studies, Metaverse is going to be a $8 to $13 trillion market opportunity.
Yes, Manoj. The Metaverse is quickly growing as a way for communities to connect with each other. The expansion of the Metaverse is leading companies such as Meta, Nike and others to invest in the development of the virtual world. Also, coins connected to Metaverse NFTs including Sandbox, Decentraland have seen their value skyrocket over the last several months.
So, well, Metaverse is not headed for cities and countries, with some already planting their flags in the virtual world. So in this episode, we are going to talk about government and countries that are leading the charge to make their mark on the metaverse. But first, let's try to understand the current scenario of the metaverse market and what it is going to be in 5 years down the line. So let's listen in to what Mr. Kunal Nandwani, who is a YPO member of the Tech Entrepreneur, has to say about this opportunity.
So current size, I think, is very small, probably running into a few billions at most. If you think about the global GDP, the global economy every year, it's close to $80 trillion, depending on the year you look at. In 5 years' time, this 80 trillion may reach to, let's say, $100 trillion or 120. I think at least 5% could become metaverse. 5% of 100 trillion would be 5 trillion. So it's an easily a 5 trillion market in 5 years' time.
Well, fantastic thought. So, countries are competing against each other to be the first to enter the uncharted territory of deep space, moon, and now even the red planet, Mars.
So, Vishakha, similarly, the digital space of the metaverse is also uncharted territory. Apart from the private companies and players betting big on the metaverse, now government of some countries and cities are buying into the hype of metaverse. But first, sovereign nation to enter the metaverse is the Caribbean nation of Barbados.
Yes, Manoj, Barbados became the first nation to establish a virtual embassy in the metaverse where users can transport their avatars from one virtual world to another. And this was bound to happen because Barbados considers itself as one of the friendliest cryptocurrency country, which is actually it is.
So if we are talking about the cryptocurrency friendly country in the world, if we don't mention Dubai and UAE, it's not possible, right?
Absolutely. The Crown Prince of Dubai has his eyes set on the digital world. Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed, the Crown Prince of Dubai, announced a new metaverse strategy that aims to create 40,000 jobs and add $4 billion to the Emirates economy in the next 5 years as it continues to boost efforts to tap into the emerging digital space.
This is huge actually. $4 billion is a big opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
So if we move forward, and Sheikh Hamdan has also said that the Dubai metaverse strategy would be essential to the Emirates' goals of becoming one of the leading economies for the metaverse and a major center for the global community.
So, well, the initiative aims to cover all aspects of the metaverse's developments, from formulating regulations, developing applications, to nurturing talent and determining ways how these solutions can be used by government entities.
So this is actually a fantastic development. But Vishaka, do you remember that in May 2022, Dubai's Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, which is VARA, said it had entered into the metaverse with the establishment of its metaverse headquarters, making it the first regulatory in the world to have a presence in the emerging digital space.
Yes, Manoj, I do remember. Dubai aims to become the metaverse capital of the world. So let's take Mr. Kunal's views on the same. So Dubai is becoming the center of Web3, with the country having its own metaverse strategy. Where do you see Dubai in the next 5 years?
So Dubai would continue to attract due to their low taxation, a supportive regulatory framework, and their already existing capital, access to capital, and lots of HNIs who've made a lot of money in the by investing into the Web3, cryptos, blockchain world. I think they would be a hot destination for sure, especially because their regulatory framework is very open, very collaborative, not too restrictive as of now. And so Dubai would play a role. In 5 years, it would be one of the top 3 or 5 favored destinations by all the metaverse development companies in some sense. They will have a big play, and given how they had been so forward looking and future thinking, I think they would certainly get some of the early big platforms coming out of Dubai. But yeah, so far 5 years time, if you take a 5-year horizon, Dubai would certainly have a good play, and they would have some good companies coming out of there.
It was indeed a wonderful thought. So now let's move over from Dubai, UAE to Shanghai, China. The Shanghai government has proposed a group of guidelines to help it shift into the metaverse power.
The plan of action defines each one of the technologies that the municipality needs to focus on to achieve the goals of building a $52 billion metaverse economy, while at the same time helping to establish 10 innovative companies in the area.
That is interesting, actually.
Manoj, we can clearly see that metaverse has become a new buzzword in China, bringing about a host of new and exciting business opportunities.
Of course, yes, not just China, Vishaka, but if you talk about South Korea is betting big on the metaverse as well. South Korea has emerged as a global technology powerhouse in the recent decade, giving a rise to industry giants such as Samsung, LG and Hyundai, which we all are aware of, and which is actually a fact of the global markets as well.
Absolutely. So interestingly, the Korean government made headlines earlier this year when it announced to plan to pour nearly $200 million into its domestic metaverse ecosystem.
That is actually a big number. But not only this, Vishaka, according to the Ministry of Science and ICT, the funding will help educate and train 40,000 metaverse professionals in Korea and boost over 200 companies operating in the metaverse space. And by 2026, turn the country into the 5th largest metaverse market by number of users. That's what market participants are saying.
Yeah, and that's amazing. So, in conclusion, so far Barbados, UAE, China and South Korea have plunged into the metaverse. It's just a matter of time before governments of other countries too take a leap into the virtual land of metaverse.
Indeed. Yes. And if we talk about India, then there are few companies, or maybe there are few entities that has actually announced plans about the metaverse. Although there are private companies in India that are exploring the metaverse opportunity, if you talk about the government initiative, that is actually lacking.
True. So, well, that's it in today's episode. We will meet again with exciting stories about the metaverse.
Till then, keep watching 3.2 TV, like and share our videos, subscribe our channel and press the bell icon to get instant updates. This time, this is Manoj Dara signing off.
And this is me, Vishaka Thakur, signing off. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to 3.2 TV. I am Vishaka Thakur. You are watching a special episode of Metaverse Magic, wherein we bring to you important updates from the Metaverse space at large. Despite the crypto market's overall bearishness in 2022, many users of the technology see the Metaverse as the way of the future. All expect the virtual world to be more seamlessly interwoven with the real world in 2023, despite the fact that 2022 was full of shocks for the metaverse industry, where many new startups emerged. So let's study the themes that will rule this quickly expanding tech sector in 2023 and how they will influence our digital future as we advance into it. But first, let's hear from Mr. Muru Patel, the founder of My Tokenized Capital, about the metaverse, which is becoming increasingly popular as businesses look to attract a larger audience in the virtual world.
There are various platforms being built, right? The interoperability on-chain, off-chain, the Web3 based of transactions from wallet, these are the key problems that I think will be solved next 12 months. Once that is solved, 24 onwards, in my view, we'll then see a lot of action.
And now let's take a look at the important events that made headlines this week. Well, people and investors are optimistic about the metaverse, just like Mark Zuckerberg, as his company is all set to invest in the metaverse in this year too. Now Meta wants to get ahead of the hackers by asking security researchers to identify vulnerabilities and issues in metaverse-related products such as MetaQuest, MetaQuest Pro and the MetaQuest Touch Pro. By encouraging cybersecurity experts from outside Meta to hack the metaverse, the company is looking to improve the security of products for everyone. Researchers who uncover account takeover vulnerabilities could be rewarded with up to $130,000. Along with Meta constantly focusing to improve and enhance its metaverse platform, there are various developments going on in the metaverse sector, and one such development is from DriverX, as they have launched haptic VR gloves. DriverX's haptic VR gloves are the first VR gloves that use micro coils to deliver a more authentic tactile experience. The coils surround your fingers, and when a current is applied, they contract a connected film to provide a more realistic sensory experience. The controller part uses hand gestures to mimic the buttons. The contact glove starts at around $1,850, which is considerably less than some of the current alternatives. The developers or the tech giants are not ready to leave any stone unturned in providing the users the best experience ever, and Samsung is one amongst them. Samsung recently surprised everyone when it debuted the Freestyle, a compact portable projector that looks like a spotlight. The 2023 Freestyle is also geared towards new use cases, including real-world metaverse applications. According to the company, with a maximum resolution of 1080 pixels, the $800 device won't work as a 4K TV replacement, but it could become a fun way to set up big screen gaming sessions now. Along with tech giants, car companies such as Maruti Suzuki have begun to take advantage of virtual reality. Maruti Suzuki has announced that it will start delivering immersive experiences in metaverse-based showrooms for its lineup of cars. The company, which has produced millions of cars for the Indian market, announced that it is launching its Arenaverse network, which allows customers to interact with any of the cars offered by the company. Customers will not be alone in this experience, as the company will also delegate sales representatives to advise customers on the possible options and the way in which the system operates. Well, not only companies, countries too are betting big on metaverse, as Dialog has recently launched Sri Lanka's first fully immersive metaverse, Futureverse. Powered by immersive technologies such as virtual reality and extended reality, The Futureverse from Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider extends a seemingly borderless digital realm that delivers endless experiences and possibilities where visitors can experience a unique virtual world filled with abstract landscapes and objects. Futureverse is a fun way to spend free time while interacting with friends virtually through voice or chat. Well, that's all in this episode of Metaverse Magic. I will be back with more such updates on Metaverse from all over the world. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off. Do like this video, share, subscribe 3.0 TV, and yes, do not forget to press the bell icon to get instant updates.
थ्री डॉट टीवी में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं हूं मनोज दारा। भारत फल और सब्जी उत्पाद में चीन के बाद दुनिया में दूसरे स्थान पर आता है, लेकिन जब बात वैश्विक फल और सब्जी बाजार की है तो इसमें भारत की हिस्सेदारी सिर्फ 1% है। इसका समाधान निकालने के लिए भारत ने बड़े पैमाने पर हो रही ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग को ब्लॉकचेन की मदद से एक लेवल पर ऊपर ले जाने की तैयारी शुरू की जा चुकी है। सरकार ने देश के फूड शिपमेंट को बढ़ाने और किसानों को केमिकल मुक्त तरीकों के अपनाने के लिए सभी निर्यात संचालित फैसलों में टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल की योजना बनाई है। नीति आयोग ने सेब की खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार के साथ एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया है। नीति आयोग का मानना है कि ब्लॉकचेन की मदद से प्रोडक्शन से जुड़ी जानकारियों को ट्रैक करने में मदद मिलेगी। सेब की खेती पर पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के पूरे होने के बाद ब्लॉकचेन से सब्जियों के अलावा आम, केला, अंगूर, अनार को भी ट्रैक किया जा सकता है। ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी के तहत इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, सेंसर का इस्तेमाल फसल के डेटा और स्टोरेज से लेकर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन को ट्रैक करने के लिए की जा सकती है। ब्लॉकचेन की मदद से उपभोक्ता भी खरीदते समय प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए सप्लाई चेन को बैक ट्रेस भी कर सकते हैं। एग्रीकल्चर एंड प्रोसेस्ड फूड प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के अनुसार भारत में 2021-22 में लगभग $1.52 बिलियन मूल्य के ताजे फल और सब्जियों का निर्यात किया था, जिसमें फलों के निर्यात $750.7 मिलियन और सब्जियों का $767 मिलियन था। प्रोसेस फलों और सब्जियों का निर्यात कुल $1.73 बिलियन था। इसी लिस्ट में दाल के साथ लगभग $1.12 बिलियन की प्रोसेस सब्जियां और $610.7 मिलियन के प्रोसेस फल और जूस भी शामिल थे। भारत के ताजे फल और सब्जियों के मेजर डेस्टिनेशंस हैं बांग्लादेश, यूएई, नेपाल, नेदरलैंड्स, मलेशिया, श्रीलंका, यूके, ओमान और कतार। परंपरागत तरीकों से की जाने वाली खेती को ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी एक नए स्तर पर ले जाने के लिए तैयार है। कृषि प्रणाली सभ्यता जितनी ही पुरानी है, हजारों वर्षों से की जाने वाली खेती के तरीकों को अब पिछले 10 वर्षों से दुनिया को नए आकार देने के लिए ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी तैयार है। देखते हैं कि ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे कृषि प्रणाली में एक और क्या-क्या क्रांतिकारी और सकारात्मक बदलाव करती है। देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी फॉर मोर सच इंटरेस्टिंग अपडेट्स। थैंक यू।
देखा मेरी डिजिटल चुटकी का कमाल। पल भर में ही आपको समुद्र की लहरों में गोते खाती टाइटैनिक से अवतार के पैंडोरा प्लैनेट में लेकर आ गई। पर एक्चुअली ना मैं टाइटैनिक में हूं और ना ही पैंडोरा में। मैं तो हमारे 3.0 टीवी के स्टूडियो में हूं। माई पॉइंट इज दैट अगर मैं एक सिंगल ग्रीन स्क्रीन के साथ इतनी इमेजिनरी उड़ान भर सकती हूँ, तो जरा सोचिए, मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ विजनरी फिल्म मेकर क्या नहीं कर सकते। और जहां विजनरी फिल्म मेकर्स की बात आती है, वहां एंटरटेनमेंट की दुनिया के दिग्गज राइटर, डायरेक्टर और इन्वेंटर जेम्स कैमरन का नाम सबसे ऊपर टॉप पर आता है। टर्मिनेटर, टर्मिनेटर 2, एलियंस, टोटल रिकॉल और टाइटैनिक जैसी ब्रेथ टेकिंग मूवीज बनाने के बाद वो दुनिया के सामने लेकर आए हैं ऐसी पेशकश जिसने सबका दिल नीला नीला कर दिया है। अब इस नीले नीले क्लू से आप समझ ही गए होंगे कि आज हम जेम्स कैमरन की अवतार फिल्म सीरीज के बारे में बात करने वाले हैं। 2009 में रिलीज हुई अवतार 1 ने ब्रेथ टेकिंग न्यू 3D टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए मानो हर तरफ सनसनी मचा दी थी। कैमरन ने इस फिल्म को 10 साल पहले ही अपने मन में आकार दे दिया था, लेकिन उसे दर्शकों के बीच लाने के लिए जरूरी टेक्नोलॉजी को बनाने में उन्हें लंबा समय लग गया। रिलीज के बाद सिनेमा की दुनिया को एक नया आयाम देने वाली फिल्म ने सभी का फिल्म देखने का नजरिया ही बदल दिया। फिल्म मेकिंग के तरीकों में क्रांति लाने के लिए कैमरन ने रियल फुटेज और मोशन कैप्चर्ड CGI को मिक्स कर 3D और CGI को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाते हुए खुद टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलप किया था। $237 मिलियन के भारी भरकम बजट से बनी अवतार ने वर्ल्ड वाइड $2.92 बिलियन की कमाई की थी। अवतार 1 आज तक की वर्ल्ड की हाईएस्ट ग्रॉसिंग ब्लॉकबस्टर है।
The Abyss was the most physically taxing film I've made because we were underwater so much. I think Avatar was certainly the longest and the most complex film that I've ever made. More complex than Titanic or the Terminator films or anything else.
It is just remarkable to be able to see the movements and the performance go straight into the character. And it's like, there's Kate and then, hey, there's Renard. So that has been fascinating to me.
What is this? Don't know what अवतार ही नहीं, बल्कि इसके पहले भी अपनी सभी फिल्मों में जेम्स कैमरन ने कंप्यूटर जनरेटेड इमेजरी का इस्तेमाल किया था। लेकिन अवतार को नोवेल टेक्नोलॉजी इमेज बेस्ड फेशियल परफॉर्मेंस कैप्चर ने अलग बनाया, क्योंकि इस टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल के दौरान एक्टर्स को कैमरे से लैस स्पेशल हेडगियर को सिर पर पहनना था। CGI के अलावा बड़े पर्दे पर अवतार को दर्शकों के सामने लाने के लिए डिजिटल एनिमेशन, स्टेरियोस्कोपिक 3D फ्यूजन कैमरा सिस्टम, वर्चुअल कैमरा और साइमल कैम जैसी टेक्नोलॉजीज का भी इस्तेमाल किया गया था। कैमरन एक कहानीकार के रूप में समझाते हैं कि नई टेक्नोलॉजी को टूल किट के हिस्से के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर किस तरह से रियलिस्टिक टच दिया जा सकता है। कैमरन ने अपनी फिल्म मेकिंग से ये साफ कर दिया है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस किस तरह से अहम भूमिका निभा रही है। अब बात करते हैं रिसेंटली रिलीज अवतार 2 द वे ऑफ वाटर के बारे में। तो इस फिल्म में भी जेम्स कैमरन ने इसे अवतार 1 से भी विजुअली बेहतर बनाने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। अवतार 2 में फिल्म मेकर ने सोफिस्टिकेटेड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम का इस्तेमाल किया है। आइए एक नजर डालते हैं कि इस फिल्म को उन्होंने कैसे शूट किया। तकरीबन $400 मिलियन के बजट में बनी अवतार 2 ने अपनी ओपनिंग वीकेंड में वर्ल्ड वाइड $1 बिलियन से ज्यादा की कमाई की है। ऐसे में देखते हैं कैमरन की टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी फिल्म में मेटावर्स और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने किस तरह से फिल्म को इन्फ्लुएंस किया है। सबसे पहला नाम वर्चुअल रियलिटी का आता है, जिसकी मदद से रियल अंडर वाटर एक्सपीरियंस को दर्शकों ने ऑन स्क्रीन अनुभव किया है। फिल्म की कास्ट और क्रू ने वर्चुअल रियलिटी हेडसेट की मदद से रियल टाइम में इमेजिनरी पेंडोरा को एक्सप्लोर किया है। इस लिस्ट में दूसरा नाम ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी का आता है। पेंडोरा की दुनिया AR की वजह से ही रियलिस्टिक लगती है। जटिल शरीर वाले एलियंस की फिल्म में AR के प्रभाव को नजरअंदाज नहीं किया जा सकता है। तीसरी मोशन कैप्चर टेक्नोलॉजी है, जिसे परफॉर्मेंस कैप्चर के रूप में भी जाना जाता है। ये लोगों या वस्तुओं की मोशंस की रिकॉर्डिंग और उन मोशंस को एक वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट में एनिमेटेड वस्तुओं में ट्रांसफर करने में सक्षम बनाती है। इसके साथ ही खत्म होती है हमारी आज की स्पेशल स्टोरी, लेकिन अवतार मूवी सीरीज का सिलसिला जारी रहेगा। जेम्स कैमरन ने अवतार 3 पर काम शुरू कर दिया है। भाई मैं तो अवतार 3 के लिए बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ एंड आई एम श्योर आप भी होंगे। दिस इज मी रुचि शर्मा साइनिंग ऑफ। ऐसी एक्साइटिंग स्टोरीज के साथ हम फिर मिलेंगे, तब तक के लिए देखते रहिए 3.0 TV। कामयाबी की ऐसी रफ्तार आपने देखी नहीं होगी। सफलता की ऐसी ऊंचाइयां आसानी से मिलती नहीं है, लेकिन महज 4 महीनों में रेडिट ने जो सक्सेस हासिल किया है उसने हर किसी को हैरानी में डाल दिया है। जुलाई में लॉन्च हुआ रेडिट आए दिन एक नया रिकॉर्ड बना रहा है। ऐसे में कई NFT प्लेटफॉर्म्स इसे खतरे के तौर पर देख रहे हैं, तो कई लोग रेडिट पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं। क्रिप्टो के गलियारों में तो ये भी सुगबुगाहट है कि रेडिट ने लोगों को धोखे से अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पर NFT खरीदने के लिए उकसाया है। जी हाँ, इल्जाम संगीन है, लेकिन ये इल्जाम क्यों लगाया गया बताएंगे आपको। पहले कहानी रेडिट की कामयाबी की। आप जानकर हैरान होंगे कि चंद महीनों में रेडिट ने न सिर्फ 1.5 बिलियन रजिस्टर्ड यूजर्स जुटाए, बल्कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर 2.9 मिलियन कलेक्टिबल अवतार्स मिंट भी किए गए। खैर, खबर ये है कि पॉलीगॉन और डून एनालिटिक्स के डेटा के मुताबिक 24 अक्टूबर को रेडिट ने 24 घंटों में NFT टोकन अवतार में $1.5 मिलियन की ट्रेडिंग वॉल्यूम दर्ज की, जो कि लॉन्च से लेकर अब तक रेडिट पर हुई इस कलेक्शन की क्यूमुलेटिव ट्रेडिंग वॉल्यूम $4.1 मिलियन का 1/3 इंक्रीज है। इसके साथ ही रेडिट की डेली सेल्स वॉल्यूम भी अपने ऑल टाइम हाई पर थी, जहां 3780 डिजिटल कलेक्टिबल्स ने हैंड्स एक्सचेंज किए। रेडिट पर इंडिपेंडेंट आर्टिस्ट अवतार क्रिएट करते हैं, जिन्हें NFT के तौर पर पॉलीगॉन ब्लॉकचेन पर मिंट किया जाता है। इन कलेक्टिबल्स को रेडिट के क्रिप्टो करेंसी वॉल्ट पर यूजर्स परचेज कर सकते हैं। इन कलेक्टिबल्स को पहना जा सकता है या फिर प्रोफाइल पिक्चर के तौर पर डिस्प्ले किया जा सकता है जब यूजर्स इस सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर कंटेंट क्रिएट करते हैं। NFTs खरीदने के बाद इन्हें सेकेंडरी मार्केट जैसे कि OpenSea पर बेचा या खरीदा भी जा सकता है, जहां कुछ कलेक्शंस को छोटे बिड्स और कुछ कलेक्शंस को कोई बिड्स नहीं मिलते, तो कईयों का फ्लोर प्राइस ही $2000 से ज्यादा होता है। अब तक का रेडिट NFT का हाईएस्ट प्राइस रहा है $24,149 या 18 ETH। जुलाई में पॉलीगॉन ब्लॉकचेन पर कलेक्टेबल NFT अवतार लॉन्च करने से अब तक यूजर्स ने रेडिट पर 2.5 मिलियन NFT वॉलेट्स ओपन किए हैं। आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी कि वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट क्रिप्टो मार्केटप्लेस OpenSea पर 2.5 मिलियन वॉलेट्स है। अगर आप इन NFTs को ओन करते हैं तो आप इन्हें रेडिट और दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर प्रोफाइल पिक्चर के तौर पर इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, यहाँ तक कि OpenSea जैसी सेकेंडरी मार्केट पर सेल भी कर सकते हैं। रेडिट रिकॉर्ड्स एक्सप्लोड कर रहे हैं फिलहाल। डून एनालिटिक्स की रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक कलेक्टेबल रेडिट NFT अवतार की सेल्स 24 अक्टूबर को 24 घंटों में थी $2.5 मिलियन और सेकेंडरी सेल्स ने तो पिछले कुछ दिनों में $5 मिलियन के आंकड़े को क्रॉस कर दिया है। हैरानी की बात यह है कि कुछ महीनों पहले रेडिट पर NFT हेटर्स भरे हुए थे और अब उन्हीं में से कई NFT के जरिए प्रोफाइल पिक्चर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। चलिए अब उस सवाल का जवाब देते हैं जहां रेडिट पर आरोप लगाया गया कि उसने धोखे से लोगों को NFT में इन्वेस्ट करवाया। तो आखिर कैसे रेडिट की बदौलत 3 मिलियन यूजर्स ने NFT सेक्टर में एंट्री की, आइए बताते हैं आपको। पॉइंट नंबर 1, कलेक्टिबल अवतार्स। रेडिट ने कहीं भी Web3 NFT या फिर उससे जुड़ी टर्म का इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। उन्होंने नॉन Web3 बायर्स को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए कलेक्टिबल अवतार्स नाम से सीधा अपना प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च कर दिया। ऐसे में जाहिर है बहुत से लोग इस बात से अनजान थे कि वो NFTs खरीद रहे हैं। पॉइंट नंबर 2, सिंपल पासवर्ड सिक्योरिटी। रेडिट पर वॉल्ट क्रिएट करने के लिए आपको अपने पब्लिक एड्रेस को एक्सेस करने के लिए किसी सीड फेज को स्टोर करने की जरूरत नहीं है। Web3 यूजर्स के लिए इस प्रोसेस को आसान बनाने के लिए रेडिट ने सिंपल पासवर्ड मेथड क्रिएट किया है। पॉइंट नंबर 3, ईज ऑफ पेमेंट। रेडिट NFTs क्रेडिट कार्ड के जरिए भी खरीदी जा सकती हैं। इसके लिए फिएट को ETH या मैटिक में कन्वर्ट करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। हालांकि इसका कोई सबूत नहीं है, ना ही ये साबित किया जा सकता है, लेकिन इन 3 फैक्टर्स को जिम्मेदार माना जा रहा है, जिसके चलते तमाम नॉन Web3 बायर्स ने NFT में दिलचस्पी दिखाई। खैर, सच्चाई क्या है और क्या वक्त के साथ रेडिट कामयाबी की नई ऊंचाइयों को छुएगा या नहीं, ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा। This is me, Ruchi Sharma, signing off. Do like, share and subscribe to 3.0 TV. Have a great day. देखा मेरी डिजिटल चुटकी का कमाल। पल भर में ही आपको समुद्र की लहरों में गोते खाती टाइटैनिक से अवतार के पैंडोरा प्लैनेट में लेकर आ गई। पर एक्चुअली ना मैं टाइटैनिक में हूँ और ना ही पैंडोरा में। मैं तो हमारे 3.0 टीवी के स्टूडियो में हूँ। Stay tuned to 3.0 TV to know more about the making of Avatar.
नमस्कार, मैं संदीप कसालकर 3.0 टीवी के इस खास शो टीप ऑफ द क्रिप्टोबर्ग में फिर एक बार आपका स्वागत। तो सीबीडीसी को डिजाइन करने वाले अहम प्रिंसिपल्स में से कुछ पर नजर डालने के बाद अब चलिए इसके दूसरे पार्ट में सीबीडीसी से जुड़े प्रॉस और कॉन्स पर नजर डालते हैं। लेकिन उससे पहले लाइक एंड शेयर करें हमारा वीडियो, सब्सक्राइब करें हमारा यूट्यूब चैनल और लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स हमेशा पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाना न भूलें। साथ ही इसके पहले पार्ट को देखने के लिए डिस्क्रिप्शन में दिए गए लिंक पर जरूर क्लिक करें। तो आइए देखते हैं सेंट्रल बैंक डिजिटल करेंसी के क्या है फायदे। सीबीडीसी की अंडरस्टैंडिंग साफ तौर से बताती है कि वे फाइनेंस के फ्यूचर के लिए कैसे सिग्निफिकेंट है। ऐसे में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि सीबीडीसी के कोर एलिमेंट हमें सीबीडीसी की जरूरत क्यों है, इसके लिए सहजता से अप्रोप्रिएट रिस्पांस प्रोवाइड करते हैं। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं सीबीडीसी में फाइनेंशियल इंडस्ट्री को बदलने का पोटेंशियल है, जिसके बारे में सभी अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं। हालांकि उन स्पेसिफिक वैल्यू एडवांटेजेस को जानना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जो वे सभी के लिए लेकर आते हैं। सीबीडीसी द्वारा ऑफर किए जाने वाले सबसे प्रमुख लाभों में से एक फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन से स्कोप को एक्सपांड करने में इंप्लाइड है। आज भी दुनिया की आबादी का एक बड़ा हिस्सा फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज तक पहुंचने में असमर्थ है। डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज के रिमोट एरियाज के एग्जांपल्स बताते हैं कि किस तरह से बैंक अकाउंट्स तक पहुंच कठोरता से प्रतिबंधित है। सच कहे तो कई बैंक अपनी सर्विसेज के साथ ऐसे क्षेत्रों तक पहुंचने के लिए दिलचस्पी नहीं रखते हैं। ऐसे मामलों में सीबीडीसी प्रॉस लो कॉस्ट और बेटर इफिशिएंसी के आश्वासन के साथ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम तक आसान पहुंच इंश्योर कर सकते हैं। लो कॉस्ट पेमेंट सिस्टम बिना बैंक अकाउंट रखे स्मार्टफोन के जरिए इंडिविजुअल्स और कस्टमर्स के बीच बिजनेस में ट्रांसफर की फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करती है। दरअसल सीबीडीसी के बेनिफिट्स ये इंश्योर कर सकते हैं कि लोग फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज तक पहुंचने के नए पर्सपेक्टिव्स का अनुभव कर सके। बिग टेक मोनोपोली के लिए किस तरह से है रेडिकल कंपटीशन, आइए देखते हैं। डिजिटल मनी को तेजी से अपनाने से लार्ज टेक कंपनीज में पावर के कंसंट्रेशन में प्रोफाउंड ग्रोथ हुई है। बड़ी कंपनियां अपने प्लेटफॉर्म के जबरदस्त नेटवर्क इफेक्ट के कारण रिलायबल पेमेंट प्रोवाइडर्स के रूप में काम करती है। हालांकि सीबीडीसी ने अपने देश के बैंकिंग सिस्टम की तुलना में ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी में लोगों के विश्वास को इनेबल किया है। पेमेंट सिस्टम की बेटर फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी को प्रोवाइड करने के लिए सेंट्रल बैंक सीबीडीसी के ऐसे ट्रेड्स का फायदा उठा सकते हैं। इसलिए सीबीडीसी के फायदे सेंट्रल बैंक्स को लार्ज टेक फर्म्स के मोनोपोली से लड़ने में मदद कर सकते हैं। किस तरह से पेमेंट सिस्टम्स में होगी बेहतर एफिशिएंसी, आइए देखते हैं। सेंट्रल बैंक की डिजिटल करेंसी से जुड़ा सिग्निफिकेंट एडवांटेज रिटेल और लार्ज वैल्यू पेमेंट सिस्टम्स की सेफ्टी और एफिशिएंसी में सुधार है। रिटेल पेमेंट्स के मामले में सीबीडीसी के बेनिफिट्स पेमेंट्स करने के लिए प्रोसेसेस की एफिशिएंसी में इंप्रूवमेंट पर जोर देते हैं। ऑनलाइन पीयर टू पीयर यानी P2P और पॉइंट ऑफ सेल यानी POS पेमेंट सिस्टम्स के लिए कुछ एग्जांपल्स है जिन्हें सीबीडीसी के जरिए बदला जा सकता है। इतना ही नहीं, होलसेल या लार्ज वैल्यू पेमेंट सिस्टम्स में सेंट्रल बैंक की डिजिटल करेंसी के बेनिफिट्स भी अटेंशन ग्रैब करते हैं। सीबीडीसीज लॉन्गर सेटलमेंट आवर्स के साथ साथ लार्ज वैल्यू पेमेंट सिस्टम्स में तेजी से सेटलमेंट को इनेबल कर सकता है। किस तरह से क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट्स तेज और बेहतर हो सकते हैं, देखते हैं। सेंट्रल बैंक्स ऑफ कनाडा, सिंगापुर और यूके के कोलैबोरेशन से की गई स्टडी के अनुसार सीबीडीसी में क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट्स और बैंक्स के बीच सेटलमेंट के मामले में काउंटर पार्टी क्रेडिट रिस्क में सुधार करने की पोटेंशियल है। होलसेल सीबीडीसी के एडवांटेजेस फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस और मार्केट्स के मामले में क्लियरली एविडेंट है। दिलचस्प बात यह है कि होलसेल सीबीडीसी क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट्स को रिप्लेस करने के लिए आइडियल आंसर प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। किस तरह से हो सकती है सीबीडीसी में रिस्क, आइए देखते हैं। नंबर 1, प्राइवेसी कंसर्न्स। टैकल करने के लिए फर्स्ट इशू यूजर्स की प्राइवेसी के लिए बढ़ा हुआ रिस्क है। ये देखते हुए कि सेंट्रल बैंक संभावित रूप से यूजर ट्रांजैक्शन के संबंधित भारी राशि में डेटा को संभाल सकता है। इसके सीरियस इंप्लीकेशंस है क्योंकि डिजिटल करेंसीज यूजर्स को कैश में लेनदेन द्वारा प्रोवाइड की जाने वाली प्राइवेसी और एनोनिमिटी के लेवल को ऑफर नहीं करेगी। नंबर 2, डिसइंटरमीडिएटिंग बैंक्स। सीबीडीसी के मूव अगर सफिशिएंट साइज और ब्रेड के है तो बैंक्स के फंड्स को वापस लोन्स में कन्वर्ट करने की एबिलिटी प्रभावित हो सकती है। इसमें दूसरी पॉसिबिलिटी ये है कि सीबीडीसी के लिए डिपॉजिट्स फ्लाइट सेंट्रल बैंक की बैलेंस शीट्स को एक्सपांड कर सकती है, जिससे ये सवाल उठता है कि बैंकिंग चैनल से बचने वाले डिपॉजिट्स रियल इकोनॉमी में कैसे वापस आने चाहिए। नंबर 3, लो यूजर एडॉप्शन। ये तब अराइज हो सकता है जब कंज्यूमर्स और मर्चेंट्स के लिए इसकी यूजफुलनेस को अच्छी तरह से नहीं परसीव किया जाता है। लो सीबीडीसी एडॉप्शन से सेंट्रल बैंक्स के पॉलिसी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में बाधा आ सकती है। इन सब के अलावा दूसरे रिस्क की बात करें तो इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का तेजी से ऑब्सोलेंस सीबीडीसी इकोसिस्टम के लिए खतरा पैदा कर सकता है, जो अपग्रेडेशन के हायर कॉस्ट की मांग कर रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इंटरमीडिएट्स के ऑपरेशनल रिस्क के रूप में स्टाफ को सीबीडीसी इन्वायरमेंट में काम करने के लिए फिर से रीट्रेन और ग्रूम होना होगा। साथ ही सेंट्रल बैंक द्वारा सीबीडीसी को मैनेज करने में आने वाले ऑपरेशनल बर्डन और कॉस्ट इसके डिसएडवांटेजेस में से कुछ है। तो ये तो रही सीबीडीसी को डिजाइन करने वाले प्रिंसिपल से लेकर प्रॉस और कॉन्स तक की बातें। ऐसे में इसी तरह के दिलचस्प टॉपिक्स के बारे में और अधिक जानने के लिए पहले लाइक एंड शेयर करें हमारा वीडियो, सब्सक्राइब करें हमारा यूट्यूब चैनल और लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स हमेशा पाने के लिए बेल आइकन को दबाना न भूलें। तो आज के लिए बस इतना ही। अगली बार फिर मिलते हैं वेब 3 से जुड़े नए एपिसोड्स लेकर। तब तक के लिए मैं संदीप कसालकर फिलहाल आपसे विदा लेता हूं। देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी।
लंबोर्गिनी, फोक्सवैगन, फरारी, ह्यूंडई, मैं नाम लेते लेते थक जाऊंगी, लेकिन ये लिस्ट खत्म नहीं होगी। दुनिया भर की तमाम बड़ी ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनीज अब एनएफटीज और मेटावर्स में खासी दिलचस्पी ले रही हैं, जो एक एक करके एनएफटी को कैश करना चाहती हैं। हैरानी की बात तो ये है कि गिरती हुई क्रिप्टो मार्केट के हालातों में भी एनएफटी की दुनिया जगमगा रही है, जहां आए दिन कोई ना कोई बड़ा ऑटोमोबाइल ब्रांड एनएफटी मार्केट को रोशन कर रहा है। तो कौन सी है ये एनएफटीज, चलिए जानते हैं। लग्जरी कार्स की इस फहरिस्त में हाल ही में जुड़ने वाला नाम है फोर्ड। इस ऑटो जायंट ने अपने सभी की ब्रांड से जुड़े 19 ट्रेडमार्क सबमिट किए हैं। फोर्ड जल्द ही वर्चुअल कार्स, ट्रक्स, वैन्स और क्लोथिंग ऑफर करेगी। साथ ही इसके प्लान्स एनएफटीज के साथ साथ ऑनलाइन स्टोर्स लॉन्च करने के भी हैं। फोर्ड ही नहीं, साउथ कोरिया की कार जॉइंट ह्यूंडई ने भी एनएफटीज और मेटावर्स से जुड़ी कई ट्रेडमार्क्स एप्लीकेशन फाइल की हैं। इन ट्रेडमार्क्स में स्पोर्ट्स गियर, हेड गियर, फुटवेयर, आईवेयर, स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट्स और कई आइटम्स शामिल हैं। इसके साथ ही मर्सिडीज बेंज, ह्यूंडई, लंबोर्गिनी, बेंटले जैसे मेजर कार मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ने अपनी एनएफटी कलेक्शन इशू की है। हाल ही में रेनॉल्ट कोरिया ने सैंडबॉक्स मेटावर्स पर वर्चुअल ऑटोमोबाइल एक्सपीरियंस इंट्रोड्यूस किया है। लग्जरी सुपर कार मैन्युफैक्चरर डब्ल्यू मोटर्स ने भी हाल फिलहाल में मेटावर्स में शानदार एंट्री की है। तो वहीं अल्फा रोमियो ने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग रिकॉर्ड्स रखने के लिए एनएफटीज तैयार की हैं। फोक्सवैगन ने भी एक इंटरैक्टिव कैंपेन लॉन्च किया था, जिसके तहत लॉन्च हुए फ्यूचरिस्टिक कमर्शियल में हिडन एनएफटीज थी। 100 यूनिक एनएफटीज की इस कलेक्शन में हिडन क्लूज की मदद से सही जवाब देने वालों के लिए कई एक्साइटिंग प्राइजेस भी थे, जिसमें प्लेस्टेशन 5 से लेकर फोक्सवैगन एडवांस ड्राइविंग कोर्सेज तक शामिल थे। हैरानी की बात तो यह है कि फिलहाल एनएफटी मार्केट में कार्स का ऐसा क्रेज छाया हुआ है कि असल कार से भी ज्यादा एक्सपेंसिव एनएफटी कार्स बिक रही हैं। यानी लग्जरी कार से जुड़ी ऐसी डिजिटल पिक्चर जिसे कोई भी डाउनलोड कर सकता है, सेव कर सकता है एंड ऑफ कोर्स उसे असल में ड्राइव करना या फिर उसमें बैठना मुमकिन नहीं है। ऐसी सुपर एक्सपेंसिव कार एनएफटीज के कई एग्जांपल्स हैं, जैसे कि फर्स्ट, निसान GT-R। सितंबर 2022 में निसान GT-R स्पोर्ट्स कार की एक 3D रेंडरिंग $2.3 मिलियन में ऑक्शन हुई, जबकि असल कार की कीमत $200,000 थी। यानी कार की एनएफटी एक्चुअल कार से 10 गुना महंगी थी। नंबर 2, एक्सप्लोडिंग लंबोर्गिनी। ना जाने कार से लोगों का क्या फैसिनेशन है, जो एक कार के एक्सप्लोजन के वीडियो पर भी लाखों डॉलर्स निसार कर सकते हैं। श्लोम्स नाम के इस आर्टिस्ट ने $200,000 की हरिकेन लैम्बोर्गिनी को पहले एक्सप्लोर किया, फिर उसके वीडियो को बतौर NFT असल कार की कीमत से भी ज्यादा प्राइस यानी $250,000 में बेचा। भाई वाह, क्या बात है। नंबर 3 पे है ए डिलोरियन DMC-12। बैक टू द फ्यूचर फ्रेंचाइज के फैंस टाइम ट्रैवलिंग डिलोरियन को मिनिमम $50,000 में खरीद सकते हैं, लेकिन इसकी NFT का प्राइस सुनकर आपका सिर चकरा जाएगा। इसकी NFT की कीमत है $180,000। यस। नंबर 4 द कार मैन लोगो। इस कार NFT के बारे में सुनकर आपके होश उड़ जाएंगे। दिल थाम कर सुनिए, $8.5 मिलियन पर प्राइस ये द मोस्ट एक्सपेंसिव कार रिलेटेड NFT है। और हैरानी की बात तो ये है कि ये महज एक लोगो है और वो भी 2D में। लेकिन $1 मिलियन क्वेश्चन तो ये है कि जब ओरिजिनल एस्टन मार्टिन DB5 $6.9 मिलियन में खरीदने के बाद भी कई मिलियंस बच सकते हैं, तो कोई अपना दिवालिया निकालकर इस मोस्ट एक्सपेंसिव NFT को क्यों खरीदे? और अब वक्त आ गया है सबसे बड़े सवाल का। आखिरकार NFT और मेटावर्स को लेकर इतना क्रेज क्यों है और क्या है इसका फायदा? दरअसल दुनिया भर के बड़े बड़े ऑटोमोबाइल प्लेयर्स डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में बढ़ चढ़कर कार लॉन्चेस कर रहे हैं, जिसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा है घर बैठे बैठे ग्लोबली लोगों को रियल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस प्रोवाइड करना, साथ ही एक बिगर एंड यंगर ऑडियंस को रीच आउट करना। मेटावर्स में टेस्ट ड्राइव्स, स्पेसिफिकेशन असेसमेंट, अलग अलग कलर्स देखना और चूज करना, यहाँ तक कि कार्स की ऑर्डरिंग एंड परचेजिंग भी पॉसिबल है। इनफैक्ट मारुति सुजुकी तो ये क्लेम कर रही है कि उनके मेटावर्स नेक्सावर्स पर फर्स्ट कार बुकिंग भी हो चुकी है। तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ वोल्वो और निसान मेटावर्स में अपनी इलेक्ट्रिक कार लॉन्च कर चुके हैं। तो मर्सिडीज बेंज भी अपनी G क्लास मेटावर्स में ही लॉन्च करेगी। चलिए, मेटावर्स में ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री को कैसे फायदे हो रहे हैं इस पर तो हमने बात कर ली। अब चलिए बात करते हैं कि करोड़ों कमाने के अलावा ऑटोमोबाइल सेगमेंट में NFTs का क्या फायदा है। तो फायदा नंबर 1, द फ्यूचर ऑफ व्हीकल ओनरशिप NFT डीड्स। क्योंकि NFTs डिजिटल एसेट की ओनरशिप रिकॉर्ड करती हैं, उनके पेपर्स को सेंट्रलाइज्ड डेटाबेस पर स्टोर करने की जरूरत नहीं है। और क्योंकि ब्लॉकचेन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड है, इसीलिए ये एक्सट्रीमली सिक्योर भी है। पॉइंट नंबर 2, रिकॉर्डिंग व्हीकल डेटा विद NFTs। हर व्हीकल के 2 तरह के डेटा होते हैं, पर्सनलाइज जिसमें ड्राइवर से जुड़ी इंफॉर्मेशन, GPS इंफॉर्मेशन, ड्राइविंग स्टाइल एंड क्लाउड डेटा मेंटेन किया जा सकता है। दूसरा नॉन पर्सनल डेटा रिकॉर्डेड बाय सेंसर्स, जिसमें रोड कंडीशन के साथ साथ मेंटेनेंस और रिपेयर इंफॉर्मेशन भी होती है, और ये तमाम इंफॉर्मेशन NFTs के तौर पर स्टोर की जा सकती है। पॉइंट नंबर 3, ब्रांड प्रमोशन। बदलते वक्त के साथ NFTs का इस्तेमाल ब्रांड प्रमोशन और कैंपेन्स के लिए भी बढ़ चढ़कर किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये उन नए कस्टमर्स के साथ एंगेज करने का अच्छा तरीका है जो डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में ज्यादा से ज्यादा वक्त बिता रहे हैं। अक्सर एक्सपर्ट्स ये डिबेट करते हैं कि क्या NFT बबल बर्स्ट होगा या नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरह से NFTs स्पोर्ट्स और ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में फ्लरिश कर रही है, उसे देखकर तो यही लगता है कि NFTs का सिंहासन फिलहाल कोई हिला नहीं सकता। इस स्पेशल स्टोरी में फिलहाल इतना ही। आई होप ये स्टोरी आपको बहुत पसंद आई हो। ऐसी और इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज के लिए देखते रहिए 3.0 TV। दिस इज रुचि शर्मा साइनिंग ऑफ। हैव अ ग्रेट डे। We will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFT.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
DeFi की दुनिया में 3 पॉपुलर प्रोडक्ट्स मौजूद हैं, जिन्होंने सभी की अटेंशन अपनी तरफ खींची है। इसमें यील्ड फार्मिंग, स्टेकिंग और लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग शामिल है। इन 3 डीफाई ट्रेडिंग स्ट्रेटजी के लिए पार्टिसिपेंट्स को डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड प्रोटोकॉल और एप्लीकेशन के सपोर्ट में अलग अलग तरीकों से अपने एसेट्स गिरवी रखने की जरूरत होती है। हालांकि इन तीनों के अंडरलाइंग नेचर एक दूसरे से अलग हैं, लेकिन तीनों अंडरलाइंग नेचर के बारे में नॉलेज हासिल करने से पहले क्रिप्टो स्पेस की तमाम बड़ी खबरों के लिए सब्सक्राइब टू आवर यूट्यूब चैनल, डू लाइक एंड शेयर दिस वीडियो एंड लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन को दबाना ना भूलें। तो यील्ड फार्मिंग क्या है? यील्ड फार्मिंग यकीनन क्रिप्टो एसेट पर रिटर्न अर्न करने का सबसे पॉपुलर तरीका है। एसेंशियली कोई भी अपने क्रिप्टो को लिक्विडिटी पूल में डिपॉजिट करने के साथ पैसिव इनकम अर्न कर सकता है। आप इन लिक्विडिटी पूल्स को अपने बैंक अकाउंट के इक्विवेलेंट सेंट्रलाइज्ड फाइनेंस की तरह मान सकते हैं, जहां आप अपना पैसा जमा करते हैं, जिसका इस्तेमाल बैंक्स दूसरों को लोन देने के लिए करते हैं और इसके बदले में बैंक आपको इंटरेस्ट के पोर्शन के रूप में कॉम्पनसेट करते हैं। यील्ड फार्मिंग एक ऐसी प्रैक्टिस है जिसमें इन्वेस्टर्स अपने क्रिप्टो एसेट को स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेस्ड लिक्विडिटी पूल जैसे कि ETH और USDT में लॉक कर देते हैं। फिर उसी प्रोटोकॉल में दूसरे यूजर्स के लिए लॉक किए गए एसेट्स अवेलेबल कराए जाते हैं। उस पर्टिकुलर लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल के यूजर्स इन टोकन को मार्जिन ट्रेडिंग के लिए बोरो कर सकते हैं। यील्ड फार्मर्स एक्सचेंज और लेंडिंग सर्विस ऑफर करने के लिए डीफाई प्रोटोकॉल्स की फाउंडेशन माने जाते हैं। इतना ही नहीं, वो डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड एक्सचेंजेस पर क्रिप्टो एसेट की लिक्विडिटी बनाए रखने में भी मदद करते हैं। इन तमाम एफर्ट्स के लिए यील्ड फार्मर्स एनुअल परसेंटेज यील्ड के रूप में कैलकुलेटेड रिवॉर्ड्स अर्न करते हैं। यील्ड फार्मिंग मॉडल क्या है? यील्ड फार्मिंग ऑटोमेटेड मार्केट मेकर्स पर डिपेंडेंट है, जो ट्रेडिशनल फाइनेंस स्पेस में ऑर्डर बुक्स के लिए एक रिप्लेसमेंट के तौर पर हैं। AMM स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हैं, जो मैथमेटिकल एल्गोरिथम्स का इस्तेमाल करके डिजिटल एसेट के ट्रेड की फैसिलिटी ऑफर करते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें ट्रेड करने के लिए काउंटर पार्ट की जरूरत नहीं होती। इसीलिए कंसिस्टेंट लिक्विडिटी को मेंटेन किया जाता है। लिक्विडिटी प्रोवाइडर्स और लिक्विडिटी पूल्स AMM में होते हैं 2 एसेंशियल कंपोनेंट्स, लिक्विडिटी प्रोवाइडर्स और लिक्विडिटी पूल्स। लिक्विडिटी पूल्स स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हैं जो डीफाई मार्केटप्लेस को पावर देते हैं। इन पूल्स में डिजिटल फंड्स होते हैं जो यूजर्स को टोकन्स बाय, सेल, बोरो, लेंड और स्वैप करने की फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। LPs या लिक्विडिटी प्रोवाइडर्स वो इन्वेस्टर हैं जो अपने एसेट को लिक्विडिटी पूल में गिरवी रखते हैं और इसके लिए इंसेंटिव्स अर्न करते हैं। इस तरह से यील्ड फार्मिंग टोकन्स के लिए एक लाइफलाइन प्रोवाइड करता है। यील्ड फार्मिंग के बेस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म्स की बात करें तो इनमें पैनकेकस्वैप, कर्व फाइनेंस, यूनिस्वैप, वीनस प्रोटोकॉल और आवे जैसे कई नाम शामिल हैं। व्हाट आर द रिस्क टू यील्ड फार्मिंग? जहां फायदा ज्यादा होता है वहां नुकसान का खतरा होना आम है। यील्ड फार्मिंग एक हाई रिस्क हाई रिवॉर्ड वाला इन्वेस्टिंग वेंचर है। ऐसे में कुछ रिस्क की बात करें तो इनमें स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिस्क, लिक्विडेशन रिस्क, इम्परमानेंट लॉस और कंपोसिबिलिटी रिस्क का नाम शामिल है। इसीलिए यील्ड फार्मर्स को हमेशा इस तरह की पॉसिबिलिटी से अवेयर रहना चाहिए। व्हाट इज स्टेकिंग? क्रिप्टो इकोनॉमी में स्टेकिंग का मतलब है क्रिप्टो एसेट को ब्लॉकचेन नेटवर्क पर कोलैटरल के रूप में गिरवी रखना, जो प्रूफ ऑफ स्टेक कंसेंसस एल्गोरिथम का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। जिस तरह से माइनर्स POW ब्लॉकचेन्स में आम सहमति की अचीवमेंट फैसिलिटेट करते हैं, ठीक उसी तरह POS ब्लॉकचेन्स पर ट्रांजैक्शन को वैलिडेट करने के लिए स्टेकर्स को चुना जाता है। POS को आमतौर पर ज्यादा पसंद किया जाता है क्योंकि ये मोर पॉपुलर POW एल्गोरिथम के मुकाबले ज्यादा स्केलेबल और एनर्जी एफिशिएंट है। POW की तुलना में POS स्टेकर्स को रिवॉर्ड्स अर्न करने का मौका भी देती है। POS में एक स्टेकर द्वारा एक ब्लॉक बनाने के चांसेस उनके द्वारा स्टेक पर लगाए गए कॉइन्स के नंबर से प्रोपोर्शनल होते हैं। स्टेक जितना ज्यादा होता है, नेटवर्क से स्टेक के लिए उतना ही ज्यादा रिवॉर्ड होगा। स्टेकिंग में रिवॉर्ड्स ऑन चेन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए जाते हैं, जिसका मतलब है कि हर बार जब एक ब्लॉक वैलिडेट किया जाता है तब उस करेंसी के न्यू टोकन्स को मिंट करने के साथ बतौर स्टेकिंग रिवॉर्ड्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए जाते हैं। माइनिंग के कंपैरिजन में कंसेंसस अचीव करने के मींस के रूप में स्टेकिंग ज्यादा वायबल है। इस तरह से माइनिंग के लिए रिक्वायर्ड इनफ कंप्यूटेशनल पावर जनरेट करने के लिए स्टेकर्स को एक्सपेंसिव इक्विपमेंट में इन्वेस्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। इसके अलावा स्टेकिंग एज अ सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म है जो स्टेकिंग के प्रोसेस को आसान बनाते हैं। इसके अलावा यील्ड फार्मिंग जैसी पैसिव इन्वेस्टमेंट के दूसरे तरीकों की तुलना में स्टेकिंग के लिए रिस्क फैक्टर कम होता है। स्टेक किए गए टोकन्स की सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल की सेफ्टी के बराबर है। बेस्ट स्टेकिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स की तरफ नजर डालें तो इनमें DeFi Swap, Acru, uHodler, Crypto.com, Binance और Nexo जैसे कुछ नाम शामिल हैं। स्टेकिंग के रिस्क क्या हैं? स्टेकिंग से जुड़े कई तरह के रिस्क हैं, जिसमें वैलिडेटर रिस्क, स्लैशिंग, सर्वर रिस्क, वोलेटिलिटी रिस्क, लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, लॉन्ग लॉकअप पीरियड्स, वेटिंग पीरियड्स फॉर रिसीविंग रिवॉर्ड्स, प्रोजेक्ट फेलियर, मिनिमम होल्डिंग्स, फंड लॉस और थेफ्ट शामिल है। व्हाट इज लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग? किसी भी DeFi प्रोजेक्ट का कोर लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग होता है। ये प्राइमरीली DeFi प्रोटोकॉल को लिक्विडिटी प्रोवाइड करने पर फोकस करता है। इस इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रोसेस में पार्टिसिपेंट्स क्रिप्टो ट्रेडिंग के लिए DeFi प्रोटोकॉल के लिक्विडिटी पूल में अपने क्रिप्टो एसेट ETH या USDT जैसे ट्रेडिंग पेयर्स प्रोवाइड करते हैं। ट्रेडिंग पेयर के एक्सचेंज में लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग प्रोटोकॉल यूजर्स को एक लिक्विडिटी प्रोवाइडर टोकन प्रोवाइड करता है, जो फाइनल रिडीम के लिए जरूरी है। जब तक यूजर्स द्वारा प्रोवाइड किए गए टोकन्स लिक्विडिटी पूल में रहते हैं, प्रोटोकॉल उन्हें अर्लियर रिसीव्ड LP के अलावा हर एक ब्लॉक में नेटिव टोकन्स या गवर्नेंस टोकन के साथ रिवॉर्ड करता है। रिवॉर्ड परसेंटेज टोटल पूल लिक्विडिटी के उनके हिस्से पर आधारित है। ये न्यूली मिंटेड टोकन्स लिक्विडिटी माइनर्स को प्रोजेक्ट के गवर्नेंस तक का एक्सेस प्रोवाइड करते हैं और बेटर रिवॉर्ड्स या दूसरे क्रिप्टो करेंसी के लिए इनका एक्सचेंज भी किया जा सकता है। वहीं लिक्विडिटी पूल्स के रूप में यूनिस्वैप, बैलेंसर, बैंकर, कर्व फाइनेंस और कॉन्वेक्सिटी प्रोटोकॉल जैसे नाम मार्केट में मौजूद हैं। क्या है लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग से जुड़े रिस्क? लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग के कुछ रिस्क में स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिस्क, प्रोजेक्ट रिस्क, रग पुल और इम्परमानेंट लॉस का नाम शामिल है। लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग यील्ड फार्मिंग का एक सबसेट है, जो खुद स्टेकिंग का एक सबसेट है। ऐसे में ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि ये तीनों मेथड्स आइडल क्रिप्टो एसेट को काम पर लगाने के अलग अलग तरीके हैं। वहीं यील्ड फार्मिंग का एम हाईएस्ट यील्ड गेन करना है, जबकि स्टेकिंग एक ब्लॉकचेन नेटवर्क को सिक्योर रहने में मदद करने पर फोकस करती है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ लिक्विडिटी माइनिंग DeFi प्रोटोकॉल को लिक्विडिटी प्रोवाइड करने पर फोकस्ड है। आज के लिए इतना ही। ऐसी और स्टोरीज और खबरों के लिए बने रहिए हमारे साथ। सब्सक्राइब करें हमारे YouTube चैनल को और इस वीडियो को लाइक और शेयर करें। और हाँ, लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाना ना भूलें। दिस इज रुचि शर्मा साइनिंग ऑफ। कीप वॉचिंग क्रिप्टो टीवी।
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. In a report by Deloitte, it has been predicted that the metaverse industry in India might have an economic impact worth between $79 billion and $148 billion by 2035. So to have a better understanding of the current scenario of the metaverse industry, its impact on India's economy and future, we have invited Mr. Utkarsh Shukla, who is a founder and CEO of Yug Metaverse. The first Indian wedding in Metaverse took place on this Made in India Metaverse platform. Welcome to 3.0 TV, sir.
Thank you, Vishakha.
It's a pleasure to have you, sir.
Good to be there.
Sir, Metaverse is opening up transformative opportunities, and according to a report by Deloitte, the Metaverse industry in India might have an economic impact worth between $79 billion and $148 billion by 2035, as I mentioned. So what are your views on the same?
See, I think if you look at it from a very higher end, basically on a very top level, you would realize that there is a jump from the 2D internet that we essentially are using. So, for example, the Amazons or the Googles of the world that we are using, there needs to be a sort of a jump from that 2D internet to a 3D internet. And with the advent of, I mean, again, 5G has been launched up in India, and a lot of other technologies are coming in, especially phones are also getting much powerful and much better. So now I think basically is a time where a lot of features sort of basically have come together, which essentially sort of have enabled up the conversion of that 2D internet into a 3D internet. And metaverse essentially stands about that whole 3D internet, where you'll have the experience of shopping not just by scrolling up the products and clicking on buy, but you will have the experience of sort of going into a three-dimensional shop and then sort of experiencing of the products there. So that ways, I think, again, I'm assuming basically this is only by 2035, this essentially is going to grow, because that change or that conversion is anyways imminent. So I think that ways, I think basically we are just at the very beginning and at the very starting of the phase. There are a lot of issues in terms of basically understanding what the user essentially understands, how the user essentially interacts. So post this phase, I mean, we'll start seeing up a lot of explosion in terms of the 3D experiences. So this is like the old days of internet that was there. So similarly, we are essentially into that sort of old days for the 3D world.
True. So I think metaverse, 5G is going to be a key to metaverse. And with India adopting a hard stance on blockchain and cryptocurrencies, do you think the world's second biggest democracy is a conducive place for the growth of metaverse in contrast to countries such as Dubai, Germany, or US?
See, I think that's where somewhere people have to sort of understand that, metaverse, VR, and your entire cryptocurrencies, these sort of have different roles in the ecosystem. So, I mean, metaverse can function without a Web3. Obviously, I mean, it will be a different sort of a metaverse, basically. So, for example, today, if you look at Roblox, or in fact, what Facebook or Meta basically is also building, they're not using a lot of cryptocurrencies. But I mean, what crypto or basically blockchain sort of provides is a decentralization. Again, basically, for example, we are using blockchains to provide decentralization. But again, crypto is one format or one small use case for the entire blockchain technology. So decentralization is going to be the key, and blockchain enables that. And I think basically blockchain will play a huge role in the metaverses. Crypto, obviously, I mean, it's not just in India, basically across the world, basically we are facing a lot of companies who are essentially sort of hitting hard on the Web3 and the crypto market. But yes, I mean, basically somewhere down the line, I think, again, Indian government is releasing up the digital rupee and a lot of other CBDTs.
Yes.
So I think those will sort of fill that place and sort of basically create a system.
So since you mentioned that companies are betting big on metaverse, so countries are too betting big on metaverse. For example, if we talk about Dubai, so Dubai is becoming the center of Web3 with the country having its own metaverse strategy. So where do you see Dubai in the next 5 years?
See, Dubai, obviously, I mean, at a country level, they have the transformational plan for not depending on fossil fuels and instead basically focusing on the new upcoming technologies. And I think basically, and again, a lot of other countries also are sort of basically taking a cue and sort of investing up into a lot of these new age technologies. Because again, I mean, basically, as you mentioned up initially, that there is an entire bigger market which essentially is going to come in. So obviously, whichever country essentially sort of takes the cue and sort of basically jumps, obviously they will have a upper hand and a leverage in terms of the technology.
So since you are an early adopter, what do you think are the advantages for early adopters of metaverse?
See, early adopters sort of have, again, both ways, basically. We essentially get to understand what the customer wants. And again, basically, there is a lot of chance for experimentation, sort of user experiences experimentation, and a lot of those technology experimentations. And again, mostly in most of the cases that you see, those early adopters are the ones basically who sort of set up a standard which essentially, again, basically the rest of the community follows. So for example, I mean, we essentially, I think it has been more than almost like 8 months or 9 months, basically, we have been working into the market. We have been doing a lot of activities. We have got a lot of hands-on understanding in terms of what the user essentially wants, what works in the metaverse domain, what doesn't works. Because again, I mean, on paper, everything looks nice, but the moment you essentially go into the market, you essentially sort of get that feedback from the users and the community and everybody, that in terms of what makes sense. So I think that is something which essentially sort of gives a leverage. And again, basically, if you look at the top companies of the world, basically the Googles and the Amazons, they are again one of those early adopter companies, basically, which were there. So yeah, I mean, basically that essentially gives you a leverage in terms of understanding the market.
So you claim that Yug Metaverse organized Asia's first Metaverse wedding. Can you share details on user base, your projects, and some other commercial data on your project, including investments and tie-ups?
See, I mean, at Yug Metaverse, we essentially are focusing on a couple of aspects. There's one aspect which we essentially focusing on is primarily, I mean, again, experiences are experiences like the wedding and Holi, and a lot of those experiences that we created up were the areas that we essentially got an understanding that how the user interacts with the new technology. Especially if you look at gaming in India, I mean, while there are a few games that have done very well in the past few years, but again, gaming as a broad range subject basically is pretty restrictive in India as of now. I mean, basically, there are mobile games which basically have sort of worked, but again, the PC games and a lot of different genres have not sort of worked. So with that, what we have done is basically we have sort of understood the market basically. Post that, now we essentially are sort of focusing on a couple of things. One is basically we are essentially focusing on creation of a tool where, I mean, again, it's not just that we should sort of come in. There is a gap in the market where somebody who essentially doesn't has any experience in the 3D content or those sort of areas or metaverse development sort of an area, they essentially should have a very, very simple tool that they can sort of utilize and create up content using that. So that is one area that we are working very aggressively on that. And we essentially have onboarded a few creators also who essentially are using the tool and sort of creating up the marketplace. So metaverse is all about that. It's not that you essentially are the creator or the one who essentially is creating the experiences, but it's more about a platform where a lot of other people are sort of coming and creating up the experiences. So we are directly working with a few companies, and we are also sort of enabling the community to sort of come in and sort of create content, and then basically in a very easier to learn sort of a fashion. Because I mean, if you go into a typical game development cycle, I mean, that essentially has very sort of a long and a tedious journey. So we essentially want to make that less, so that basically as a platform, I mean, there are a lot of creators who essentially are creating content, and then basically again the users which are sort of coming up and using up the content. So that is the way that we're essentially looking at. And I think basically in the initial phases, the creator community is also something which essentially sort of will have a lot of value in terms of getting up them on the platform.
So how do you think the digital identities are going to play a role in shaping the metaverse forward?
See, I think digital identities are a very key element of your digital presence. So till now, basically, again, from a very broad perspective, if you look at it, I mean, in most of the websites that you go, there used to be the option of this login from Facebook and login from Google, because I mean, those two were sort of have sort of basically focused on being up a digital identity provider. Similarly, I think in Web3 or the decentralized world, I think somewhere down the line, there would be a lot of decentralized identity providers, which essentially will enable a couple of things. One is basically, with those, you will be able to sort of control the access of your data. It's not that basically you essentially log in somewhere and then basically the application is sort of getting up all of your data, or basically you're freely accessing up the data for the other person. So that control and that ownership, because the moment we essentially are moving in Web3 or a decentralized world, a lot of asset and content will also sort of become up a ownership sort of a focus. So for example, I mean, again, a very simple example. So for example, let's say, I mean, a lot of people would have played Snake games on their Nokia 1100s. They would have achieved a lot of high scores basically. But today, if their phone is not there, nobody knows that how much high scores that they have got. But now basically with a decentralized identity, if you are able to link your high scores to that identity, so today if you do not even have that phone, even if you do not have that game installed, at least you have those high score achievements with you. So I think digital identities will play sort of a very key role into this area.
Wow. So with all this, there are some critical issues involved too, whether we talk about cyber security, identity theft, or data security, network vulnerability, and others. So how do you think can we tackle these issues in future?
See, I think there are two parts to it. One is basically, obviously, there are, since a lot of things are built on existing tech stacks, so a lot of those inherent vulnerabilities do come in. For example, I mean, your application will end up using some sort of an API, some sort of a communication methodology. So a lot of those security and those sort of aspects and those sort of issues anyways do creep in. And again, basically for them, there is a lot of things that are being done. But again, along with that, since we are doing, I mean, since it's a sort of a very uncharted territory that the metaverse and the 3D world basically sort of creates up. So I think obviously a lot of those issues will also come in. But again, I think basically that's where we'll have to be vigilant in terms of making sure that the security and especially the privacy. I mean, I think basically privacy is also one of the major concerns along with security, wherein basically, I mean, the user consent and privacy and a lot of those things will also sort of have to happen. So I think that's where a lot of things will anyways emerge. And the moment basically there is a thriving market, again, basically there will be a lot of, I mean, old as well as new solution providers and people who will sort of emerge to essentially create even a business out of it.
So metaverse is the future of internet basically, but what do you think is going to be the future of metaverse?
See, fundamentally, I mean, again, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, 2D and 2D converts into 3D. So post 3D, obviously there's a little scope basically, but the future would be more in terms of how you are consuming content. So for example, earlier, I mean, basically 10 years before, basically people were consuming content from laptops or from PCs at a distance of, let's say, 1 feet or 2 feet. Today, they are consuming content from mobile at a distance of 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters. I mean, with VR headsets, they are consuming content at a distance of 2 centimeters. Now, basically, I think basically overall, there is also the whole area of brain-machine interface. So I think probably in the next 10 years, basically, we might not even have to open our mouths to talk. We might communicate just by thinking with each other. I think basically those are areas basically which will have a lot of focus basically.
All right. So thank you so much, sir, for being on 3.0 TV and sharing your views and knowledge with our viewers. It was really great having you on the show.
Sure. Thanks a lot.
So this was Mr. Utkarsh Shukla, founder of Yug Metaverse. He gave us an insight to the current scenario of the metaverse industry and its future. Keep watching 3.0 TV for more such interviews. Do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel. And for instant updates, do press the bell icon. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off.
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Manoj Dara.
And I am Ruchi Sharma. In today's special segment, we are focusing on trending topic that has been on the minds of numerous governments of several countries across the globe.
Yes, Ruchi, and we are talking about CBDC, the 4 letters which are echoing in the halls of central banks across the globe.
So essentially, a CBDC is a digital form of a country's fiat currency issued by its central bank. Unlike volatile cryptocurrencies, a CBDC is seen as a trusted and transparent way to transact digitally.
Exactly, but CBDCs also hold the potential to disrupt the digital payments ecosystem in India and in the world. It could emerge as an alternative to mobile money in the future. That's what analysts are expecting. Possibly competing with the likes of examples such as Paytm and the Google Pay.
That's why over 100 countries are exploring central bank digital currency. Over 10 countries have launched the e-currency and over 15 countries are running the pilot.
But interestingly, Ruchi, there are over 70 countries. Largely these 7 countries are in different stages of development and research according to Atlantic Council's Central Bank Digital Currency Tracker.
Manoj, it is impossible to track the CBDC development of over 100 countries in this small segment.
But you are right, Ruchi, as we speak about CBDC. So we will focus only on 10 countries across the globe and give quick summary for our viewers about advancement of their CBDC launch.
So let's get ready for this virtual world tour.
Of course. So first let's go to Bahamas. In October 2020, Bahamas became the first country in the world to launch its very own digital currency, Sand Dollar. So Bahamas is also the first country in the world to open its embassy in the metaverse. It seems when it comes to digital technology, this small nation is taking giant leap.
Of course. In October 2021, Nigeria became the first African country to establish a CBDC. The eNaira is kept in a digital wallet and can be used for in-store contactless payments as well as money transfers.
But however, if you talk about eNaira, recent figures have shown that Nigerian central bank digital currency has been adopted by just 0.5% of the country's population. There is widespread confusion and general mistrust of the ruling elite have hampered eNaira's adoption in Nigeria. So let us give a small numbers for our viewers. So there are roughly around, if you talk about the global internet adoption, Nigeria and this African region accounts for roughly around 20 to 25% of the total population. And this can be a reason why there is a drop in adoption because of the internet access and the mobile accessibility in those areas.
Of course. So moving on to Eastern Caribbean Union, it's a group of 7 countries and they are Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia and St. Vincent and Grenadines.
So these 7 Eastern Caribbean Union countries developed their own digital currency to assist in speedy transactions and serve those without bank accounts. So this is an important thing to keep an eye on because bank account and the CBDCs, I mean, if you talk about UPI in India, it is directly connected to the banks.
Of course.
And if you're talking about central bank digital currency, it has to be associated with your bank account. So banking the unbanked is the most important thing as far as CBDC is concerned.
Of course. Now let's come back to India. As you know, the Reserve Bank of India recently on 1st November 2022 launched first pilot of wholesale CBDC. RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das hailed it as a landmark achievement. Governor also added that retail CBDC with selected groups will be launched later this month.
Exactly, Indian government has announced that the digital rupee will be introduced by 2022-23. Nirmala Sitharaman, India's finance minister, had made the announcement in February 2022. So according to the finance minister, the CBDC would strengthen India's economy, increase efficiency and lower expenses of the country's currency management system and provide a stable, regulated digital currency that will compete with private cryptocurrencies. That's what the market analysts are saying.
Of course. Moving to our friendly nation, Russia, in Feb 2022, the Bank of Russia, Russia's central bank, announced that it had completed initial trials of the CBDC, also known as the digital ruble.
So, 2 of the banks in the Bank of Russia's trial group has already connected to the digital currency network and completed a full cycle of digital ruble transactions between the customers using mobile banking apps.
The next country on the list is our neighboring country of People's Republic of China. In April 2020, China became the world's first large economy to test a digital currency. The People's Bank of China wants the eCNY or digital yuan to be widely used in China by 2022.
So from China, let's go to the Europe. So we will start with Sweden, where the e-krona, a digital currency developed in Sweden, is now being tested. The testing will progress from simulated individuals to an environment with external participants.
So if we look at CBDC policy of United Kingdom, so far UK has kept CBDC under the research status. The UK administration doesn't yet provide a timeline, nor does it give guarantee the application of CBDC in the future. However, recently with pro-crypto and pro-CBDC, Rishi Sunak becoming the UK Prime Minister, we might soon see some development about CBDC from UK.
Let's hope for the best, but from UK, let's fly to USA. Well, the US has not set plans to create a CBDC, but the Federal Reserve issued a report in Jan 2022 which invited public comment and weighed the potential risk and benefits of the US CBDC. In March 2022, President Biden issued an executive order which directed Congress to access the technological infrastructure and capabilities needed for a potential US CBDC.
So the Biden administration thinks that US CBDC will help strengthen the nation's role as the global financial leader, but only time will tell when US will move ahead with the CBDC launch.
Interestingly, but last but not the least, the 10th country on our CBDC list is Singapore. The Monetary Authority of Singapore has launched a new program called UBIN Plus to test cross-border currency transactions using central bank digital currency, which try to explore various use cases of CBDC such as connectivity between CBDC and other digital assets, forex and liquidity management.
MAS is also testing cross-border interoperability in SWIFT CBDC sandbox together with 17 other central banks and commercial institutions.
Ruchi, but apart from these 10 countries, many other countries like Israel, Norway, France, Switzerland, Japan, Hong Kong, Thailand, Cambodia and Saudi Arabia are also involved in CBDC research and pilot programs for cross-border payments.
There is no doubt that CBDC are going to be launched around the world, but it remains to be seen if CBDCs will be adopted by general population like fiat currency or electronic money like Paytm and Google Pay.
Well, that's all there is in this special segment. We will meet again with interesting updates about CBDC and crypto wars.
Till then, keep watching 3.0 TV, like and share our videos, subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon to get instant updates. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFT.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
Hello and a very warm welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. It's been just over a year since social media giant Facebook rebranded as Meta at the Facebook Connect conference on October 28, 2021. The name change reflected the company's growing ambitions to transcend past social media and into the world of Web3, crypto, NFTs and the metaverse virtual worlds where consumers are likely to spend more of their time for both work and play. The company has been busy. Now, before we move ahead about what has transpired in 1 year since Facebook became Meta, please like and share our videos, subscribe to our channel and do not forget to press the bell icon to get instant updates. In December 2021, Meta debuted its Horizon Worlds virtual reality social networking project, while it also opened up advertising for more crypto ads on Facebook. In April 2022, reports emerged that the company has been considering a digital currency designed for use in the metaverse, internally dubbed as Zuckbucks, though no further updates on the project have been seen since. In May, the company filed 5 trademark applications for a payments processing platform with support for cryptocurrencies and digital assets called MetaPay. In September 2022, the company announced that 2.9 billion users would have the ability to post digital collectibles and NFTs they own across Facebook and Instagram across 100 countries by linking their wallets. Meanwhile, on October 11, Meta announced a partnership with tech giant Microsoft to bring a range of Microsoft Office 365 products into Meta's virtual reality platform to try and coax other companies to work in virtual environments. However, the year has not come without its challenges, particularly when it comes to the company's metaverse ambitions. Last week, Altimeter Capital CEO and founder called Meta's $10 billion to $15 billion a year investment into the metaverse as supersized and terrifying. Meta's Q3 report appeared to only solidify these concerns, with the stock price falling 23.6% following its release, while Meta's virtual reality research and development arm Reality Labs posted an accumulated loss of $9.44 billion so far this year. Many may also remember Meta's Eiffel Tower fiasco, when an image of Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg's avatar standing in front of a virtual Eiffel Tower was mocked over lackluster visuals. Meanwhile, an October 15 report from the Wall Street Journal suggested that the company has slashed its monthly active user goal for Horizon Worlds by more than half, suggesting the company's flagship metaverse was falling short. Now, this backlash was touched on by Zuckerberg during the Q3 earnings call on October 26, noting that we are iterating out in the open and that social metaverse platform was still an early version. It's kind of a live early product platform and that's evolving quickly, but obviously has a long way to go before it's going to be what we aspire for it to be, said the CEO. Nevertheless, the technology giant is continuing to push forward with its foray into Web3 and other projects, including artificial intelligence, with Zuckerberg noting on the call that we are on the right track with these investments and the company should keep investing heavily in these areas. The company recently unveiled its latest virtual reality headset, the Meta Quest Pro, during an October 11 virtual event, along with the partnership with Microsoft and the new computer platform Reality Labs. Work in the metaverse is a big theme for Quest Pro. Now, there are 200 million people who get new PCs every year, mostly for work. Our goal for the Quest Pro line over the next several years is to enable more and more of these people to get their work done in virtual and mixed reality, eventually when better than they could on PCs, said Zuckerberg. Now, between the AI discovery engine, our ads and business messaging platforms, and our future vision for the metaverse, those are 3 of the areas that we are very focused on, he added. The Quest Pro's face tracking capabilities can help make avatars' facial expressions look more realistic. Initially, users can access this tracking in Horizon Worlds and Horizon Workrooms, Meta said, as well as in several developers' apps such as Painting VR and DJ App Tribe XR. But even with facial tracking, what users see when they pop in the Horizon Worlds, blocky, human-like avatars that exist only from the torso up, floating around a virtual plaza, will now continue to contrast sharply with the image Zuckerberg portrayed during Meta's Connect event on October 11 of his own full-body avatar. In the meantime, investors appear to be getting fed up with the investments in the metaverse at a time when the future of its core business is also deeply uncertain. In the past, Zuckerberg successfully pivoted Facebook's operations once before from desktop to mobile devices shortly after taking the company public, a move that helped supercharge its advertising business and ensure its dominance for much of the next decade. But it remains to be seen if his newest shift towards metaverse would bear any fruits in the long run or not. Well, that's it in today's episode. We will meet again with exciting stories about the metaverse. Till then, keep watching 3.0 TV. Like and share our videos, subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon to get instant updates. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off.
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Ruchi Sharma.
And I am Manoj Zara. And as you know, the year 2022 is coming to an end. So we have decided that in this special segment, we are going to shed some light on the top 5 influential people of 2022 in the crypto space.
So let's get started, and who better to start with the list with none other than Changpeng Zhao.
Well, the past half year in the crypto has been one of the bankruptcies, layoffs and steep losses. But two supremely powerful players stood in the stark contrast to this wreckage.
One was Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO of bankruptcy exchange FTX, and the other was his competitor, Binance CEO Changpeng Zhao, better known as CZ. With FTX's dramatic collapse, now we are down to one.
Exactly. As of October 2022, Changpeng Zhao's net worth was over $33 billion, having over 8 million followers on Twitter and devoted fans all over the world. Binance had actually announced to invest $500 million in Twitter, ensuring the exchange has a seat at the table during the reign of the Elon Musk.
Yes, Manoj. Binance has also committed $2 billion towards recovery fund that aims to buy distressed assets and support the industry for FTX-like collapse.
Exactly, there was a broader concern that time as well, and now as we are saying, the markets are currently trading lower. There are other contributors to the fund such as Aptos Lab and Jump Crypto, but CZ is very much the face of it.
There is no doubt that in 2023, C is going to emerge even stronger force to reckon with in the crypto industry.
Exactly. Next name on the list is BitStrange. It's not a name of the person, but rather a pseudonym. The name is Zach XBT.
Well, the nascent crypto industry has often been compared to a digital Wild West, a lawless place where fortunes can just as easily be made as broken and black hat-clad bad guys roam the frontier unchecked by the law.
Exactly, but however, is in this Wild West, the regulators are often outnumbered by outgunned by tech-savvy scammers and fraudsters.
That's where Zach XBT steps in, more like a pro bono bounty hunter or a scam-busting vigilante than a sheriff. The pseudonymous Twitter sleuth has been working to expose crypto scams since May 2021.
Exactly, Zach XBT doesn't detail on-chain research, tracking wallets and transactions associated with hacks, phishing scam and other attacks, and shares his knowledge in Twitter threads naming and shaming bad actors.
Twitter users aren't the only ones taking notice of Zach XBT's threads. The online sleuth's research has led to real-world consequences for some scammers, including the alleged phishing scammers who orchestrated the theft of $2.5 million worth of Bored Ape Yacht Club non-fungible tokens.
Well, French authorities have arrested 5 individuals allegedly behind the crime ring and gave Zach XBT a shout-out in a press release which was released in October.
Next name on the list is Rishi Sunak, who clearly stood out as the crypto crowd favorite. The UK Treasury, with Sunak at the helm, ushered in Britain's post-Brexit financial strategy earlier this year, which includes measures to bring crypto stabilized against sovereign currencies, collectively known as stablecoins, into the scope of local payments regulations.
The Financial Services and the Market Bill is now moving towards Parliament and was recently injected with the rules to regulate crypto broadly as financial instruments.
The proposed regulations could solidify the UK's crypto agenda in the wake of the European Union's own sweeping markets in crypto assets framework targeting digital assets, service providers and stablecoin issuers.
So this was actually considered to be, Rishi Sunak's appointment was considered to be a big positive as far as the crypto and market participants are concerned, because of his theory and ideology towards regulating this space was actually, it has actually got a double thumbs up from the market participants. And under Rishi Sunak's leadership, the Treasury set in motion a public consultation on the crypto taxes. He also ordered the country's coin maker, the Royal Mint, to issue a collection of non-fungible tokens, although nothing has materialized from the initiative yet. But these are the positive steps.
Right. Sunak too will eventually have to address his plans for crypto, and the industry is sure to be paying close attention. Now let's move on to the next name on the list. Despite keeping the legality of crypto in limbo, India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was the chief architect of the Finance Bill of 2022, which includes stiff taxes on crypto that resulted in the ecosystem entering a period of pain.
That is actually which we have witnessed, and the broader Terra Luna collapse followed then. The India's crypto downturn after enacting a 30% taxes on profits and the more controversial 1% TDS was brutal. Within 10 days of April 1st imposing of the 30% taxes, trading volumes nosedived for more than 50% on some exchanges.
This was exacerbated by rising inflation, Russia's war on Ukraine, global crypto contagion, and investigations against at least 10 crypto exchanges.
Exactly, but recently, however, as crypto investors around the globe reeled from the sudden collapse of the crypto derivative exchange FTX implosion, in the aftermath was relatively seen less severe because of the measures announced by the government.
In this chaotic crypto economy, Sitharaman is gaining power to lead the worldwide debate on crypto regulation. Starting in December, India will host the G20 summit in 2023.
However, India holds the presidency, gets to seek key priorities, and Finance Minister has already indicated that framing crypto regulations will be an international priority during India's term.
In 2022, she imposed harsh crypto taxes in India. Next year, she is positioned to frame crypto regulations for the world.
That's a big news. But last but not the least, the next name on our list is Jerome Powell.
In a perfect world, crypto wouldn't be influenced by fiat-based monetary policy, and Jerome Powell, chairman of the US Federal Reserve, wouldn't be one of the most influential people in the industry.
But as proven by the latest crypto meltdown, Powell has driven the market narrative more often than not in 2022 because of the inflation measures, and to control the inflation, he has increased interest rates more than 7 times in the year.
Right. 4-decade high inflation has been the focus of economic policy leaders around the globe this year.
But that has been particularly true for Jerome Powell and his colleagues at the Federal Open Market Committee, the body that has raised interest rate at a rapid pace since March from net zero levels to the current 3.5 to 4%.
Though the correlation has since weakened, macroeconomic uncertainty is likely to persist into next year. Fed officials have signaled further rate hikes are coming in 2023, dashing the hopes of Bitcoin maximalists and crypto believers. Powell's impact on crypto assets will continue.
Well, that's all there is in this special segment. We will meet again with exciting update about the cryptoverse. Till then, keep watching 3.0 TV. This is me, Manoj Dara, signing off.
And this is me, Ruchi Sharma, signing off. Please like and share our video, subscribe to our channel, and press the bell icon to get instant updates.
Thank you so much.
नमस्कार, मैं संदीप कसालकर। स्वागत है आपका 3.0 टीवी के इस खास एपिसोड में। लोगों में टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर, अलग अलग प्रयोगों को लेकर काफी उत्साह है, जिसमें ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रैवल इंडस्ट्री को बेहतर तरीके से बदलने के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। इस एक्साइटमेंट की वजह बड़ी ट्रैवल कंपनियां हैं जो अधिकतर लोग पसंद करते हैं। डिसरप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी होने के नाते ब्लॉकचेन में कंज्यूमर्स को सीधे सर्विस प्रोवाइडर के साथ बातचीत करने की अनुमति देकर पूरे ट्रैवल के अनुभव को बेहतर बनाने की क्षमता है। अगर आप सफर के शौकीन हैं, अलग अलग जगहों को एक्सप्लोर करना पसंद करते हैं, तो आपको इन टॉप कंपनियों के बारे में जानने की जरूरत है जो ब्लॉकचेन को स्थापित करने में अहम रोल निभा रही है। नंबर 1 लिस्ट में सबसे पहला नाम कूल कज़न का है। कूल कज़न को 2016 में टेल अवीव में लॉन्च किया गया था और दुनिया भर में 5 लाख से ज्यादा ट्रैवलर्स इसका इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। ये जिस तरह का क्यूरेटेड ट्रैवल एक्सपीरियंस प्रदान करता है, इसका मकसद टूरिस्ट के लिए एक बेहतर विकल्प के रूप में काम करना है। कंपनी का ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड इकोसिस्टम लोकल गाइड को अपनी जानकारी को रोजगार का एक बेहतर अवसर बनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करता है। ब्लॉकचेन पर आधारित होने की वजह से एप्लीकेशन का फीडबैक और रेटिंग सिस्टम भरोसेमंद है। नंबर 2 साइनब्लॉक एक न्यू कमर है जो ब्लॉकचेन प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ लॉयल्टी लैंडस्केप को बदलना चाहता है। सिस्टम ट्रैवल ऑपरेटर्स को अपनी खुद की लॉयल्टी टोकन बनाने की अनुमति देता है जिसे असली कॉइंस की तरह इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है और फिएट करेंसी और ब्रांडेड रिवॉर्ड्स के लिए रिडीम भी किया जा सकता है। ब्लॉकचेन बिजनेसेस को बेहतर डेटा और ट्रांसपेरेंसी प्रोवाइड करने में मदद करता है जिससे इकोसिस्टम में पॉजिटिव बदलाव देखने को मिलता है। नंबर 3 ट्रैवल चेन सप्लाई चेन में बिचौलियों को हटाने के लिए ओपन सोर्स ब्लॉकचेन का इस्तेमाल करता है। यूजर्स को ट्रैवल डेटा कलेक्ट और मॉनिटाइज करने के अलावा ताक झांक से छिपाने की अनुमति देता है। यूजर्स अपने सर्विस प्रोवाइडर या ट्रैवल एजेंसी के साथ डेटा का एक्सचेंज करने के बदले में टोकन हासिल कर सकते हैं। टोकन को बाद में पैसे या सर्विसेज के लिए रिडीम किया जा सकता है। नंबर 4 वाइंडिंग ट्री एक ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड स्टार्टअप है जो ट्रैवलर्स को टूर गाइड्स, होटल्स और एयरलाइंस जैसे सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स से सीधे जोड़ने के लिए LIF टोकन का इस्तेमाल करता है। यह ट्रैवलर्स के लिए संबंधित चार्जेस को कम करता है और सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स के लिए कॉस्ट को भी कम करता है। नंबर 5 पॉपुलर ऑनलाइन ट्रैवल एजेंसी वेबजेट ने बुकिंग आसान करने के लिए एक नया मॉडल तैयार किया है। वेबजेट का सिस्टम ब्लॉकचेन पर एक इम्यूटेबल लेजर में सभी चीजों को दर्ज करके कंज्यूमर एक्सपीरियंस में सुधार करता है ताकि धोखाधड़ी वाले ट्रांजैक्शंस की संभावना को कम करने के साथ सेलर और कंज्यूमर के बीच की दूरी भी कम की जा सके। दोस्तों, भारत में भी ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी को भविष्य समझा जा रहा है और इसे प्राइवेट ही नहीं सरकारी दफ्तर भी इसे अपना रहे हैं। कॉफी, कॉटन से लेकर दाल तक के व्यवसाय को ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से ट्रैक किया जा रहा है। टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मेटावर्स की तरफ ज्यादा झुकाव देखने मिल रहा है। एक्सपर्ट्स का मानना है कि ब्लॉकचेन टूरिज्म फोकस कंपनीज एफिशिएंट लॉयल्टी प्रोग्राम्स को प्रोवाइड करेगा जिससे टूरिज्म को बड़े पैमाने पर बढ़ावा मिलेगा। तो आज के लिए बस इतना ही। वेब3 से जुड़ी ऐसे ही इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज को लेकर मैं संदीप कसालकर फिर आपसे मिलूंगा। तब तक के लिए देखते रहिए 3.0 टीवी।
We will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFT.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
बैंकिंग की दुनिया का वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ट्रस्टेड नेम मास्टरकार्ड, जिस पर हर सेकंड हजारों ट्रांजैक्शंस होती हैं। ग्लोबली लोग इस पर सबसे ज्यादा भरोसा करते हैं। वही मास्टरकार्ड अब वक्त के साथ क्रिप्टो की तरफ अपनी बढ़ती दिलचस्पी जाहिर कर रहा है। जी हाँ, मास्टरकार्ड ने कई NFT मार्केटप्लेस के साथ पार्टनरशिप कर अपने कार्ड होल्डर्स को NFTs बाय एंड सेल करने की कन्वीनियंस तो जून 2022 में ही दे दी थी। डिजिटल एसेट के लिए मास्टरकार्ड के सपोर्ट की बदौलत क्रिप्टो पेमेंट्स मेन स्ट्रीम पर आ गई थी। और अब मास्टरकार्ड ने NFT कस्टमाइज्ड डेबिट कार्ड के साथ ये जता दिया है कि उनका रुझान धीरे धीरे NFTs और क्रिप्टो की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। भले ही बैंकिंग सेक्टर रेगुलेशन की वजह से क्रिप्टो इंडस्ट्री को फुल सपोर्ट नहीं दे रहा, लेकिन इस मैसिव इंडस्ट्री को वो हाथ से जाने भी नहीं देना चाहते। इसीलिए क्रिप्टो से थोड़ा बहुत डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट कनेक्शन बनाकर रखती है बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री। खबर है कि मास्टरकार्ड ने कस्टमाइजेबल NFT डेबिट कार्ड्स लॉन्च कर दिए हैं। इन कार्ड्स की मदद से वो NFT होल्डर्स जो किसी खास NFT कलेक्शन के अवतार ओन करते हैं, उस आर्टवर्क को कार्ड पेमेंट पर ऐड कर सकते हैं। मास्टरकार्ड ये कार्ड्स यूरोपियन क्रिप्टो करेंसी एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म हाई के साथ पार्टनरशिप में लेकर आया है। हाई पर गोल्ड मेंबर्स अपनी NFTs के साथ इन डेबिट कार्ड्स को पर्सनलाइज कर सकते हैं। हाई पर गोल्ड मेंबर बनने के लिए जरूरी है कि आप 100,000 हाई डॉलर्स ओन करें, जो कि हाई प्लेटफॉर्म का नेटिव टोकन है। 100,000 हाई मतलब करीब $4,600। इन कार्ड्स के जरिए जहां भी मास्टरकार्ड एक्सेप्ट किए जाते हैं और अवेलेबल है, वहां यूजर्स फिएट मनी, स्टेबल कॉइंस या फिर किसी क्रिप्टो करेंसी में भी पेमेंट कर सकते हैं। कुछ मेंबरशिप्स में तो होटल क्रेडिट्स, कैशबैक इंसेंटिव्स, नेटफ्लिक्स पर रिबेट और स्पॉटिफाई सब्सक्रिप्शंस जैसे बेनिफिट्स तक अवेलेबल हैं। मास्टरकार्ड क्रिप्टो एंड फिनटेक एनेबलमेंट VP क्रिस्टियन राव का कहना है कि NFTs और क्रिप्टोज में कंज्यूमर के बढ़ते इंटरेस्ट को देखते हुए ये पेमेंट प्रोवाइडर उन कस्टमर्स के लिए अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पर क्रिप्टो पेमेंट को एक्सेसिबल बनाने के लिए कमिटेड था, जो इस सुविधा का फायदा उठाना चाहते हैं। वैसे आपको बता दें कि ये कार्ड कुछ चंद NFT कलेक्शंस को ही सपोर्ट करेगा। तो अगर आप क्रिप्टोपंक्स, मूनबर्ड्स, गॉब्लिन टाउन, बोर्ड एप और अजूकी जैसी ब्लू चिप NFTs ओन करते हैं, तो हाई के गोल्ड मेंबर बनने के लिए आपको अपनी NFT ओनरशिप वेरीफाई करनी होगी, तब आप कस्टम कार्ड हासिल कर पाएंगे। वैसे कार्ड्स फिलहाल 25 यूरोपियन इकोनॉमिक एरिया कंट्रीज और द यूनाइटेड किंगडम में ही अवेलेबल है। पिछले कुछ महीनों से क्रिप्टो मार्केट में चल रही मंदी का असर ब्लू चिप NFTs पर भी पड़ा है। NFT Go के डेटा के मुताबिक पिछले कुछ हफ्तों से ब्लू चिप NFTs की परफॉर्मेंस बेहतर होती दिख रही है। ऐसे में उम्मीद की जा रही है कि इन NFT कलेक्शंस की तरफ NFT एंथुसियास्ट का इंटरेस्ट एक बार फिर बढ़ेगा। तो भले ही NFTs के फ्यूचर पर सवाल उठते रहें, लेकिन मास्टरकार्ड जैसे पेमेंट प्रोवाइडर्स जब तक NFT सेक्टर को सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे, तब तक NFT एंथुसियास्ट की हिम्मत बनी रहेगी और NFT वर्ल्ड तरक्की करता रहेगा। इस स्पेशल स्टोरी में फिलहाल इतना ही। दिस इज मी रुचि शर्मा साइनिंग ऑफ। डू लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब टू 3.0 TV. हैव अ ग्रेट डे।
Hello and welcome to 3.0 TV. I am Vishakha Thakur. You are watching a special show, Crypto Masters. The metaverse and NFT markets continue to decline. NFT sales were down around 60% in the third quarter of 2022 compared to the previous quarter, according to a Reuters report. Earlier this year, Meta posted its first quarterly revenue decline. Once again, Meta's financials are not inspiring much faith in its investors this quarter. So to have a better understanding of the current scenario of NFT and Metaverse market, we have invited founder and Metaverse coach of Metaverse 911, Mr. Rahul Sethi. Welcome to 3.0 TV, sir. Sir, the falling crypto prices have hit the Metaverse and NFT trading volumes. What are your views on the same and what is the current scenario of the market?
Of course, because of the falling crypto currency and pretty much many of the exchanges holding off the business in the past, as you've seen, including, of course, a number of exchanges where there have been a lot of government scrutiny and a lot of bad press. It has taken a big hit on the crypto market per se. However, though NFTs also have been falling in the business, trading business, I personally believe that that's not because crypto has fallen apart. NFT is primarily one source of a collectible that continues to be of interest to many, many people. And while it has been a a collectible for someone to sort of also buy movies and sometimes pictures and infographics and so on and so forth, NFTs are also now turning out to be a good collectible as a utility in businesses. So I think we're going to wait and watch for the next 6 to 8 months, but definitely I am pretty sure that NFT markets are going to be remaining in the same pattern.
So, according to various reports, the metaverse platforms such as Decentraland and Sandbox are struggling to retain users despite having multi-billion dollars worth of market caps. But these platforms deny any such claim. So, what are your views on the same?
All right, so there has been quite a lot of bad press again, about Decentraland, Sandbox, and many of the other platforms which are not having the kind of users that that should be, because some of them claim that Decentraland has got over 39 to 40 people a day. Some claims, up to 5,000 to 8,000 people. Let me clarify. So first of all, any of these metaverses are not built for people who are mid-age to the old age, because most of metaverses are built for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. That's one. In totality, just purely Decentraland has got over 56,000 plus MAUs. He's got over 1,074 smart contracts right now. This is the data that I downloaded from an authentic source, and there are over 150 odd DAO proposals, the new DAO proposals that are also in the pipeline. So if somebody says to me that, hey, Sandbox and Decentraland does not have the kind of users right now, they have, absolutely, because it's getting built. And as it continues to get built, more and more people from the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, platform ecosystem, would walk into this, because experiences also have to be made in a way. So experiences, when they grow, the people getting attracted like a honey in a bee kind of system, So this ecosystem is right now being built. It's too early for us to sit down and say, hey, which one will work and which won't work. I think we have reasonable success stories in place, including Roblox, Sandbox, Zapato, and so many other, I think there are over 50 odd metaverses platforms that I continue to track. So I think once again, it's all about timing. So wait for another, few months, and as 5G tech, tips into the hands of the Gen Z, let me tell you that most metaverses will see a rise in their occupancy rate and the overall interaction.
And along with this, the third quarter volume of top metaverse projects has decreased by 80%. Despite this decline, sir, the interest in virtual worlds is still high. So why is that so?
All right. So absolutely, while the Decentraland and many other virtual platforms, say about 3 to 4 years back, had come into sort of hot sale kind of category, over a period of time, a number of other metaverses platforms have also come in. So with the likes of Peck World, or the Pax World, or the Mech World, and many more of them also coming in from India, which are decentralized, and some of them are very centralized in nature. However, when people get multiple options, there is always going to be a little dip in the sales of any per se a monopolist. Now, having said, it is a game where you will always have first mover advantage. So please understand that whether it is Roblox or Sandbox and Decentraland and many others, the ones who have taken the industry leader position to really shake them is not so easy. At the same time, let me also mention this very quickly, that virtual land sale has also decreased for the fact that because of the crypto fallout, it's been a bit of a investor frenzy time. They're not sure about what they should do and where should they go. So I think there's a lot of retrospection right now being happening. So if we take today's a scenario, I would think that at any given day, virtual buying of land is a very reasonable opportunity, and I think it's just continuing to grow every single day. These are testing times for Web3 and metaverse solutions. But having said, there are more and more enough enthusiasts and people who are gung-ho about it. So I think I'll listen to them and be a part of the community and continue to grow it.
Sir, according to you, what will be the future of NFTs and metaverse?
Future of metaverse is present. present of metaverse. The present of metaverse is that we are right now looking at a major shift of creating experiences on many of the decentralized as well as centralized metaverses. That's one. At the same time, we're also seeing a lot of companies getting to know more about NFTs and thinking of how they can monetize their existing physical assets to a more digital, including digital, revenue line of business. So with that, the present day brand managers, the present day marketing heads, and the present day entrepreneurs are all trying to scout opportunities in the metaverse. A number of other players which are bringing the metaverses to play by making more gamified experiences and all of that stuff is only creating that ecosystem every single day stronger and stronger. We also are seeing a lot of changes in the blockchain landscape, where we are seeing more and more sustainable blockchains coming into the play. So I'm expecting that in the next few years, because it's still in a very infancy stage, but in the next few years, you can think of metaverses to be more of a alternate experience, wherein of course you will have a Web2 experience or a pure a 2D experience. But at the same time, a lot of brands will want to make sure that they're continually upgrading the 3D experience, and of course for that they will need some of the other metaverse platform to be a part of. So definitely extremely excited about this, and like I said, every single day newer and newer projects are coming along, and I think more sustainable projects will last longer. So we have to, continuously track companies which are serious in building those experiences for the end customer, and truly think that there's a value creation for the end customer, and it's just not a PR stunt. So with that, I think my take will be that future is definitely bright, if not present is so bright.
All right. So thank you so much, sir, for being on 3.0 TV and sharing your views and knowledge with our viewers. It was really great having you on the show. So this was Mr. Rahul Sethi, founder and Metaverse coach of Metaverse 911. He gave us an insight to the current scenario of the Metaverse and NFT market. Keep watching 3.0 TV for more such interviews. Do not forget to subscribe, like and share to our channel. And for instant updates, do press the bell icon. This is me, Vishakha Thakur, signing off.
We will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFT.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
अरे ये धुनी ऐसी है जो दिलो दिमाग और जुबान पर ऐसी चढ़ती है कि क्या कहने। 2 मई 2019 में रिलीज हुआ ये गाना एक ह्यूमरस सटायर था, जहां 4 पॉल बेयरर्स कॉफिन उठाकर फनी डांस कर रहे हैं और सबको ये सोचने पर मजबूर कर रहे हैं कि भला किसी की अर्थी पर ऐसे डांस क्यों किया जा रहा है। खैर, कुछ तो बात थी इस वीडियो में कि इसे सुनकर इसकी धुन और वीडियो स्टेज ऑन योर माइंड, लेकिन इस गाने को बनाने वाले इन घानियन पॉल बेयरर्स तक ने नहीं सोचा होगा कि ये इतना बड़ा हिट हो जाएगा। एक्चुअली पहले 1 साल इस गाने ने कुछ खास सक्सेस नहीं देखा, लेकिन 2 मार्च 2020 को जब मैथ्यू ने इसे YouTube पर अपलोड किया तो जैसे इस गाने की किस्मत के सितारे चमक उठे। इस गाने ने 300 मिलियन व्यूज के साथ कामयाबी के सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। उस वक्त तकरीबन हर तरह के सटायरिकल वीडियो में ये बतौर मीम यूज होने लगा। इनफैक्ट शायद ही कोई टिकटॉक वीडियो हो जिसमें फेल्ड अटेम्प्ट या फेल्ड पर्सन को चिढ़ाने के लिए ये मीम ना यूज हुआ हो, सजेस्टिंग दैट यू आर डेड नाउ। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे कि भला मैं गड़े मुर्दे क्यों खा रही हूँ। वाओ, डिड यू नोटिस द वर्ल्ड प्ले? आई एम ग्रेट। एनीवेज, मैं इस वीडियो की बात इसलिए कर रही हूँ क्योंकि आजकल NFT की दुनिया में वायरल मीम्स का ट्रेंड चल रहा है। 2019 में बने और 2020 में हिट हुए इस सॉन्ग की हाल ही में NFT बनी। और जानते हैं इस NFT ने कितनी कमाई की? वेल, 327 एथर यानी $1.04 मिलियन। वाओ! वैसे सोचिए इस गाने पर खर्च ही क्या हुआ होगा? सिर्फ कॉफिन का, और बाकी सिर्फ कमाई कमाई कमाई। इसे कहते हैं किस्मत। वैसे इस गाने की कमाई को बेहद नेक काम पर लगाया जा रहा है। इसका 50% हिस्सा यूक्रेनियन चैरिटी और यूक्रेन में रहने वाले उन लोगों को दिया जाएगा जिन्होंने वॉर की वजह से अपनी जॉब्स खो दी है। सच ए नाइस कॉज, है ना? चलिए, ट्रेंडिंग वायरल मीम NFT में अगला किस्सा है चाटे का। चाटा लगा, हाय लगा। सॉरी, वो क्या है ना, मुझ में ना फिल्मी गिरी से कूट कूट के भरी है। एनीवेज, वो चाटा जिसने पूरे ऑस्कर्स को हिलाकर रख दिया। उफ, जोरदार लगा ना? एक्चुअली हुआ कुछ ऐसा कि ऑस्कर की अवार्ड सेरेमनी चल रही थी। हर कोई क्रिस रॉक के पंचेस को एंजॉय कर रहा था। आई डोंट मीन रियल पंच, मतलब जोक्स। और अचानक विल स्मिथ की वाइफ जेडा पर किए एक हल्के से मजाक पर विल स्मिथ तिलमिला उठे और उन्होंने ना आओ देखा ना ताओ और सीधे स्टेज पर जाकर पूरी दुनिया के सामने क्रिस रॉक को एक जोरदार थप्पड़ लगा दिया। और फिर अपनी सीट पर आकर बैठकर भी उनका गुस्सा जब शांत नहीं हुआ तो उन्होंने क्रिस को काफी खरी खोटी भी सुनाई। दरअसल एलोपेशिया नाम की मेडिकल कंडीशन की वजह से जेडा पिंकेट स्मिथ हैज लॉस्ट हर हेयर एंड क्रिस ने जेडा की तुलना G.I. जेन मूवी की लीड एक्ट्रेस से करते हुए ये कहा कि जेडा, when will we see you in this movie? क्योंकि इस मूवी की लीड एक्ट्रेस का लुक भी बोल्ड था। विल स्मिथ को ये कमेंट बहुत इनसेंसिटिव लगा और उन्होंने तैश में आकर क्रिस की इज्जत की धज्जियां उड़ा दी। उसके बाद हुआ ये कि ना सिर्फ थप्पड़ की ये क्लिप NFT के तौर पर सुपर हिट हो गई, बल्कि विल स्मिथ इनू नाम से कॉइन भी आ गया, जहां 1999 NFTs की इस कलेक्शन में से करीब $750 बिक गई। ये NFTs $60 से $86 तक में अवेलेबल थी। वहीं विल स्मिथ कॉइन महज 24 घंटों में 469% बढ़ गया। पर एक्सपर्ट्स की माने तो जैसे जैसे स्लैब केस ठंडा पड़ जाएगा, लोगों के जहन से धुंधला पड़ जाएगा, वैसे वैसे ये NFT और कॉइन भी नीचे गिर जाएगा। वैसे ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा। फिलहाल आगे बढ़ते हैं। वायरल मीम वीडियो NFT की लिस्ट में काफी पॉपुलर है चार्ली बिट माय फिंगर वीडियो, जहां सोफा पर बैठे हैं दो भाई और छोटा भाई बड़े भाई की फिंगर बाइट कर देता है। ऐसा तो आई गेस हम सबके साथ बचपन में हुआ होगा, है ना? लेकिन किस्मत वालों की ही किस्मत के सितारे चमकते हैं, ये इस वीडियो ने साबित कर दिया। खैर, बच्चों के इस तरह के नॉटी और इंटरेस्टिंग वीडियोस हर पेरेंट्स आए दिन लेते रहते हैं। 2007 में जब ना व्हाट्सएप था और ना ही टिकटॉक, तब हावर्ड डेविस ने अपने बेटों का ये वीडियो अपने पेरेंट्स तक पहुंचाने के लिए यूट्यूब पर अपलोड कर दिया ताकि वो अपने ग्रैंडसन्स का ये वीडियो देख सके। लेकिन उनके साथ साथ पूरी दुनिया ने भी इस वीडियो को देखा और व्यूज और लाइक्स के साथ बहुत सारा प्यार दिया। फिर 14 साल और 885 मिलियन व्यूज के बाद इस वायरल मीम की NFT बनी, जिससे हुई $760,999 की छप्पर फाड़ कमाई। वैसे अब ये बच्चे बड़े हो गए हैं और यूनिवर्सिटी जाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। हैरी इन पैसों से अपनी इंजीनियरिंग यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस चुकाना चाहते हैं, वहीं चार्ली फिलहाल फर्दर स्टडीज के डिसीजन अभी बना नहीं पाए हैं और इसीलिए अपने दो और छोटे भाइयों की पढ़ाई पर इस पैसे को लगाना चाहते हैं। हार्वर्ड का कहना है कि वो अब तक इस वीडियो से 10 मिलियन पाउंड की कमाई कर चुके हैं। बावजूद इसके वो चाहते हैं कि उनके बेटे इन पैसों के भरोसे ना रहें, अपना करियर बनाएं और हमेशा ग्राउंडेड रहें, बिकॉज फेम इज फिकल। वाकई ये सच है। ऐसे में NFTs का ये फेम और क्रेज कब तक रहेगा, ये देखना बहुत दिलचस्प होगा। ऐसे ही और मजेदार स्टोरीज मैं रुचि शर्मा आपके लिए लाती रहूंगी। टिल देन, गुड बाय। and a very warm welcome to 3.0 TV. I'm your host Ruchi Sharma, and we are back with an emerging topic in digital health space, which is about the role of metaverse in revolutionizing the medical education. But before we begin, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel, and to get instant updates, press the bell icon. Let's first briefly understand what is metaverse. Metaverse is the augmented virtual world which is derived by the convergence of virtual and physical space, where users can interact within the augmented world to meet each other virtually and can immerse themselves in performing virtual activities that give real experiences. While metaverse is evolving, it holds new potential in healthcare that combines the technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, Internet of Medical Devices, Web 3.0, intelligent cloud, edge and quantum computing, along with robotics to provide new directions to healthcare. Increased use of virtual reality in medical training. Virtual reality is getting used by doctors and experts to train fellow doctors and medical staffs, wherein virtual reality can be leveraged to take a learner within a human body and can provide 3600 views of patient's ailment or to replicate procedures that are applied in real world. The entire interactions can be recorded and viewed over the desktop screens to provide minute details. Generating interaction with medical students. The most significant benefit of the metaverse is that it allows people to engage with one another while pursuing online practical medical courses, unlike the current one-way schooling. Healthcare will utilize it in medical education for simulation training rather than knowledge dissemination. For example, advanced hand skills and interactions need extra technology in the metaverse-based medical training, which is more successful. Surgery, for example, requires not just an understanding of the metaverse, but also the use of instruments that need dexterous grasping abilities. This necessitates the use of appropriate hardware or tracking technologies. Metaverse technology has to be more flexible and adaptable on an individual basis. Use of virtual reality in medical education more often. A growing number of physicians and professionals are using virtual reality to teach other doctors and medical staff. You may leverage virtual reality to imitate operations applied in the real world. It's possible to see every interaction's detail on the desktop displays. IoT, DLT, 6G or even 10G networks, robots bring your own computer interfaces. AI, cloud, edge and quantum computing will all be included in the development of VR, AR and MR systems that will be used in medical diagnosis, treatment and prevention. Surgical operations made possible by the use of augmented reality. As medical operations previously used augmented reality is now being used in more complex surgeries, whether removing dangerous tumors or conducting a complex spinal surgery. Surgeons always look for better methods to get the job done. While robot-aided operations were already in use to undertake complex procedures with accuracy and flexibility, the employment of robotics was a relatively recent development. Quality of life, health and well-being. It is possible to achieve new approaches to link healthcare practitioners and patient while gaming concepts in non-game situation. Currently, the applications of AR in healthcare is limited to wellness and fitness apps, such as the usage of virtual teachers to give better exercises. Virtual reality has also improved the quality of life of patients with dementia. VR headsets were used to visit one of 5 virtual landscapes, including a church and the sands of a beach in a research paper published in 2013. Study participants could recall previous memories more quickly after 16 supervised sessions, which increased their mood and mental stimulation. Bridge building between nursing schools and real-life patient care. It is the responsibility of instructors to provide high-quality information that they may use in virtual programs to simulate on-site nursing abilities. Teaching students whether their job have been terminated has been difficult for nursing schools. Learners should feel as though there was no difference in clinical treatment after performing this in the metaverse setting in a clinical field experience program. It is a massive addition to healthcare and is set to make patient care better, especially in the long run. Interoperability is a fundamental part. With interoperability and openness being at the forefront of healthcare's next wave of innovation, the metaverse is not complete until the assets and data that make up these metaverse are simple to transfer across platforms and networks. The metaverse has several different asset types: avatars, 3D models, mixed reality, and spatial settings all work together to generate content packages. Data and communication standards will grow with the industry, facilitating cross-metaverse collaboration. Virtual reality and augmented reality are already making a difference in patients' lives. In even the most basic operations such as intravenous injections and blood draws, new technology like AccuVein skin projected vein map may improve outcomes. Optimus Mixed Reality, which uses the Microsoft HoloLens to blend the real and virtual worlds, was recently unveiled by Zimmer Biomet and Medtronic after the latter bought digital surgery. As these vast medtech businesses and a rising number of startups creating AR and VR solutions demonstrate, the surgical environment will likely undergo significant change soon. It is also worth noting, beyond Metaverse, which brings together healthcare specialists from all around the world to collaborate on medical operations, cloud-based and real-time communication technologies allow professionals to practice their skills with the highest accuracy to guarantee that everyone gets the most satisfactory healthcare service at any time and in any location. It's too early to tell whether this will lead to healthcare being a part of the metaverse, but anybody who has utilized a digital avatar at a virtual meeting or event has already gotten a taste of what the future may contain. And we are already witnessing the development of healthcare-specific metaverse systems. The metaverse has immense promise for healthcare innovation and improvement in its infancy. Watching the implementation evolve will be intriguing. Having a place where people can face reality without necessarily experiencing the reality is pretty fascinating. It is probably one of the reasons why Metaverse has been identified as one of the best innovations in the healthcare industry over the last couple of years. Well, this concludes our Metaverse and Medical Education episode. This is Ruchi Sharma signing off. We will meet again. Till then, keep watching 3.0 TV and do like, share and subscribe to our channel. And to get instant updates, do not forget to press the bell icon. Have a great day. देखा मेरी डिजिटल चुटकी का कमाल। पल भर में ही आपको समुद्र की लहरों में गोते खाती टाइटैनिक से अवतार के पैंडोरा प्लैनेट में लेकर आ गई। पर एक्चुअली ना मैं टाइटैनिक पे हूँ और ना ही पैंडोरा में। मैं तो हमारे 3.0 टीवी के स्टूडियो में हूँ। Stay tuned to 3.0 TV to know more about the making of Avatar.
So we are at Tech Fest IIT Mumbai, and there is one important guest, Mr. Shantanu Saxena, CEO of Encryptus. Shantanu.
Hello,
welcome
Manoj.
on
Hi.
3.0 TV once again. So this time we are not in Dubai.
Yes.
We are not in Miami, but we are. I mean, you are in Amchi, Mumbai.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. This is the second time actually I'm coming to Mumbai in the last 6 months.
Fantastic.
It's literally the Indian ecosystem that's pulling me to be a part of this amazing startup journey that we are witnessing from various crypto companies. And the way especially Web3 is building up in this region is amazingly great.
So Shantanu, since you're talking about India and the road ahead, I would like to to request you to share your thoughts about the recent FTX collapse and the aftermath that happened. We have seen a lot of cascading impact. I mean, if you go back a bit, we have seen the same thing that happened with the Terra Luna episode. I mean, the stablecoin, then people are talking about algorithmic stablecoins are not that great. The logic followed, and we have seen a cascading impact.
Right.
Block fees is one example, post FTX. Yes. What's happening in that space? The ecosystem is impacted. What's your thought about this episode?
In a way, don't get me wrong, but it's a good thing like what has happened with FTX. Imagine if today the number is $8 billion. What would have happened if there would have been another bull run that a company like FTX would have seen, and this 8 billion could have been $80 billion. We all understand there was a problem with the foundation, problem with the principles, and what would have happened if the problem would have continued to grow. So I think what we have seen with FTX is just an exposure, one of the exposures in the crypto world. There is the reason why there is a cascading effect is because one company is dependent on another company. Fantastic. Right? If you look at exactly. It, well, I mean, when Terra Luna failed, it was just not Terra Luna, it was also Three Arrow Capitals and numerous other...
Celsius
followed them. Numerous crypto businesses as well had similar problems. And why really the problem happened is because of the fact that people do not control their user assets. Like we keep educating users that you must have your crypto assets in your cold wallets. What is it that the crypto companies are doing? They are believing somebody else to give them these crazy returns. And literally what has happened is, if you look at a crypto project, I keep telling users, if a project is offering you crazy amount of returns, try to smell the smoke. Like, why is it there is a problem? UST was offering 36% returns as in terms of investments. Does this sound right to you?
No, absolutely not.
It doesn't sound right to us, right? So,
so since we are talking about FTX and the collapse. Yeah, and the collapse that happened, so you at Encryptus, what's the situation? I mean, how is Encryptus reading the script which is written by the then famous FTX Sam Bankman-Fried?
It's a very good question, Manoj. If you remember, we started building a year and a half ago. From day one, what we have done is we have kept our principles very clear. I think I don't know if you got a chance to hear the lecture that I had.
I was sitting on the first bench.
First bench, okay, great. But the first thing is greed. I think greed is the problem, is the reason for all the problems that's been causing. So at Encryptus, we have followed three major principles. A is we are not greedy about profits. Of course, we are a company, we want to make money at the end of the day. But at the same time, we have been focusing on building businesses with principles. I think, Manoj, it's a wonderful question. If you remember, we started building Encryptus about a year and a half ago when we first met in Dubai. Nothing much has changed. Actually, if you look at what we are doing, we are building a very simple product that is crypto to fiat and fiat to crypto.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. That's the actual business model of Encryptus.
Model, right?
Exactly.
We have always focused on licensing and regulations. Every single money or cryptos that comes into our ecosystem is verified, is checked to make sure that we are dealing with clean customers, clean money, and clean cryptos. That's principle number 2. Principle number 3 is no matter what the amount is of the transaction, if the amount is clean, only then are we executing the orders for our users. The other thing is we have taken a small step towards decentralization where all the big companies have failed as a unit. And why I say is they all offer wallets to the users. What we believe is the wallet should not be given to the users. It should be the user's choice to decide what wallets
they want to
bring in.
Fantastic.
Whether they want to bring a cold wallet, they want to bring a hard wallet, an exchange wallet, it's their choice. But at the end of the day, the idea for us is to promote cold wallets. Your keys is your cryptos, hashtag, right? That's what we have been promoting.
Fantastic.
So at Encryptus, we have seen actually of November, on records I can say, we recorded November as the best month for our business. We saw over 120%, 115% increase in new users. And that's the same one month where we also saw over 110% increase in reactivation of old users. So basically the users who were not using Encryptus,
That number is actually, it's very interesting. I would like to do a follow-up question on that.
Sure.
At a time when, let me frame this question correct to you.
Okay.
FTX went down
Right.
in November, roughly around November
First
11th.
week, I think.
First week, November 11th, they filed some
Sometime
chapter.
around first
Yeah, some week, yeah. And Encryptus recorded 120% growth. So how did you manage to, first of all, garner that market share? And what was the motivation behind it? And what was the business plan, first of all?
As I said, we did nothing extraordinary. All what we were doing is slowly people are trying to understand what is the purpose that Encryptus is solving. Are we looking at compliances? The answer is yes. Are we looking at regulations? The answer is yes. Are we keeping the users' assets on our platform? The answer is no. Right? Which also means that in today's time, we have more money on our platform rather than user assets. So in our platform, so we are not an exchange. We are a crypto to fiat and fiat to crypto company, an on-ramp and an off-ramp company. Also, what has happened is it's not just we have done something extraordinary, but also a lot of these users are not trusting probably exchanges and they want to use an OTC desk because OTC kind of gives an immediate conversion to crypto to fiat and fiat to crypto. I'll give you an example. Imagine you want to buy cryptocurrencies from us. Step one is, of course, KYC that you have to do with us. It's all on the platform, so it's all automated.
Mobile and email, both.
So we use desktop, so we do not have an app. The other thing then you do is you whitelist a bank account, you whitelist a wallet. Now the wallets, as soon as you add to our platform, it's checked on a real-time basis with a coin monitoring company that we support in the background. Only if the wallets are clean can they be added to the platform. Right? Now on the banking side, how do we know?
By doing this, you are taking care of the money laundering and the other bad actors. You are eradicating.
So we are making, at least from our side, we are making sure that the cryptos that comes from us goes to the clean wallet.
Fantastic.
Right? Of course, with KYC, we have identified the user. The third thing is we also check the bank accounts. The money, so basically when you whitelist a bank account, it's not like you add a bank account, it's added. It goes to our backend team who approves the bank account as well. So it's a hybrid model, right? So this is where I think we have seen a value that the users see that whatever they deposit, they get the cryptos back to their wallets immediately. However, we noticed that 90% of the market actually liquidated their crypto positions to get fiat into their bank account.
Exactly.
This is what we have seen. Exactly. So, long story short, the story has already been very long, but what we have done is we have not compromised on the principles, we have not compromised on our users. We have only managed orders where we can support the liquidity by ourselves, and we do not offer crazy products like DeFi, ThatFi, GameFi. We don't, because we believe that if there can be a company who can solve the most common problem of crypto to fiat and fiat to crypto, you're doing something all right with regulations and compliances.
Fantastic. First of all, congratulations on this number. I mean, the business model is running, as like a BMW. So since we are talking about Encryptus, so we'll move forward. Right. And there are a lot of concerns in the cryptocurrency market. We are talking about regulations. Just a while back, you mentioned about regulations in your speech, which we were attending. Right. So how serious is this issue, Shantanu? And since you are mentioning about stringent checks and balances policy as far as your KYC is concerned, so going forward, what will be the role regulations will play? If you can just highlight that.
I think the first thing has to really start with education. User education is going to play a very, very important role. If you check all the past interviews that we have done, the first thing I've always focused is education. Always education. And not just from the user point of view. I mean, let's look at Japan. I was giving this example while we were in the conference. The thing why FTX users Japan did not lose any money because there were checks and controls in place. Fantastic. So what you need from a regulator is not just a policy, but an implementation of that policy as well, right? Really nice. If I'm asking what is the contingency policy? Like what happens if an exchange goes down? It should not just be a policy, but it should be a plan that can be implemented. Probably the regulators must, we do fire drills, wherein the building guys switch on the fire alarms and check whether the people evacuate the building or not. Maybe they should do random checks on crypto companies, especially 150 years ago, New York Stock Exchange was considered to be the hub of gambling, right? But proper checks, licensing, compliances came in, and I think this is what really we are pro We want regulations and compliances, and we also want an implementation. Over compliance and under compliance will both kill the business. I mean, my logic is pretty simple. A, we have to think beyond traditional compliance, and we must look at the modern tools that's available for coin monitoring, fiat inflows, fiat outflows. And once these tools are integrated within an ecosystem, that's where you will see a value. Reporting has to be important. Like, imagine if I've come across a user who is a bad user, every country should have a very clear process. Like, and I think as travel rule comes into the picture, we discussed about this in Miami, I think it will bring a lot of credibility as well, and it will clean up a lot of unclean companies which are there in the market.
So since you are talking about a lot of suggestions as far as, making this ecosystem a better place to live in, so we enter our last segment. This is about the 2023 outlook, since we are in December. And what do you think, Shantanu, will be the face of 2023? What is your expectations? How do you see? First of all, let me have a fire, a quick rapid fire with you.
Sure.
Do you see more companies collapsing in 2023?
I mean, the big ones, yes. I mean, there seems to be a very strong possibility of bigger companies collapsing, because bigger the company, bigger the risk, and bigger the greed, right? So yes, that probably will happen. We saw what happened after the FTX collapse with Genesis. We also saw, of course, Alameda Capital. We saw BlockFi. And, these are such huge names who cannot hide. So they have to come out in the market, in the open, and say, how about medium and small little companies, who were investing users' money into BlockFi projects, and they were thinking like, we are able to give returns. So those names have not even come out. So I think that's number one. That is probably...
So your view on CBDC and its impact in the cryptocurrency market?
Well, honestly, I really need to understand CBDC better, and I want to understand how will it really solve a major problem to what Bitcoin and Ethereum is able to solve. And we really have to see an active use case of CBDC as well. We just don't want a digital rupee and say that we are pro CBDC. So I think it's yet to happen. We have to see the right implementation, and how will the users adopt and how will the companies adopt to CBDC. I mean, I'm not against the idea if a government can keep an eye on all my spendings. Yes, if they want to bring in transparency, it has to be both ways. Not just you take all the user data with you. So, Manoj, if you try to analyze this discussion, I'm not trying to sound like I'm not against regulations. I love regulations, but I like balanced regulations.
One last question before we let you go. Is the next big leap of growth in this ecosystem, is it going to be yet another time from the metaverse, NFT, or you have a different idea about it?
I don't know what's going to be the next. I mean, people are talking about Web3, but again, Manoj, I don't want to sound negative. I really want crypto companies to deliver the promise with which they started building. I think that is not happening, because I've seen numerous crypto projects who started as DeFi, then they became NFT, and today they are Web3. On what basis? Are we trying to capture and get the attention of the investors and the users and say, hey, we are a Web3 company, and does it sound cool? Is that the reason why we are doing it? So I think everything is not a token project. You cannot build an ecosystem, like there cannot be 22,000 tokens that's existing, and what value are they adding is very, very important, right? B is exchanges have a very, very crucial role to play by listing and making sure that they're listing the right tokens on the platform. Right. C is, as I said, users must be educated as well. And D, while the crypto companies are building projects, they have to think about regulators, what they're building. They have to think about compliances. They have to think about the effects. We always think about the best case scenario, but why is it like companies don't think about the worst case scenario? Exactly. Right? I think when you combine the 4 or 5 elements together, and especially the worst case scenario element, you will see progress coming in.
So educating the viewers, that's a word coming in from Shantanu. Shantanu, thank you so much for talking to 3.0 TV. You spoke really well about the entire ecosystem, what all aspects the regulator needs to focus on. The customers and the companies and the customers should select the right wallet. Thank you so much, sir, for talking to 3.0 TV. And yeah, you're welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Manoj. Thank you, guys.
we will keep you connected to the evolving world of NFT.
For accurate and latest updates of cryptocurrency markets and global regulations.
Metaverse and Web3.
3.0 TV covers the latest crypto crimes.
Keeps you updated about the global crypto events and exhibitions.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the crypto buddies. This is Rekha Khan, your host for the webinar, and today we have with us Mr. Piyush Bhatia, expert in the Metaverse and Web 3.0 space. Today we are going to be talking about mastering the Metaverse and Web 3.0. On joining, you would all notice that you are on mute. If you have any questions throughout the webinar, please write them on the chat section. The end of the webinar, we would be holding a Q&A session where all the queries of the participants would be answered by Piyush. From the creator of Odin, MCX and IEX, here is yet another credible and exchange-neutral platform a user can rely on while walking towards the path of crypto and blockchain understanding. Starting from education to knowledge to all the latest news, all covered under one super app, 3.0 verse. CryptoWire has been changed to 3.0 verse. From a novice to a professional trader, every market participant can have a slice of information readily available on the touch of their fingers. Let me first take you through the 3.0 University, 3.0 TV, and 3.0 Wire service. We all know that crypto and blockchain ecosystem is emerging at an immense speed, and to keep a track of all the events, prices, and news look to be difficult. So what if we have an app like our buddy? Yes, our own crypto super app 3.0 verse. Now let me take you through the app briefly. Let's start with the homepage of the app, which covers all the three pillars: 3.0 University, 3.0 TV, and 3.0 Wire. Under the 3.0 Wire services, we've rolled out India's first global index of cryptos, IC15. It tracks the performance of the top 15 cryptocurrencies globally based on market capitalization. Crypto enthusiasts and crypto traders can take informed decisions based on IC15. We've also launched Ether15. Coming to WireWatch, in this section, you can monitor the best exchange to buy and the best exchange to sell a particular cryptocurrency. In the center of the screen, you can monitor the arbitrage opportunity available between the two exchanges for the same cryptocurrency. There are more than 400 plus cryptocurrencies listed on our platform, along with 70 plus crypto exchanges worldwide. Coming to 3.0 TV, it's an exclusive 24/7 IPTV covering everything on crypto and blockchain ecosystem. It's currently available in 4 different languages: English, Hindi, Gujarati, and Marathi. Our university, being the world's first digital university to offer courses on crypto and blockchain, you can find the best courses available on our platform at a single click of the app. With this, I would like to introduce our guest speaker today, Mr. Piyush. He is a media and tech veteran with over 15 years of experience in content, marketing, and building brands. Till recently, Piyush worked with RFox, a metaverse, crypto, and blockchain startup, where he was the chief marketing officer and overhauled their marketing department, which yielded significant growth. Piyush started his career in the media industry as a producer at CNN IBM, helped launch TV stations for Star and Viacom 80. He then moved into the space of editorial and content strategy with Eros Now, an OTT platform, and later pivoted into marketing and growth. He has a vast experience in the blockchain space and deeply understands the Web 3.0 industry concepts, communication, and decentralized nature of the future. Hi, Piyush.
Hello. Rekha, last time I wanted to tell you that, hey, listen, we need to update my blurb to include the current scope of work as well.
Wow. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I currently work with Vault Hill. I head growth there. We are essentially a metaverse platform as well. Vault Hill is creating the world's first human-centric metaverse. And what we're essentially doing is, instead of taking the consumer route, we're taking a B2B route to achieve, to get more clients. We're essentially trying to offer brands an opportunity to create their own experiences in the metaverse in as little as 48 hours. So that's, I think, is a big differentiation in the metaverse, and that's something that I'm also excited to talk about future, in our chat today.
Fantastic. That's great. So today, unlike our regular sessions, we'll not be leading this session with PPTs and all that. We would want to have a live session where we have a few questions for Piyush, and Piyush will be giving his views in a very basic layman language for all our audiences. Right, Piyush?
Absolutely, and very happy to see people joining in even today. I know the last couple of months, markets have obviously not been easy for all of us in the last 1 year, but after the entire FTX debacle, I mean, it's been a genuinely tough market for people to look at, and it's obviously led to a lot of negative sentiment across categories within the blockchain industry, right? And not just crypto, but even companies such as metaverse companies are facing a little difficult time because of the overall negative sentiment in the market. So very happy to see some happy folks, hopefully smiling on the other end of the screen.
Sure, absolutely. We hope they are. So with all this fiasco and all this happening, we would want to know, will the metaverse allow us to live forever? That's the first question that I would want to ask you.
That's a one thing that I have not really deep dived into, simply because of how dystopian it is and it sounds, and how scary it sounds. I know for a fact that, let's take it step by step. When we say, will metaverse allow us to live forever, what exactly is living forever, right? You obviously in your physical form, you can't live forever because, unlike the magic potion that has been sold in movies, there is nothing that we can drink as Amrit or elixir of life and live forever, right? Interestingly, my name is Piyush. The meaning of Piyush is Amrit, right? So theoretically, in our grunts, Piyush is what lets you live forever. But that sad joke aside, the purpose of living forever essentially says that your some form of your memory or some form of your digital avatar will remain on the internet or on a server long after you have departed this world, right? So to this extent, will metaverse allow you to live forever? I think artificial intelligence will eventually allow you to do this. I know for a fact that Somnium, the metaverse company, was working on something similar. A couple of months ago, I think they announced also that they will allow users to upload massive amounts of personal data that will enable their AI to create a persona or an avatar of you that will essentially allow your loved ones to theoretically talk to you in whatever sense, if you want to call it, after your death. It's a little dystopian though. I'm personally, very, very personally, not my professional opinion, but very personally, I'm not really sure what a massive value add this can do, apart from tie you down to roots that you should technically be letting go of. That's a circle of our life. But having said that, theoretically, it is possible. I don't want to call it living forever, but some amount of data from your life can be stored onto servers that can later be accessed by people, your loved ones, your colleagues, or anyone you want to give access to. And in that sense, yes, you could live for a longer time after you've
left
fantastic. In the metaverse. That's scary though. I would urge you.
Yeah, for some people it might be scary, and for some who don't want to let go their loved ones, for them it's really a boon.
But just to delve into that point, I think it's the loved ones who don't want to let go, right? Because from your perspective, even if you've left some data of your life on a server, you really can't access it, right? Because you are dead. So
absolutely,
you are not in control of that data at all. Now that data can take some shape or form basis how it's interfacing with whoever is accessing it. But for all intents and purposes, you are technically still gone.
Absolutely, but still, it's a great development, And with these kind of developments, now I would want to know what technology stays behind the metaverse. So what are these technologies which are involved? Which is the reason why we are getting so much of, things that we can view even after our death.
So, obviously metaverse is a expanding field. It's a developing field, and therefore there's a lot of work going on. Every couple of months we hear something new that is being used to develop it. So I would like to break it down into a couple of major chunks as we are progressing in. So obviously blockchain is the backbone of, what is being created in the metaverse today, simply because the technology is being used to secure digital content and data in the metaverse. It's also playing a role in decentralizing the metaverse, right? Which all of us are hopefully a very firm believer in. That avoids delays, avoids single point of failure, essentially acts as a ledger of sorts, right? For all your communication activities, and just about everything that you do in the space. But apart from that, obviously artificial intelligence is another major, major tech behind it. This is something that we'll probably delve into a little later on this chart. But, AI is playing a very core role in developing bots and chatbots today in the real world, right? That's bringing intelligence to computer vision. But I remember I was reading this report by BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, not even 10% of the companies are using significant amount of AI today in the world to further, their tech prowess. But AI's processing capabilities can technically create a lot of benefits in the metaverse, right? It can create avatars, it can enhance characteristics of digital humans to make them more lifelike, and it can be applied to non-player characteristics as well, right? When you're in the gaming environments. So AI is going to play a very big role. Internet of Things is going to play a very big role, right? I mean, it will allow virtual spaces to seamlessly access and interact with the real world. It will allow metaverse to provide the 3D user interface to its users. Extended reality is going to play a very, very major role in AR, VR, mixed realities. These technologies are currently transforming the way businesses visualize and use data by shifting from 2D today to 3D for a more realistic experience for people who are getting involved, right? With AR glasses, for example, they become more mainstream. What happens is computer vision will help people understand the environment and locate the right information. Extended reality is already being used, for example, in Microsoft's HoloLens. It's allowing users to experience 3D holographic images as though they are part of the environment. And obviously, a lot of metaverses are being built using 3D, right? Like Oculus is a great example of just the magnificent things you can do. I'll give you a very simple example. Remember a couple of years ago, we were all playing that game wherein on our phone screens, we would slash those fruits, right? It's called Fruit Ninja. Now today, a similar game is in virtual reality on your Oculus. It's called Beat Saber. It's an excellent game for any of you who actually have an Oculus headset. It essentially allows you to, move / exercise at the same time. I'm really sorry. I'm really close to an airport. It's a military airport in Jodhpur. So you're going to hear this plane passing, but I promise it will go in a second. Apart from Internet of Things, extended reality, blockchain, you'll see 3D modeling and reconstruction, right? 3D reconstruction is capturing the shape and appearances of real objects and is making metaverse a reality. The technology is including tools like 3D modeling to provide framework, prototype of specific products, etc. And for your perspective, the global 3D reconstruction technology market is slated to go up to $2 billion till 2028. And that's just for a chunk of the market that it is in an overall pie. It's huge, right? And lastly, but not the least, spatial and edge computing, right? Spatial computing is combining AR, VR, mixed reality today to interact with the real world, right? And that's the most exciting part about this. And with edge computing, it can provide quick response time to user actions and mimic reality in a sense, right? To keep users immersed in the metaverse. So all of these things are obviously very important, and these technologies are propelling the metaverse. And apart from that, from a software perspective, to design all of this, I think most of the metaverses are using Unity and Unreal Engine, right? On top of these technologies to design these beautiful universes of sorts from scratch.
So obviously our next question was, what are the softwares that are needed for metaverse? So in case someone is wanting to learn more on the metaverse space or be a part of this university, universally be a part of this, how and what are the, what is it that they should know about?
So, I'm going to leave the computing answer behind because, kind of covered that in the last one with blockchain, spatial tech, 3D modeling, extended reality, etc. From a design perspective, most companies are using Unity and Unreal Engine. Unreal obviously happens to add more photorealism to the design as opposed to Unity. Now, think of this as a difference between what Sandbox has created vis-a-vis what, if you were to check out, I'll give you an example of my own company, Volthill. Check out what Volthill is doing vis-a-vis what Sandbox is doing. So, Unreal tends to make it more AAA game level, which I think has to be the goal, right? And
Absolutely.
I know a lot of companies are also moving completely photoreal, to be able to mimic the real world image into the metaverse as well. Of course, it requires a lot of time, effort. Designers such as people on this call, etc., will be able to come develop the resources to be able to create this. But largely, these are the engines being used.
Fantastic. So, is there a lot of coding also involved for metaverse? So, do you
the
need to
metaverse is creating a whole host of new job prospects, for techies. Some of the world's most powerful and important tech firms are actually spending big on creating the metaverse, right? Take Meta, for example. We obviously can be certain that, metaverse will always require engineers, developers, programmers. So whether you're coding for augmented reality, you're coding for virtual reality, you're in blockchain or cryptocurrency, you'll need to be familiar with a variety of programs, right? And development languages to contribute to the creation of this. So, think C++, Java, Python, just about everything under the sun is being used today. So, if you're a techie, if you know coding, best time to get into development of the stage. Like we discussed, markets are down. This is the best time to enter a brand new field that's going to overtake, our discourse over the next 5 to 7 years. So great time to be getting into all of this if you're a techie.
So typically, how much time does it take to learn and understand this complete field?
So, see, I'm not a techie from background. So obviously learning the language is something that you would have, theoretically learned in school, etc., right, in colleges, and then, joined some of the other big tech firms. From a learning to do it differently from metaverse platform, I don't think the learning curve is that high, right? Simply because the technology is so new and new ideas are being pulled in. My thesis actually is that whenever new people come into this field, they add a brand new dimension to what is being developed that the last person hadn't thought of, right? So I won't say that the learning curve is very big. Obviously, I'm assuming learning C++ and Java takes its own time. So that's completely separate. But to use your skills from current Web 2.0 and moving into metaversal Web 3.0, I don't think it's a very big curve. I think it's largely a curve of understanding how decentralization works and leaving behind the principles of the current 2.0 web ecosystem, right? So as long as you are willing to embrace the decentralized nature of projects and how it's not top down but all at the same level, I think the curve is pretty smooth.
Fantastic. So users who want to shift can take this advice and explore more. Absolutely. Now, how does does metaverse really need AI?
So, I'm glad we're touching this in more detail. Obviously, experts are predicting that the metaverse will be based on many essential technologies. Some of them are going to be, 5G communication, extended reality, brain-computer interfaces, cloud computing, blockchain, of course, digital twins, and artificial intelligence. Of all the emerging technologies, I think AI may be the most crucial piece of the metaverse puzzle, thanks to, because this can essentially propel what is being built to scale, right? So I think deep learning based software will likely power most interactions autonomously with, chatbots along with other types of natural language processing engines, etc., that are supporting all kind of exchanges in this new extended reality space. AI will also enable machines behind the metaverse to not only understand users' inputs from text to images and even videos, for example, but will also respond correctly regardless of the user's input language, right? So this will obviously require a huge amount of data and training, such as advanced NLP models, etc. And this is likely to take years. But what artificial intelligence does, it kind of fast forwards the entire curve, right? So that's what it's likely to do. In metaverse technology and development, therefore, AI is not just a necessary tool, in my opinion, but, in the areas of computer vision and natural language processing, but also in VR, augmented reality, this is going to play a pivotal role. For example, in AR technology from AI can actually be used in camera calibration, right? It can be used in detection tracking or movement tracking, pose estimation, for example, immersive rendering or real world object identification, 3D object reconstruction. The possibilities are just endless. So AI is going to be obviously extremely important in taking what is being built by us today and just moving it to scale, in the future.
Fantastic. So the next question I'm going to ask is mostly asked to us by students when we go for, sessions or we do seminars in the colleges. This is a very common...
Has to be about money. Let me guess.
No, it's not about money. It is that they would like to know whether metaverse can actually exist without crypto.
Theoretically, yes, because the metaverse, is essentially a mixed reality layer on top of what is of our existing zone, right? Of our existing experience. So theoretically, yes, it does not really require crypto, but keep crypto aside and think of blockchain more than crypto. Why is it that every metaverse company is essentially also blockchain company? Because it's using crypto as a tool to invite and reward its users for their time, right? Now, I think this is something we discussed a couple of months ago as well, Rekha. What is the difference largely between 2.0 and 3.0, right? Today, what happens, and take any social media company, you and I are spending hours and hours of our day on Instagram, scrolling through, on YouTube, watching videos. We never really get rewarded outside the content that we watch, right? Who makes money? Essentially, the brand makes money, the company makes money, the platform makes money. What Web 3.0 is essentially telling you is that we are going to decentralize everything, right? Wherein the ownership of assets rests with you, the user, and not the company. Like, we all upload our pictures on Instagram. Do you know that you don't really own your pictures on Instagram? Instagram owns your pictures once they've been uploaded, because that's the terms and conditions at 100 pages that you never really read, but clicked agree on. You don't really own your data, right? Your data is monetized by Facebook. It used to be a little better. Now every third picture is an ad. You scroll after every 3 pictures, it says your end of your feed. Now please start looking at ads. On your stories, you click on 1, 2, third story. The fourth story is actually an ad, right? And you and I could be talking about something. 5 minutes later, you'll see an ad on one of these social platforms. It's genuinely quite scary of the amount of data we've given them. And none of us have rights to monetize it, right? 3.0 lets you monetize it. And that's where metaverse is also being built. It's being built as a decentralized function on a decentralized layer, wherein all the data that you have, your avatars, your interactions, your land that you buy in the metaverse, right? Or the buildings that you build in the metaverse, or the tokens that you trade, they're all owned by you. You decide what you want to do with them. You own the proof of concept. You own the proof of ownership on the blockchain, and therefore it can't be taken away from you, right? There are companies, for example, that are setting up ad servers today that ask you permission to share your data and then incentivize you for sharing that data, right? So if you're going to go visit 5 news websites, and that's the data that helps an ad platform show you an ad, you should get the money for watching that ad and not just the platform, right? Or at least there should be an even split or something of that sort. So I think, that's what the metaverse is trying to build. So don't correlate metaverse to crypto. That's a bad example. Does metaverse require blockchain to build on it? Yes, it does, because the interactions inside, trading NFTs, buying land, require that proof of transaction which lives on the blockchain. So that's quite required. But technically, without crypto, yes, you can build it.
Fantastic. Now, the most common question again is, how do you make money on the metaverse without any investment? So,
my answer was not completely wrong then, right?
Absolutely.
There are several ways to, for users to make money in the metaverse, right? I mean, including you can host events, you can design virtual spaces, you can invest in cryptocurrencies, etc. You can trade, you can flip them, right? The prices of metaverse digital assets, such as virtual real estate, other NFTs are rapidly increasing, decreasing. There's a full cycle. Last year, the prices were something else. Today, the prices are something else. But, it's a circle of life. Market goes up, market goes down. Market is likely to go back up again. So, making money is a good option in the metaverse due to all of these blockchain elements that are included in. Many metaverse businesses and companies are looking for individuals in marketing, designing, content writing, 3D development skills. So even if you don't want to buy land and flip it, or you don't want to buy tokens and flip them, or you don't want to invest in hosting events in the metaverse after buying a piece of land, or you can still design, write, work with these companies and make money. So not just from a trading perspective, metaverse also allows you to money from a job perspective, right? Because there is more than enough opportunities today coming in, everything from designing, coding, like we discussed, tech side of things, marketing side of things in the metaverse today.
Absolutely. And how much does it cost to actually start a metaverse if I want to create my own?
So I don't know if I can give you the correct answer to this, but you could theoretically start something as little as 10-15 grand and go up to $300,000-$400,000. It really depends on how complex a universe you're trying to create, right? If it's just pieces of land with blockchain plugged in without great graphics, etc., you could still be able to do it pretty cheaply. But if you're trying to create a great virtual world, which is high poly, which is very photorealistic, which is using the latest technology, then obviously it's going to cost a fair bit of money to create this. And I think that's why also, to plug it back to the earlier question that you had, I think that's why also crypto has come in, because in absence of great amount of VC funding to every single company that's starting out, I think crypto has been sort of that crowdfunding that has propelled a lot of these platforms, right? I mean, I know so many companies that have raised funds from user markets like you and me by selling tokens, right? And though that money has been used to start creating these metaverses. So, so you could start something relatively cheaply, but I think, crypto then lets you raise funds without going to institutional investors pretty early on.
Sure. Being a marketing person yourself, what would you say? How will the metaverse actually affect marketing? Will it really affect, or do you think it would not majorly affect marketing?
I think it will absolutely change the way we market. Now, what is, and I'm very passionate about this, so I'm going to take an extra minute on this.
Absolutely.
What are we doing in marketing today? For the longest time, our marketing, and I'm coming from India, of course, most of us are, for the longest time, our marketing was coming from where? We were marketing on bus stops, we were marketing on airports, we were marketing in newspapers, which we still do, in magazines, etc. We were really doing everything, on ground. Then at some point, we moved digital. What did we start to do? We started marketing on social media platforms. We started creating advertisements on websites. At some point, we started experimenting with Snapchat, etc. So, you would have seen movie marketing ke andar we started creating AR filters. That was literally the extent of how innovative we got, right? So, yes, there were more ideas. Some or the other things may have been done. You would have seen kabhi PVR ke samne unhone, I remember when Avatar, etc. came, they put those 3D floor renderings. So you thought that you were entering Pandora. But, apart from that, we didn't really do much, right? In our marketing, we have never been able to give that experience to people, right? Now, give bad example perhaps, but why is it that your Apple showrooms across the world offer that experience that a lot of other brands are not able to? And that's why they sell the way they do at the cost at which they do, right? Because any one of you who's ever entered an Apple showroom abroad, you would notice that it's a mammoth space with hundreds of thousands of instruments lying on the floor, which allows you to go play, experiment, literally spend a day there and come back with an iPhone, right? Because that's a experience in a physical location it's able to provide. What is Metaverse going to do? Metaverse, for a marketeer specifically, is going to allow brands to create these experience for your audiences, right? I don't want you to just buy a TV. I want you to experience this TV in virtual reality and then decide that you want to buy it, right? It's this immersive experience that virtual reality, extended reality, augmented reality, and metaverse in general is going to allow us marketeers to do. It's going to be insane. So if I were to tomorrow sell you Avatar, how am I going to sell you an Avatar, the movie, the James Cameron movie? How will I sell you a ticket? I would show you a trailer. You will watch the trailer on YouTube. You would remember कि आपने पिछली Avatar picture देखी थी, बहुत अच्छी लगी थी आपको. अब ये नया trailer आया है. It's all about water, etc. It's a great immersive experience. So I'm going to go watch that movie, right? Now imagine if this movie was around you before you went to watch it. Your experience is just going to change completely, right? And that marketing power that you're going to get by creating these extensive experiences that were not possible till a couple of years ago is going to just essentially change the game. Right now, imagine you have to today take a car or take a taxi, take an auto, go to the mall. Mall mein you see a Nike showroom, you go, you try out shoes. You've spent X amount of money to go try out the shoes and then buy the shoes. Yeah, your cost is not just the shoe. Your cost is getting ready at home, the time that you spend in this entire activity of going, coming back. Half a day is gone if you want to go to a mall today. We all live in really badly trafficked cities. You're also spending time traveling, etc. Now, all of that's going to get cut down because you can go visit a virtual mall, try on virtual shoes and decide just out of hundreds and thousands of pairs that the brand can also not keep in a showroom, right? It's a limited space showroom. He'll at best keep 100 pairs. He can't keep 1,000 options there for you. But this metaverse will allow you to do that, right? And therefore, for marketeers, it's an absolute game changer. And you will start seeing the effects of this slowly and gradually as more and more brands come in. You've obviously heard that a lot of brands are experimenting into this, right? Everyone wants to, what are brands doing today? I mean, they're not doing anything great. They're just trying to create a space for themselves first, right? The first opportunity is land grab. Every brand wants to come in, keep their own land so that they can start building their own stores. But over a period, and obviously some art is being sold, NFTs are being sold, and you can experience them in the metaverse. But over a period of time, you will see that a lot of these brands are creating very unique experiences for their audiences. And these unique experiences are now transcending borders also, right? Now, as a brand, I can invest X amount of money in creating an experience in one physical location. If I have to replicate it around the world in every major city, that's a whole host of cost for me, right? But now in the metaverse, that cost goes away completely because I have to set up an experience once. And globally, audiences can, plug into that experience without for the brand to having to spend the money to take the experience or for the user to go where that experience is in whatever part of the world, right? So for a marketeer, this is just an absolute game changer because that investment that you would have made in localization can now go in creating something really experiential.
Absolutely. You're full of energy. You were full of energy when you replied for this. I think it's because it's your core competencies.
My core competency. And, this is what I'm really excited about because, we talk to, I handle marketing, growth, partnerships, etc. right? So I get to talk to a lot of brands. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Dubai and we were at the Dubai Design Week and we had a booth there. So, a lot of brands, a lot of people, a lot of architects, for example, they came to meet us and everyone wanted to first, ours is a developed metaverse, right? I mean, you can wear the headset and go inside today and check it out. So, a lot of people, when they go inside for the first time, their experience is just so much different than what you see on screen, right? I can show you a video of what the metaverse looks like, but once you actually wear the headset and go inside and you feel the scale and you feel just how immersive that experience is, remember the first time we saw a 3D movie? How different and how great it felt because the voice seemed like it was coming from here. Or remember the first time we had a 4D experience wherein a little bit of mist of water made us feel like, oh my God, we're in the water. But now imagine going inside this virtual reality and realizing your world is just completely upside down, right? And how it can change. So at this Dubai Design Week, a lot of brands came to us and, we started explaining to them what is it that they can do and how can they target a brand new set of audiences that they didn't have access to in their physical space. Right? And how they can create experiences for these audiences. And, the response was just absolutely overwhelming. And I think that's what's important. And that's why more and more headsets, when they start coming in, when, Oculus has a couple in the market. I know HTC has a couple in the market. Rumors are that Apple is likely to launch something in 2023. I think everyone in my industry is waiting with bated breath for Apple to launch their headsets because, their products get mass adoption on day one without really, irrespective of the cost. But rumors are that Apple is actually introducing mixed reality headsets and not just VR, so which will be another game changer. So, when more and more these headsets come out, some of them will be affordable, more people will join the bandwagon. I think, we'll start seeing a huge adoptive curve pretty much immediately.
Absolutely. So now, since we've spoken about marketing, what do you think? How is Metaverse actually going to change the influencer marketing? So there's a lot of influential marketing is in trend, and a lot of brands actually, are more and more getting into influencer marketing. So what do you think? Is there going to be a great, change or great input that the influencers are going to get because of the metaverse?
So let me answer this in two parts. And I come from a media background. So, I've also been actively involved in influencer marketing, my entire career, more or less. So when a brand goes to an influencer to market their product, what are they essentially trying to do? They're essentially trying to use the influencer to sell that product. Right now, if it's a shampoo, if it's a sari, if it's a movie ticket, if it's a pair of shoe, the influencer is essentially telling its audiences that, oh, listen, I love this shaving cream. It was great for me. Look at how beautiful my face looks. Not mine, the influencers. Look at how beautiful my face looks. And therefore, you should also buy this shaving cream, right? Now, what he's doing essentially, he's acting as a recommender. A recommendee, right? He's essentially recommending the product to his audiences.
Absolutely.
In the hope that my recommendation carries a lot of weight because I am somebody you love and you respect and you care about, and therefore you will buy this product. And that's why the brand pays an obscene amount of money to the influencer. Now, will that continue to happen when the metaverse comes in? Yes, because these influencers now have like I said earlier, an experience to sell to the audiences and not just a video. On the other side, what metaverse and all this avatar technology is essentially going to do, it's also going to create virtual influencers, right? You will see that in China, in Japan, in Korea, this is already starting to become popular, wherein influencers have been created by AI. They're not real people. They're essentially what the AI determines that this particular set of audiences will respond to. The AI then creates this avatar that starts to gather followers, essentially becomes an influencer, and then starts marketing products. I don't have the exact name for you, but I'm happy to find it and send it later. But I know for a fact that in Japan, Korea, even in China, the virtual influencers are actually starting to become prominent. One or two have reached a pretty critical level as well. And there are some companies that are actually actively developing these. And I think that will be the next growth phase, in a sense, for influencer marketing, wherein you can not just market in the metaverse, but you can actually create your own influencers, which will absolutely perfectly appeal to your target audiences. And I think this is going to be a game changer in influencer marketing space.
Absolutely. Marketing is the field itself is very vast, and there's a lot of development like 10 years back. And now when you see, there's a lot of development that you see. And I think a lot of positive developments, which is definitely creating a lot of buzz in the industry.
And you know why that is? That's because your marketing essentially mimics your human growth, right? Because technologically, our tastes are evolving so rapidly.
Absolutely.
Today a 2-year-old kid can teach you how to operate a phone. You don't have to tell him, right? जब मैं छोटा होता था, हमें तो पता ही नहीं था फोन क्या होता था. मेरे पापा के पास वो बड़ा वाला जो पत्थर वाले पहले फोन आए थे ना, इतने बड़े वो थे सबसे पहले. हमें तो हाथ नहीं लगाने देते थे पापा कि गिर जाएगा तेरी टांग टूटेगी. बट आजकल 2 साल के बच्चे को पता है कि वीडियो गेम कैसे खेलते हैं, राइट? नाउ because our human needs are evolving so fast technologically, I think that's what's leading to your marketing. You, as a marketer, you have to keep up, right? If there's a new trend, like we were the first ones to get onto Snapchat and start creating AR filters, right? I mean, you have to keep experimenting. You have to keep doing something new. And I think today technology is allowing you to do those experiments at a very rapid scale. And I think that's what's extremely important. And that's what's leading this growth curve.
Absolutely. Now coming to a few questions that have come into me. There are a few people in the group who would like to know, are there any regulators which are already ready for metaverse? Do we have any regulators or, anything like that which is already there and they're ready for metaverse in the industry? Or is it like everybody creates their own set of
rules,
experience and rules, and how does it work? Or is there a set pattern?
So no. So currently where we are at, I think it's as a brand, you have the opportunity to create your own set of guidelines and rules. However, there are a couple of metaverses that have joined together to create a metaverse alliance that essentially wants to, draw some basic guidelines of things that you can and you can't do. I'm a firm believer of the fact that anything that you should not be allowed to do in the real world, you should not do in the virtual world as well, right? So I think those guidelines of human nature need to be followed. But apart from that, there are a lot of countries that have created crypto guidelines, token guidelines, trading guidelines, but not everyone has created metaversal guidelines as such. I'm sorry, but I think that's something that's that's something that's going to be done as and when this starts adopting critical mass. Today, what's happening is very limited number of people are also using these metaverses, right? Because the access to headsets, etc., is limited. But I believe as and when this starts, expanding, rules and regulations will also start coming in, and a lot of this will also be led by the headset providers, because they do really enforce a lot of these regulations as well. So that's going to happen again, as more of these play stores, etc., start coming into picture.
Absolutely. So moving on now, since you mentioned the headsets, there's one question which has come to me, which is about how do I get to the metaverse without VR? So without a AR or a VR set, how do I get into metaverse? And
So
how would be the experience? Will it be the same as wearing a AR VR, or would it be different?
So in a nutshell, the experience will not be the same, simply because the experience of virtual reality that you get from the immersion, you're not going to be able to be very honest, get on a computer screen.